mistaken kicks. Dayfong, he gets shot by the phantom and he finally gets the 1 point.
Mahihitaan niya dito. The exotic sinatan. Edrex with just the man. Witness the flame storm. The exotic with the road cover. The fully and the close to an
At nariyan na naman tayo mga kaibigan on day 2 of the Predator Kings of PH. Kama pala Sir Mon, kasama ko si Mochi. Kami ang magiging casters nyo for the whole duration of today's qualifiers dito sa day number 2. Tatlong BO3s, kaya sana handa ka ngayon, Mochi. Nakapagkape ka na ba?
Ready. Kani-kanina pa. Nakapag-launch na rin na hopefully na yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, sumusuporta dito sa ating stream. And nakapagkain na rin. Kung hindi man or nakapag-early brunch man sila, no, sana makapag-merienda na rin sila. And hello, kung kahapon, no, nagkaroon tayo ng napakalupit na best of 3, umabot pa tayo ng overtime. I wonder, ano naman kaya ang hain sa atin ngayon ng mga teams natin for today.
Totoo nga lang, 'di ba? Nakaabot tayo ng Game 3, OT at saka kahit ano pa. Ano pa kaya ang makikita natin from the teams today as we take a look at them with a microscope. Pero before that, we would like to shout out ang mga friends over at Games and Amusement Board dahil we as Predator Gaming have been authorized to officiate ang Kings of PH 2025 as an official tournament registered under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board in the Philippines. So thank you so much to Gab. They have been supporting us all throughout since 2022. Talagang ang laki ng suporta ng government para sa Pilipinas at saka sa esports scene as a whole. Thank you so much again to Gab for letting us officiate this whole tournament. Yeah, Mochi, it is day 2. It is jam-packed. Ang dami kong narinig na balita. Ang dami kong narinig na tea as well, no? Pagdating pa lang kanina sa ating bracket, I think it is no surprise that a lot of our players are coming back to day 2 from day 1 nung natalo sila kahapon na gusto ng second chance
I mean, syempre, we're all up for second chances naman, especially dito sa Kings of PH, no? And if hindi nag-work ang kanilang unang try, kayang-kaya sa susunod. Kasi, ito na nga, guys, itong tournament overview natin, no? For our phase 1, meron tayo ditong 4 na qualifying legs. Kahapon yung una, ngayon ang ikalawa. These are single elimination, pero pagdating ng semifinals at finals natin, it's balagbagan time. Best of 3 yan at ang champion natin ay mag-a-advance forward sa ating phase 2, which is the playoffs.
Yep, at yun yung naging fate ng Orglas kahapon after a grueling Game 3 banger sa split map kahapon. Kaya nakapasok na sila over to Phase 2 at makikita natin sila ulit at that point in time. Where Phase 2 will have yung single elimination BO3 na naman. At kapag nanalo ka sa Phase 2 na ito as a singular champion, may direct invite ka na papunta sa Stage 2 ng Predator League Philippine Finals. Literal na the grind is real. Papasok sa Philippine Finals ng Predator League, kaya ang laking bagay na makapanalo ka dito sa Kings of PH. Make it easier for your run and make it easier for your team as well to walk into Predator League as a champion. So it's 100,000 pesos for the prize pool at ang laki ng distribution natin. But as I've said to you, Mochi, yung ating naging bracket today, medyo naging mainit. Finally, nagpakita ang Oasis Gaming sa ating naging tournament bracket pero hindi sila nakalabas ng quarterfinals after a grueling BO1 against Chronicle Esports. I will tell you a little bit about them later kasi isa siya sa mga pinaka-interesting teams natin, but we have to take a look at the other ones. Vanta Black back from day 1 nung natalo sila kahapon in one of their first BO3s in the broadcast, and I think it's also really good that they're giving themselves a second chance. Talagang sobrang lapit lang din naman bago pa man sila makatapak sa ating finals.
And same deal din sa Shopee, no? Parang kanina tinry din nila pero unfortunately hindi sila nakaabot sa semis, pero ngayon pinalad naman sila. So this time, ito ang ating schedule for today's video. We have Chronicle Esports versus Vanta Black for our first series at meron tayong Haru and as well as Shopee. Uy, shout out kay Miss Mimi Santos kung nanonood man siya, no? And later on ay madidiscover natin kung ano o sino ang magtatapat para sa ating grand finals maya-mayang 7:00 ng gabi.
And again, it's another display of talent in the Tier 2 scene as a whole. No Oasis Gaming because of, well, the BO1 specials that we had doon sa ating quarterfinals. So they're not gonna be the tier of the topic ngayon. Eh, no? Parang feeling ko, it's gonna be a grueling battle for whoever is feeling worthy na pangapasok dito sa Phase 2 natin. Eh, no? So for our first 2 BO3s of today, it will be a devastating one sa kung sino man ang makakalabas dito kasi they have to wait for an entirely new weekend para man lang magkaroon ng isa pang tsansa na makapag-qualify, and that's the third qualifier as well. So mas dadami yung mga papasok at mas dadami din ang competition mo.
Yes, of course. Really exciting din. Kasi actually, hindi naman tayo pagod, pero kalimitan nating nakikita. Oasis, Zol, Naos, but right now, a lot of things has changed. And this gives a really good road or path to be taken para sa lahat ng mga aspiring na gumawa ng kanilang mga pangalan dito sa ating esports scene. Dito na natin din makikita kung meron bang mga bagong muka, which is kahapon marami-rami, diba? Marami rin nagbabalik, and Orglis lang naman ang nagpakita at sila ang worthy na makasecure ng ating unang slot sa playoffs. Pero ngayon, sino naman kaya? Lalong-lalo na that we have I believe Gabby Diz sa team ng Shopee, no? I believe he is their coach right now, or even one of the players, and si Vanta Black, we have already been able to discuss about that then yesterday, and some new and upcoming players from How to Esports and as well as Chronicle. So, pretty sure, marami na namang surprises ang hatid sa atin ng mga players natin ngayon.
Totoo. Ang perfect transition nga naman para mapag-usapan natin ang pinakauna nating BO3 for today. It will be Chronicle Esports versus Vanta Black. And I think since we talked about Vanta Black yesterday, let's put a bit of a spotlight on our former players ngayon. As we head on into the map Bito selection, I think it's gonna be a good discussion for us na nakausap ko yung head coach ng Chronicles ngayon, and they actually gave me like intentions on why they banned yung Fracture, why they banned yung Ascent. Fracture is one of those maps dun sa Premier ngayon na I think it has been one of the maps that they've been playing a lot. So they want a bit of a refresher, they want a new environment, and maybe banning that out will give them that bit of refreshment, diba? And since hindi sila sobrang komportable sa Ascent, they believe that it is too much of a macro heavy map and they don't believe that it's a good map for them entirely. They banned that out quick entirely. It's not because they know that Vanta Black is good on that map. And Lotus being that first pick for Chronicles is because they're very comfortable in a map where they can play around yung mga rotation timings at saka yung individual skill ng kanilang mga fraggers.
Yeah, that is really interesting to point out as well, no? Lalong-lalo na ang decider natin dito is going to be Icebox, wherein nakita rin na natin at Vanta Black how they've been able to navigate through dito sa mapang ito. So this just gives Chronicles Esports more information kung paano sila gumalaw and magkaroon ng mga counters just in case, no, na makontra nila itong si Vanta Black. And I'm pretty sure of our supporters, hello sa lahat na manonood ngayon dito. Standby lang kayo. Oh, by the way, for Vanta Black, no, yesterday, we have been able to see na they even try to integrate Waylay as their duelist dito sa kanilang lineup. So there might also be a potential na mailalabas nila yon dito ngayon. Pero once again, since they have been able to get the chance na rin yesterday, pero yun nga lang nga is hindi sila nakaabot sa ating grand finals, I am pretty sure na as much as possible, they want to play this more in a way na mas kontrolado nila o dun sila sa comfort nila tayo magli-lean toward to.
Hindi ko alam kung sino yun, pero parang may nakita akong nakayaga lang na nagsa-cellphone. No? Ganun siya ka-chill. No pressure.
Chilling
and
lang.
I think that's the vibes that they're looking out for, right? So we're heading on into Agent Select. It's Lotus for our first map, Chronicles. We're starting off with a pretty aggressive team composition. Double Ini, again with Teo on both sides. Pero the fact that they're willing to risk the Yoru instead of somebody like a Raze just tells me that they want to take this with a bit more of a controlled approach. Usually, a Raze is good enough para masira yung mga util ng mga Sentinels mo. Pero si Sylvano, a comeback in the mating. I remember this guy being somewhat of an unknown quantity nung pumasok siya sa scene. Now he's back better than ever during a long period of a break na ngayon, excited ako makita kung paano siya nag-grow as a player.
See, I'm pretty sure, no, done dusted na yun for both sides in a way na all of their agents na pinili nila dito is up to an innovative one and as well as yung comfort. Shoutout kay Jean Lowell, no? Matic na yan from Chronicles Esports. Pretty sure, nagatanong pa yan, kakas ba kayo today? Sim naman, boss, para sa'yo kami ang magkakas ng laro nyo. And really, really certain, no? There might actually be a potential na magkaroon tayo ng 2-1, not gonna lie.
Hoy, ayos yan.
Pinapangunahan ko na, feeling ko magtutuwan to.
Alam
Nandiyan
mo-
si nandiyan si Boss Digny, oh. Sila Dritch, which is some of our favorite players din pagka nag-PPL tayo sa Qualip. So,
Totoo.
alam na.
Ang alam din natin, lagi din silang kiniklip yung mga plays nila, papost sa Twitter, papost sa Facebook, diba? So kung next time, at kung nakikinig kayo sa VOD ngayon, I'm talking about you, Digny, clip, tapos tag mo kami. Yun lang naman eh.
Yo.
Tag mo kami sa Predator Gaming, tag mo kami Ramon, at saka mochkicks.uu, I believe.
Ayun nga. Actually, ito si Sovano, isa pa to eh. Sobrang tindi rin ng mga... Siguro ang gandang head-to-head din dito si Hydra Kid tsaka yan, si Sovano. Pwede, no? Mainit. Uy! Sinumula na! Bilis ah.
Kaya nga eh. Ganun lang kabilis na nawala si Dam nung tinry niyang i-peek as closely as ever, Louie. Lurker of the squad. Usually we do expect him to be the sentinel here. And he is definitely on a comfortable position while Chronicles going back down towards the A site itself in a 4v5. They're happy to take the first blood found is Ray. Very too quick to adjust them down, but dignified. Definitely stuck. Rock na hard plays. Louie finding another off-timing punta kay Hydra Kid, making it 2v5 on the post-match scenario.
Yes, of course, pero it doesn't end there. So, Vano makakapitas na naman. It's going to be Blur being removed out of the equation as Dignified follows through onto Soyabin Curd 999. And look at that. Pretty smooth start para sa Chronicles Esports. Most entirely really good flank from Louie onto B-side.
May napanood ako dati na analyst ng Valorant telling me that the meta has shifted in a way that you can't always do fast rushes anymore. This is one of the reasons why Paper Rex isn't thriving as much as they are compared now. Kasi
Kaya lungkot ko eh.
kaya lungkot ko din eh as a Paper Rex fan. Because a lot of the agents have come out and the way that the buffs have been working out is that the utility speaks for itself and it's not always about the gunplay anymore.
Yeah, sometimes you really have to take some time and rewind how you can actually navigate through. Not only with the quick rushes, no, it's good to catch your opponents as a surprise, but sometimes mga ganitong galawan yung kailangan natin, no? Urong sulong, mga kapitas, aatras at lalaban muli. Tulad naman ang ginawa nila roon, pero dignified, mapapatulog ng bahagya dito ni Soya Binkerd as they try to put themselves into safety after that encounter.
And the reason why I brought that up then is that team compositions with a Yoru is telling me that the controlled pace has become like the meta these days, right? Kaya you don't normally see double duelist comps sa mga tier 1 competitions anymore unless sobrang komportable nila like Paper Rex, like T1. T1 just won Masters Bangkok nang ganun yung team composition, pero yung naging meta for a lot of the teams dito as well as the tier 1 competition is gonna be the double ini comp with the Tejo. So we see a lot of that in good use of this tournament. Louis taking a chance here, Molly on down, but he does not expect Hydra Kid to be on his other side. And a right click in place as well. The kid is on fire, but eventually they're gonna find him out. No, not this time. Triple kill. He even deals a lot of damage to RU, but he saved the day entirely. Welcome back, RU, in the Philippines. It's been a long time since, and he's here to show why he is still a really good player in this caliber.
Yes, of course. And by the way, itong si Louie, I think ito ata si Eonix, no? Tama
Yep.
ba? Si Clarence Vargas. Shoutout sa'yo, boss. Man, lots of familiar faces actually appearing right now. Oh. Nandyan din si Kai sa comment section. Hello. Mga gurong na mga players na nakabatch ko. What's up, mga men? Tanda na natin, boss.
Sakit na likod natin, pre.
Sakit na likod natin. Marinig mo man lang eh. Pagka marinig mo yung word na retrika o kaya candy cam, alam mo na yun, boss eh. Pero
Puso.
dito na tayo ngayon sa ating dimension deck na ginagamit ngayon ni Sovano. Actually, clearing out the extremities nitong C-site natin. Mukhang may mamamataan ng paparamdam. Azrael is quite lost. Kung saan siya pupunta, saktong-sakto ang concuss kay Ray dito. And immediately shut down with the judge. Pero now, all control on C-site ay nasa kamay na ng Chronicles.
And since wala pa silang ultis, they can't really rely on Reach with that Rolling Thunder anymore. So it's all about the gunplay this time. Damn, gonna try to open up the site as it's gonna be Josh F to see if he can get themselves the opening. But Sovano and Dignified, they're fully controlling the C site retake. It's all falling apart for them. It's Hydra Kid, but a double kill, but he cannot win this time around. The Kid shut down before he could make some momentum going. It's the 3-0 so far for Chronicles. It is a great adjustment on their post plant. No overpeaks after makuha nila yung first frag. Sovano even gives up yung mga upgrades na kailangan nila para mas malakas yung magiging long range duels nila dito.
Yeah, and I really love the combination of utilities that they're throwing. Kahit lang din doon sa dimensional diff na ine-expect mo pangkuha lang ng info, hindi. Talagang sinadya nila yun because well-prepared itong si Dritch na maglapag ng concuss anytime na i-call man ito ni Sovano. And it is definitely a perfect coordination coming from Chronicles so far. Although wala pa nagiging sagot si Bata Black, and sometimes those types of really aggressive pickings doesn't necessarily work out for them because no one's actually there in order to offer a support. They're gonna be trying to deny some space dito sa bandang Rabol natin, but I'm not quite, or rather sa Mound, but I'm not quite sure if this is going to be benefiting them. Well, dae nila onto a staff might possibly be contesting them. Dignify on the sidelines, maraming mga nasa sandwich dito. Just gonna try and harden the boxes, pero sila ang ipapadala sa langit, mga bossing. Pero 4-0 na ang ating scoreline ngayon. And now, it is still a clean slate na pabor sa Chronicles.
Yeah, and you can't kind of fault them for trying to do something aggressively as well, because if they sit in sight with just the pistols, they're not going to do anything against the better guns from Chronicles. It is kind of interesting that Hydra Kid is operating on his own as a supportive agent, kasi kita mo, B-main push, tapos you could at least ask for a concuss from the breach that you have na si Blurred, pero I guess they also decided na isama na lang yun sa majority of the picks doon sa may mount position. And a bit of a slow tempo from Chronicles also biting them in the dust. 4-0 so far for the start. And the attack just seemingly choking them out as slowly as they should. Phantom Black are taking this with a more passive approach, just letting Chronicles play with the money, play with the food. Habang na-secure na agad yung ult orb dito. Tapos hayaan na lang si Louie na makapag-gala-gala kung saan-saan man.
Gala pala to eh. Pero Ergas gonna stand by and see, no? Tamang pakiramdaman lamang.
At least walang pasok, di ba? At least walang pasok si Louie.
Of course, linggo naman eh. No, alam mo, pinutek ko siya ngayon eh. Pero, uy, Ray, actually being removed here by Sovano, masusunda pa ni Louie. Maganda ang nagiging kalakalan nila dito, no? Lamang na lamang at pabor sa kanila. Although they might be baiting up the A side, they might make Banta Black think that they will be committing to A side, but Sovana will just try to manipulate this onto their favor. So objective secured para sa Chronicles as they secure every single space that they can in order to deny any retake possibility from Banta Black. Tamang abangan lamang, most importantly, na isang orb na lang o kill kay Sovano, may ultimate na naman siya dito.
Strong post-plant presence coming through for Chronicles, and the discipline is real for them. You can see that they're just holding the same angles, not even letting themselves touch out of CT. As I say that, they try to hunt down for these rifles. It's important for them in the long term that they take off at least 2 of these guns. Slow crawl in towards the waterfall position. Dami na agad tao dito. Patay na agad si Josh F. And I think that's only 1 casualty over towards the Chronicles side. Pero they're gonna be happy with that. Keeping them with his Vandal up into the next coming round just means na hindi stable yung magiging buy round nila dito. And it's not gonna be a good time sa first half pa lang ng Banta Black. It is a complete sweep so far sa first half ng Chronicles.
Man, they're doing so well so far. It's quite unfortunate na hindi pa masyado nakakabangon dito si Vanta Black, no? I mean, we have been able to observe then ever since yesterday, there should be an amount of download time bago sila makapag-adapt sa galawan ng kanilang mga kalaban. But this time for Chronicles, nahihirapan sila to recuperate, especially when it comes to the support drone natin. We'll just be detecting Louis for the time being. And Hydra Kid, medyo malalim ang kanyang position dito. And we'll just try na masight kung mayroon nga bang dadaan or ma-encounter. But seems like C-Sight is going to be the apple of the eye para sa Chronicles right now.
They're setting up for a C-side execute. And they're also holding up with Louis. Also gets built up by the headshot kay Blurred. Knocked down before he could get any sort of lurking potential as they start again with the dimensional drift. Mukhang ang bilis magkaroon ng ult orbs itong si Sylvano no? Spotted out Ray, ready and waiting towards that C-side defense as Hydra Kid started off at the flank. He hits 3 shots and eventually dig the fight down. That is 3 in a blink of an eye for Chronicles though. As Ray and Blurred try to bottle up both of their guns to actually have an active defense against Chronicles who have to run towards the A side 20 seconds, a lot of time para makuha yung objective.
Sim lamang. Actually, it took quite of a good time, no? Before nila makita yung nagpa-flank. Buti na lang mabilis ang responde. And they even got a couple more people after that one na mamatay si Digny doon sa C-site entrance natin. But, are you? We're just gonna be sensing someone from CT or the spawn area, but will be well prepared enough to spot Blur out and erase him out of the surface of the earth. At baka masundan pa Ray. Not quite sure how he will try to face up against lalong-lalo na stinger pa ang hawak niya, no? And not ideally the best, especially in these ranges. But we will try to face up. Might be probable, but Dritch is quick enough to help his comrade out. 6-0, apakalinis Ramon. And shoutout kay Jonah Maranan na kahapon pa nariyan at nagsusuporta dito sa ating stream. Especially, may kape na naman po kami, tapos na. Thank you for checking out sa amin. Salamat.
I mean, I'm in the middle of breezing through my caramel macchiato right now. Large tapos non-fat milk. Pero thank you so much. Para sa shoutout sa'yo.
Parang Starbs Orber lang
Pick up coffee, pero close.
Okay.
Close lang din naman. So they invest so much util into trying to deny that much rubble control. Ang bilis naman. Na nasa loob na agad si RU on the tree position. Damn is just gonna use the pecan just with that Roomba. And he's expected na, kaya he's gonna have a bit more support into this time. Damn with the showstopper. Pero are you taking advantage? Nagdalawang isip.
Wow.
Nailabas ang raketa. Or are you with a double kill? This guy's opening up the site as the controller. And he's back, ladies and gentlemen. Back with a vengeance inside of the A site.
Grabe. Dahil nga ang supporters ng Chronicles dito. Kailangan daw galingan din ni Aryo kasi papabalikin daw siya sa India, sabi ni Jason Bamba. Kaya palong-palo na maglaro itong mga miyembro natin from Chronicles. Still just one person down. Before we even know it, si Ray na lamang ang naiiwan dito. Not quite sure how he will be addressing this. Makakapit na siya pero once again, walang malakas sa marami. And immediately ending this round for Chronicles once again. Actually, maganda yung talima nila dito. Steady pacing and wonderful utilization of abilities, and lagi silang magkakasama if they try to do a specific execute. Given na rin na everything ng the dimensional drift itong si Sylvano Matic, merong nag-follow up ng mga abilities in order to provide support. Hindi nila maiiwan si Sylvano mag-isa. And props din of course kay Digny kasi lagi siyang, alam mo yun, laging nariyan pagka tinawag mo. Yeah, pare ganun ba?
Yun.
Very nice, very nice.
Kaya may bebe time to yun si Digny.
Yo! May bebe buff
buff
pala! Gul, bossing.
As in, straight before Predator KOPH pa. So, handa na siya. Handa na si Idol na may bebe buff siya bago the tournament. Shoutout nga pala sa mga may bebe time dyan. I hope you guys are having a good time watching Predator KOPH and chilling. You know? So,
Solid, no? Hindi na Netflix, Valo and chill na tayo na yun dito. Ito na yung meta ngayon, guys. Meta every day, every night. And shoutout kay Salvatore. Kailan po lalaro si KR and Mochi? Boss, matatalo sila, Matic.
ay.
Hindi na ako sisipot, boss.
Pero panalo sa vibes.
Hanggang vibes lang tayo, kaya tayo nagkakas ngayon.
Kaya nga eh. Sa vibes lang
Hindi na
tayo
pwede
dito.
maglaro, boss. Sim.
Yeah, we're back into the game right now. Early TP on down from Josh F. He really has been sort of under the meta of trying to aggress onto the rubble. Nang naka-TP yung Omen. This is now supported by Blurred, who has also been around the scene for a while now. Medyo naging quiet na ang mga side natin for Chronicles, which really has been their playing card, no? Talagang tamang make lang ng presence on one side of the map. They split every single player up at their communication has been on point kasi tama yung trade. Tapos, kung may game plan sila, they all follow it as a unit.
They're really tight-knit in terms of doing things na magkakasama sila always. And regardless of having some lapses, Matic meron ka agad sasalo, no? Maganda, they are really good in covering up for each other. But when you find malalim-lalim ng kanyang posisyon dito, mamamataan niya si Ray ng pansaman saglit. And even using the guided salvo for that one, but Steel Garden already being used by Ray here. Kailangan nila mag-ingat with just a sheriff in his hand. Armageddon ata ang kanyang ipangsasagot rito. Lapagan ng ulti, mamamatay pa sa kamay ni Sobano itong si Ray at walang choice itong si Banta Black kundi tanggapin itong buto na follow up na Rolling Thunder. Sobano with a 3K as well at hindi pa natatapos ito. Grabe, kaliwat ka ng mga ultimates sa mga ginagamit dito ng dalawang kampo. Pero, lugi pa rin talaga si Vanta Black after all of the investment na inalapag nila dito, Ramon.
At yung paggamit na ni Dignified ng Armageddon was in a way that Ray was confused on whether he comes out of CT or just run in towards the waterfall position. At dahil dun sa confusion na yun, nahirapan siyang mag-choose. So Vano, 4K and the ace for Sovano. It's been a while, man. And I'm sure you're back with a vengeance. 8-0 for Chronicles. All 5 kills for the duelist himself. 16-4-1. What better way to announce your comeback other than an ace, a Yoru pick, a Lotus map where it's 8-0 for Chronicle Esports right now. And might I say, all with the mastermind na si El, na isa sa mga good friends natin at the esports scene. So, is there really a surprise kung bakit napaka-pristine ng decision making ng mga batang to?
Sim, baka ano yan, fresh pa ba? Semi-fresh from China.
Semi-fresh!
Ay, medyo tagal-tagal na siya galing dun eh. Pero di ba, nakakatuwa yung mga kwento niya na talagang medyo censored daw yung info doon. Pero at the same time, nag-enjoy siya na yun. Parang ni hao, di ba? Ni hao, bro. What's up? Ano yun? Ni hao fine SHYT. Hindi pa sabihin. Pero, di pwede. Yun lang, spell lang natin. Pero 8-0, scoreline natin. Yun, wala pa rin sagot si Vanta Black. Ramon, what is happening in this world? Woo!
Nothing but utter destruction at the hands of KRN. So Vano picks up an ace from the previous round. Now he gets shut down immediately by Blur. Now this could be an opportunity. The double innie comp is still alive and well for them. They can let them use damnness to try to open up the space for the squad, but still numbers disadvantage. Guided salvos para lang maklear yung corner doon sa site, but Dignified, that is a narrow angle. Already closed the door on this retake unless Blur than Hydra Kid does something about it. Nice flash. And it's a 1v2. Hydra Kid has done this before. Heroics from yesterday, but will it be today's edition? Let's find out. That's a double kill from Hydra Kid. A 1v1. And it's up against Louis, who's also in his own right a talent. But for Hydra Kid, it's a difficult task at hand to shut him down. He has to think about everything, but he does not enough time. It is Louis with a shot all the way from downtown. A 9-0 for Chronicles. A dominating first half so far.
Wow. I mean, I feel like dominating is quite of an understatement. I mean, you can safely say that so far, considering wala pang sagot dito si Vanta Black, it is definitely one-sided. Although, I am really looking forward to learning kung paano mag-a-adapt dito si Vanta Black when we head into our second half. I just really hope that they can secure the last 3 rounds para man lang kahit papano, no, meron silang jump start for our second half later on, especially na sila mapupunta sa attacking with them as their raise and entry. Pero ngayon, I just really want to applaud their skill utilization as well. Tsaka kung gaano sila katipid, but at the same time, saktong tipiran lang. Let's just say practical the usage of their abilities, especially dito kay Dritch and Digny. But now, Blurred, tamang paramdam lang siya dito sa ating small door sa B-Link, but matik atras din sila dito because they've got better chances if they stack as a team, lalong-lalo na naka-eco pa naman sila.
Ano yung paboritong call-out ng mga naglalaro ng Lotus ng mga single?
Ano?
Baby door, kasi yun lang yung reason kung ba't sinasabi nila yung baby.
Wait boss, lungkot naman nun.
Kaya nga parang si Louie lang. Shut down immediately by Hydra Kid. First up on B main. 4 versus 5 is Louie. Takes on towards the link position. Has to be careful. Salvo's out. And has to run away from danger. He has to stick this landing as long as he can. As Josh F, he pushes, but are you? Run and gun, Jam shuts him down. That's another for Josh F as well. A 1v4 and dignified, not long for the world. That's Josh F with a triple kill. The first round win for Vanta Black. It came with a cost, but what a hell of a way to re-announce your presence, Josh F.
Wow. We finally have an answer here for Vanta Black after quite some time, no? But what matters is that they're trying somehow to counter itong tight-knit group natin of Chronicles, and especially with how they're performing in tip-top shape. I mean, this is their map pick after all, so ramdam naman din natin yun. But now, denial of faith na bahagya, but babaliwalain nila yon. They're just gonna be moving forward on our A side and we'll be pushing, although with the probability of being delayed dito sa ating mga turns na inilapag dito ni Ray. But the question is, would he be able to handle the heat alongside Soya Bean, Kerr, Josh F, 999? Napakahaba ng pangalan mo, pero ang kailangan nilang habaan ng pasensya dito ay para sa Vanta Black, lalong-lalo na meron na pita sa kanila na isa. They're still trying to march their way dito sa A-side natin, pero hold muna daw sa kamo sila.
No, tamang nonchalant lamang. At si RU, tamang chill lang din. Louie kills off Jam, but that's also at the cost of the guided salvo death. 1 to 9 so far, 2 versus 3. Thinking twice about planting the spike on down kasi hindi nila alam at pagkatapos i-alley-oop ang spike papunta sa kanya. RU, Delton, and Josh F, the only anchor on site, deals with the both of them single-handedly. 2 to 9 for Vanta Black off of Josh F, and his patience paying off right now. Finally, some assistance to Hydra Kid this time. As dignified, he would have been a saving grace for Chronicles if he wasn't cut up doon sa pag-push siya onto the B site. And a bit of a confusing affair doon sa may loob ng A. Sino magpa-plant, boss? Sino sa inyo? I think kailangan natin ng group chat para dito, guys.
Medyo nagkaroon lang din siguro ng issue with regards to the flank na hindi nila in-anticipate, and as well as the pick-off na kamo nga galing dito sa ating B-Link natin, which has been well done by Vanta Black as well. We're already starting to see some signs of life from them kahit papano, but that just means there's going to be some changes in terms of the behavior and approach na ilalapag ng Chronicles pansamantala. But currently, Hydra Kid with a potential duel against Louie. For now, some shots being let out, pero wala namang tatama sa mga ito. Hydra Kid with some adjustments in terms of positioning. They're just gonna be keeping themselves in check as they try to let out some noises as well. Some presence established onto B side. Possibly though, Suvano might do a big play.
Di alam. He's already inside the walls, guys. So he's not spotted yet. Blurred gets one, and he gets stuck with the damn. That is a nice adjustment from him. But RU is able to catch them off guard. It's a 3v3, push on B, and Dignified has planted the objective. It's Vanta Black on the retake scenario, coming from all sides of the map with an Armageddon invested by Dignified, but it comes out upswing, and Louis will shut down Dam. 2v2. Bit of an even trade-off. At pareho silang nakalabas ng B site as well, so it's a bit of a safe distance. When it comes to defending the spike, Hydro Kid gets one as well. It's a 1v1. And Louis has to be careful. Flash on through, and a perfect swing from Louis. Aeonix on a full swing. And a 2-10 Chronicle Esports coming out with a splash.
Na-pre pick ni Aryu. Ang ganda rin ng galawan nila dun Although, despite the fact na tinry bumawi ni Hydra kaya si Louie pa rin naman ang nagtapos na ng round na iyon. And hopefully, laging present din sa klase itong si Louie. Papasok ka ba, Onyx? Charot. Pero 10-2 tayo ngayon sa ating scoreline. Napakalaki ng advantage ng Chronicles. Can't be an understatement as well. And by the way, guys, kung gusto nyo magpa-shoutout dito sa di nyo lang sa amin, kami nang bahala sa'yo. We got you, bro. Sabi dito ni Jeff na Peter, okay, maganda energy, game 3 lahat. Boss, pagpahingayin mo naman po kami. Sumapaw pa nga po si Sir J, no? Wait lang, kalmahan nyo, guys.
Sir J!
Nako po.
Pero okay lang yan kasi we want a good show. That's a perfect flash and a triple peek out for the defensive side. So Vano is the only one who gets a kill, but everybody else knocked out of the sky. 2v4. Vanta Black, a stable entry into the side, but Dignified. That is a rare occurrence of him whiffing the shots entirely. 1v4 are you? The veteran on the squad has made his presence known. The noise is heard and blurred. Reaction time. And it's a 3-10. It took me an adjustment to keep counting the rounds for the team, but at least they get the job done.
We'll see. At least with this type of approach, they're just gonna go straight forward onto C-site din, no? Wala namang kahit ano pang appetizer. Rekta na kaagad sila dito sa site, and it worked wonderfully well. Especially though, they have 7 more rounds to catch up on to. So they really better make this work, and as much as possible, don't leave any more mistakes. Kasi sa isang iglap, pwedeng mag-match point to.
If it is that easy for them now, Chronicles, fully investing in the quad setup dun sa may rubble. Kind of risky that they let open yung B site just so that they have stronger attack as they open up with the fault line. They spot 1, 2, and 3 people. Triple peek onto Hydra Kid. Ray prepared against the multiple people coming on top of him. Shot thrown out. See if they can find the straggler here. Shearwall also separating Breach against Dignified. And with the plant coming down as well, Vanta Black has a breezy sweep into possibly a 4th round win.
Yan nga lang close quarter combat from Ray with a 4K! Si bro ay hindi nagpapatinag. Louis super low in terms of HP, pero si Dam na lang daw ang bahala dumapres ng bala sa kanya. And ito na naman tayo muli sa pagbawi ng Vanta Black. And as well as we are already seeing some of their key players starting to pop off, no? Sinimulan na nga ito ni Ray, and we have been able to observe them simula kahapon. All it takes is one of them to go online and matik mahahawa na yung iba. So seems like they're starting to feel themselves here for Vanta Black, and it is nice indeed to see. The question is, would Chronicles be able to take this type of momentum away from Vanta Black?
Starts with a one-way, and RU. Is he prepared to take this? As it's majority of the stack from Vanta Black. As he wants to get it early as possible. Satchel in from Dam. He wants to smoke. He wants to fire. Lit up within players on Vanta Black. As he starts with the paint shell in towards the backside of things. Paranoia out as well. Does spot them out with the crossfire. Triple stack in from Chronicles. They're prepared for what could be a waterfall push in towards the site of Arya and Louis. They get themselves the trades. A 3-for-1. And Chronicles They were all stacked in towards C. They even have the spike within their vicinity.
The call is on point here. For Chronicles so far, no choice but to face up against them. Because the spike is on there and all eyes at the same angle. Kung sino man ang mga has na dumaan dyan, siguradong matatanggalan ng ulo. And that is it. Josh F is the last remaining person standing. And he is yet to make his move. Hindi na iintayin pa. With the shot all the way through the smoke. One more round away from match point dito ang Chronicles. And walang kupa so far. So Vano top frag, the 19-10-3 then in terms of KDA. And seems like naudlot na naman muli ang pagbangon ng Vanta Black.
Bago pa man magkaroon ng kahit anong start no? 2 rounds before they could be able to end out this game entirely. Chronicles are prepared for an aggressive setup over at Rubble. Bot line in, guided Sava out as well. That's also Dimensional Drift in the back pocket of Sovano as he's prepared for one, possibly a second. So much damage done by the single duelist, but in the end, he only gets 2, but that could possibly be enough damage done onto the hands of Vanta Black. 3 versus 4. Lots of security as well from both of the doors around the A-site vicinity. As Vanta Black are going to have to reconsider their options. This A-site is looking like a death trap for them.
Yee. And they might actually even be sandwiched, no? It's just that napakaganda rin ang positioning dito ni Digny. Although some information already been gathered dito ni Dritch. But also getting some damage and inflicting some as well! Ray for the follow-up, but yet to secure the objective. Creeping up into A side, possibly turning into B. So, yun nga lang nga. Mukhang anticipated ito ni Louie.
30 seconds left.
Hintay lamang. Hopper now in full control of Louis this time as he makes noise, and this also prompts them to gather back up onto the A site, but they have to be careful about Digny's position. Been a long time since he's held this position before, as it's a double peek. They even expected him. They knew that since they haven't cleared that corner, baka nandun yung tao. Econ against RU, spots out 1v2, Ray in the post plant. And it's been a while since we've seen him clutch up. And now he has to do it against 2 of the most expensive players in time. A triple kill for Ray, 1v1. And with a perfect steel garden as well, this could be devastating for RU. Despite the low HP as well. Right click could be enough para mapatay itong si Ray. Possibly that steel garden could lack in terms of value. Okay na yung Vandal. Has to wait out the time. Dami pang oras. But Ray is doing a good job of this until RU joins his back and expects him to get backstabbed. But RU is the backstabber in time. 12-4 for Chronicle Esports. They really are rearing to get this game 1 finished.
Match point secured, and so far the patience is also outstanding for Chronicles. So you can see the behavior and how they've been able to just hold out dito sa ating 3 and link area and just, you know what, wait for them to plant, and then let's just try to find out kung anong gagawin natin later on with even RU securing this deal for Chronicles. And by the way, Mark Joseph Onilongo, ang ating next game ay Shopee versus Haru Esports. Ayan, abangan mo na lang. I believe this is gonna be 6 p.m. siguro or 4. Char. Pero mga ano yun, siguro 5 pala, sorry. Pero time out muna tayo dito. Vanta Black called it out, and mukhang kailangan talaga nilang mag-isip-isip kung saan sila nagkamali, nagkulang, at ano ang kailangan nilang baguhin.
Tama. Adjustment na kailangan nila. And if I'm not mistaken, this is also a second timeout for them para sa Vanta Black. So, what is it that they need to adjust dito no? Kasi really, I haven't been seeing too many mistakes come out for KRN. So they really need to switch things up. I think it is their attacking side this time around. So, C-site rush is not working out. The A-site rubble control hasn't been working out as well dahil ang lakas ng presence kasi nila from the tree position at saka dun sa baby door.
Yeah.
If they're gonna find a way to get a hole in the defense, it's possible that they could probably prioritize Baby Door. Split up in the B side, just like how KRN was in their attacking rounds, but it's kind of too early to tell. 4-12, match point for Chronicles. One mistake could mean everything against Matt. Black as Ray starts off strong. At least that's a smoker, and at least that's a double kill. Dignified and RU are down for the count. It's Reach. He's going to try to get the numbers back. And Solvano, Louis, everyone from Chronicles explodes out of the Lotus map. And with that, full sweep is a 13-4. May gagawin ang Chronicle Esports mamaya, kaya tinapos na nila ang first game.
Di ba sila yung merong nagse-cellphone kanina? Di ba kanila yun? Grabe, no? Kaya pala, Chinese lang sila. Sabi na, ay nako, yun naman namin yung going 13-something to. Pero you can see how they've been able to closely coordinate with each other, no? Parang lahat na ng sina sa kanila calm, cool, collected, coordinated, closely knitted, if I may say so. Wonderful executions here in Lotus, although there might be some work to be done here for Vanta Black. I'm not quite sure kung napagod lang din sila since kahapon pa sila naglalaro, no? Since 9 a.m. din ngayon, 9 a.m. na naman para sa ating leg 2. So, the second map will be their pick after all. No, we are going to be heading on to Haven, so there's a lot of room for adjustment on this one, and of course might probably think of something in order to surprise itong si Chronicles Esports na nabinyagan ang ating unang serye with a win.
And I think it's also a big thing to talk about that Chronicles has basically a mix of players that already had experience playing with each other na for the longest time. I mean, you remember the core of, I believe it was Game Lab Alpha, nung magkasama si Dreech, magkasama si Dignified, at nung nandun din yung debut ni Onyx, which is now we call Louis now. Nung simula yung synergy nila with Dignified. And Aryu is basically just an easy player to slot into any role, especially if you put him on a controller. Kaya I haven't had any doubt in their ability to try to make some presence with this roster. This really is not this isn't a new look for a roster as we speak of, pero as an organization, Chronicles is kind of lucky to pick up these caliber of players kasi if you also couple that up with the amount of time that they spent with each other, magugulat ka pa ba kung ganito yung stats nila dito, 22 for Solvano. It's been a while since I've seen this guy pop off, so it's a good sign moving forward. And for Vanta Black, it's also some time needed para makapag-prepare sila for their upcoming map.
Of course. And you know what? Kahit sabihin mo na 816 dito si Dretch, I can say na sobrang phenomenal ng kanyang utility usage here. It definitely gave them the red carpet in order to do their necessary executes and get the job done in every single round na meron dito. They're even off into like a 9-round streak noong ating first half, which is pretty crazy to me if you ask. But yeah, wonderful way to start this off here for Chronicles Esports, and hopefully they can carry on this momentum in order to call it a day for the semifinals. And that is if hahayaan sila ni Vanta Black na gawin yun.
Yeah, and I think we've seen a bit of those chinks in the armor para sa Vanta Black. A few mistakes made, maybe a little bit more communication and some parang coordination through with their double ini-comp. Kaya I think that's more to be said. But for the MVP, we celebrate the efforts of one man alone, and it will be Solvano. Congratulations kay Solvano. And I think this is the first player that has breached the 2 KD ratio mark. So congratulations sa kanya.
Yeah.
He's been a huge asset para sa ating naging broadcast today. At for Chronicle Esports, he's gonna be happy, or they're gonna be happy with having him on the server with them.
Yeah, almost 400 barrel yung ACS niya dito, no? Nahiya pa, hindi pa ni round off But just leaves the statement here for Chronicles, and welcome back, I guess, if I may say. Well-deserved debut for your team, no? Especially during our premiere there before. So, congratulations for securing our first map. I'm pretty sure we are off to something else para sa Haven natin. Do you have any expectations for Haven though?
Haven, I mean, it's also going to be a 3-sided map, so even though it is the map pick para sa naging Vanta Black, I'm a little confident that considering the way that they have approached this first game, I'm going to be expecting almost the same thing. I think Chronicles is gonna show a lot more brilliance dito, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. I'm sure that Vanta Black will have a bit of time to adjust to their strategy and see if they're gonna be back in this game because I need them to lock in. They really do need to lock in.
Yes, indeed. And I really hope kayo ay nag-stay tuned ngayon sa ating mga labanan. Pero before we even call up for a break, we would like to thank our sponsors. No? Kung naghahanap kayo ng isang gaming laptop engineered for the elite, ang Predator Helios Neo 16, which pushes the boundaries of performance, featuring yung latest Intel Core Ultra 9 possible processor natin and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. Ang machine na ito ay nagde-deliver ng unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. If you're ready to dominate, order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today sa ating Acer Predator online website.
And don't forget mga kaibigan, we have a promo coming up with the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well. Get up to 10% off during our payday promo. Yan ay hanggang April 12 to 16 at saka sa April 25 to 30 as well. So sa mga araw na yun, kung may pera ka at nasweldon ka na ni Bossing, eto na ang perfect time para makakuha ng Predator Helios Neo 16 with a 10% off or at least up to 10% off na discount. I-visit na lang ang Acer website for more details. Imagine yung presyo na from 94,999 pesos naging 87,999 pesos yan. So may sukli ka na pwede mo pambili ng kahit ano, maybe peripherals, maybe a new mouse, kahit ano. Kaya tingnan nyo na ang Predator Helios Neo 16. Ayan na nga po mga kaibigan, ang first game between Chronicle Esports versus Vanta Black. Pero malay mo, makakapag-comeback pa ba ang Vanta Black dito? Malalaman yan after the short break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi at magbabalik ang Predator KOPH. At welcome back mga kaibigan para sa KOPH Office. Yung mga kasama ko si Mochi. Medyo chilling si Gabi. Medyo nagtatas ako ng audio kasi sobrang init ng laban natin para sa side ng KRN. Nag-online sila sa server at mukhang sumabog bigla ang Vanta Black. Pero malay mo, may recovery sila pagdating dito sa Haven map natin, di ba?
Actually, kaya nag-aayos ng audio si Ramon kasi nagdabog siya sa sobrang tindi ng naging performance ng Chronicles Esports kanina. And inayos niya naman na, no? Ayos mo nga tayo dito ngayon para sa ating ikalawang mapa kung saan nakikita natin kung makakabawi ba si Vanta Black since they've been quite demolished, no, by their counterpart earlier on. Especially na rin since on point ng mga calls ni Arya and even Jean as the rest of the squad tries to make up for all of the plans and strategies na pinaggagawa nila, which has been able to do so well for them. And yeah, really excited kung ano yung magiging performance ni Vanta Black dito ngayon kasi we're up on quite a steep hill for them to climb up on.
Medyo parang tier 1 na nga yung magiging level na pwede nating ma-expect out of both of these teams, lalo na daw para sa Chronicles Esports. But before that, I'd like to give a big shout out para sa aming sponsors, and I would like to give a big thanks to the PC Game Pass as well. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, i-activate nyo lang ang inyong pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. Ito ay designed para sa mga PC players katulad ko, katulad ni Mochi, at pwede ka makalaro ng high-quality PC games including new games on day 1. Ang ibig sabihin nun, yung mga release sa day 1 pa lang ay malalaro niya na kapag may PC Game Pass kayo, at pwede din kayo makakuha ng EA Play membership. Meron pa kayong Riot Games benefits at saka a lot of discounts and deals. So check out the PC Game Pass. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Predator Kings of PH right now as we head on into the agent selection for the second map in a row. We've seen a demolition from Chronicles Esports, but maybe Vanta Black has something cooked up. It is the T1 special para sa kanila. It is a Jet and a ISO para sa kanila. Double duelist. Been a long time since I've seen somebody actually thrive with this team composition, no?
Nung Act 1, charot. Tagal na, no? But we have Hydrokid and Dam on that role. And for Chronicles, we have a double initiator set up. Pretty similar sa kung anong meron kay Nina. And I guess they're just gonna stay and keep themselves on the comfort that they have like earlier, other than the fact na they will swap out itong si Sovano on Yoru into a Jet. So this is gonna be quite a fun, explosive one. Something new for Vanta Black for us to witness, most especially hindi pa natin sila nakikitaan na maglaro sa isang Haven map. Medyo nakota tayo sa Lotus as Icebox because wala na masyado si Ascent, which is a good thing because that just means na naghahanap ng ibang way ang ating mga players in order to adapt in the unknown.
That's true. And the thing about that as well is that if you have a flexible map pool, then that also is a big plus as well as a team. So them trying to practice a little bit more and also experimenting with new ones as well for them will be good in the long term. But they also have to think about their chances dito sa Predator Kings of PH right now. And also, it'll be one big step up required para dito sa Vanta Black. Hydro Kid. This will be one of the first times, the second time right now that we'll see him on the duelist role. We've been so used to seeing him be the Sova, be the initiator for the team. But now it will be one heck of a, I guess, a glow up needed from everybody across the board for Vanta Black ngayon. Talagang they're down to the dumps right now. And their backs are against the wall. 0-1 in the series against what could possibly be the favorite for today's qualifier, Chronicles Esports. As they start, I believe on the defensive side, an aggressive push over towards the aim in extremity. Chronicles are going to have to prepare for this if they are going to be on the short end of the stick with it.
And that is definitely the question. If they can set the bar up, live up to the standard na naglaro din sila kanina, no? And hopefully that slight change in terms of their roster will be giving them what they want. Pero right now, mukhang decide ang kanilang punteriya dito for Sovano. Play safe dito muna ang Vanta Black as they try to rain some bullets on this area. Hopefully na meron matamaan. Pero ngayon, B-side already in control. Nandito ang Chronicles. Wala pang sagot. Ang Vanta Black, so far, nag-uusap-usap pa yan. Ano kaya ang ating gagawin? Saan tayo pupunta? Kasi si Rainbear is a chance na ma-corner siya. Naispatan pa! Oh! Critically injured! Trades coming in dito. Ngayon, but kabot pa din sa Chronicles ang laban na ito. Dignified from the backlines. The expect bigger discipline. Oh, this is looking bad for Vanta Black as Josh F na naman ang naiiwan. And he has no way
Player standing.
of defusing the spike unless na mag-contest siya. 3K? Papakita. Never9 is still going to be a kill, but not entirely enough time for him to defuse the spike.
Si Vivian, nagka-clutch siya tapos nakataas yung braso niya sa'yo. Pero siya confident na alam niyang tapos na yung laban. Tapos na ang
Enemy
boxing.
remaining.
That is a very, very close pistol round if I do say so. Josh F, 4 kills in fact for him. That also kind of gives them an opportunity to force the buy coming through. Outlaw in hand. But KRN, they approach this round with a good game plan moving forward. A committed spike plant sa left corner ng default. And then full commitment doon sa may garage control, leaving Dignified to somewhat be a lurker in the shadows. Habang yung iba nasa labas lang ng site, hirap silang maka-clear. At madali din silang makakabalik kung kailangan. 1-0 so far for Chronicles. Double Guardian setup by Dignified at saka kay Dreech. Na I'd say are their hardest hitters. Their strongest aimers on the squad right now para sa Chronicles. To support top tone si Sovano, who really only needs to dash in if he needs to, right? So being curved, one shot to the dome over to Dreech, pero nandito na rin si Sovano. Never expected na ganun kalapit lamang.
But at the same time, mabilis lang din sila nakasagot dito, no? Ray pretty low in terms of HP. Pinistol na lamang ni Sovano kasi well aware naman siya of that idea. Hide the kid on to Louie. Quite far pa ang mamarcha ni Hide the Kid as well as ni Dam dito. Might possibly narrow down the numbers of Chronicles, but once again, the time is about to round out, so as much as possible they have to go into the fight. RU is not gonna let them though. The combination is just wonderful here for Chronicles, and another round is gonna be secured by them as well.
A bit of history.
Down. C.
The reason why yung KRN ay nagdalawang pistols kahit buy round nila is even if they lose those 2 pistols, they will have enough money
One enemy
to
remaining.
catch up with the buy in the next round. So, even if nabatay yung dalawa nilang players, ibig sabihin, eh, may pambili pa rin naman sila ng pang one tap. Kita mo, naka-guardian yung iba bumili ng vandal. So,
Money
is this
moves.
really called the bonus round, right? Ito ay na-debut ng FPX dati, 2022.
FPX Fun Plus Phoenix from China, guys. That's been quite some time, na? Yeah, it's 3 years ago. But, Sovano, oh, taking the first blood for this round. Masusundad ang bilis. Walang awa, walang habas. Merciless itong si Chronicles ngayon. The start of this map. Once again, paalala lang natin, map pick ito ng Vanta Black. But look at that.
I'm looking at it.
Linis, no? 3-0. Solid, ah.
Sobrang solid. A bit of correction on your end pala, Machi. Yung FPX, nasa Europe pa rin sila bago pa sila transition to China noong time na yun. Nung dinebut nila yung buy
Kailan
na
pa
yun,
sila
diba?
nag-China? 2024 pa?
2024.
Okay, gets.
Yeah, so it's been a while then, no? Yun
We're
yung time
old.
na nanalo sila ng international. They're very old. Uy! Si Dam!
Uy!
Damn, bro! Looking at the players. Okay. That was a bit of a surprise, pero kung may jowa
Di,
si Dam
pinapakita
dito.
lang kung gaano ka-focus yung players natin.
Tama.
Matindi yung exposure natin. Sabi siguro, deserve nila yung exposure. Ganon!
Yeah. Just It just feels right? So being curd.
Oh,
Shot
okay.
does not connect this time. Not an outlaw. So it won't hit as much compared to if he does have the outlaw this time around. Is dignified. Let's take a pick off Kai Blurred, who was attempting an A lobby lurk coming through. Cutting out Ray with a long range tap. The Stinger also fishing out for a battle upgrade as well. A double kill from the Stinger himself. Almost even killing off Dignified, but able to readjust the shot. 3v2. Vanta Black. To see if they can respond to the B push itself as they put on the double tap, but they have gotten the double kill itself for KRN. All good in the hood for the attacking side as they keep building money, they keep getting ult orbs, and they still get themselves a 4th round win.
Yes, of course. And it seems like everything's pretty much going well for Chronicles as well. Even though na tinatry ni Vanta Black to do some specific executes, Chronicles is quick enough para pigilan sila na gawin iyon, not even letting them one more step into the site na tinutry nila or sinusubukan nilang pagkomitan. Sabi dito ni Moses Abrea, when will Iris play? Baka sa Grand Finals pa siya, boss. Maya pa sigaw.
Well,
Later pa. Char.
medyo advanced tayo dyan. Shoutout nga naman pala. As they push on into the A set as quickly as possible. It's gonna be a 5v5 retake that we've been watching out for. Dignified Armageddon. Pushed on in towards the heaven spot. That also kind of traps Aryu, pero okay lang yan. Yung konting sikot lang naman na pwede siyang makapag-dash on into as Hydra Kids inside of the side. Spray on in from the smoke. Damn gets one. That's the first blood. Dignified. And Aryu follows with a 2-4-1 special. Drop on in by Ray.
Whoa!
And it's an RKO out of nowhere onto Aryu. That's a spray down from Soybean Curd. Double kill for Josh F. And Ray! The 2v5 retake is real in Vanta Black. They have won out this gunfight. All thanks to perfect timing from Vanta Black. It is a 1-4. And thanks to Soya Bean Curd, they have won this round.
Pare, nagulat ako sa ginawa ni Ray doon na. Ball kill. Biglang nang galing sa taas ako. Natalon lang si bro eh. Kahit ako feeling ko, parang madja-jumpscare ako. Valorant is a horror game, sabi nga nila. But wonderful retake then alongside Soya Bean Curd 999 Josh F. And finally, they've been able to get the first round here in this map. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some follow-ups after that one. A boost for their confidence indeed.
Kaka-reflect lang sa stream nung pagtingin kay Dam. So, medyo I got treated to it twice this time around. I'm not complaining. Pogi naman kasi si Dam eh.
Yo!
And I just think that as long as they're able to keep that confidence moving forward, that it could be a string of round wins that they have been looking for ever since this Haven map started. KRN slowly crept up over to the A main extremity as the reach may... Iniisip siya. At alam niyang nangyayari na ngayon. Blurred spotted out. But will he expect the second guy? Heard the shot at the wall. As Dignified knocks down the second player. Sovano inside of the site just knocks down Dam. And it's damn straight that they got the third time in towards the A side extremity. Louis also the lurk as well. Everybody from KRN is popping off, man. It is beautiful
Popping
to
off
watch.
indeed. Yeah. Sinay ko nga si Louie, sabi niya, ano lang daw po siya, pang display lang daw. Bro is capping, no? Grabe. Ano siya? Humble king.
Tama. Alam mo, di ba si Louie naka-middle part siya?
That, ewan ko kung ngayon nagbago na. Pero before, nakaganon siya.
Kasi kung ganon, edi para na siyang si Primi.
Yun! Pero ay nagpre-pick sa kanila kanina si Aryu.
Ayaw nga.
Yeah. Your one and only IGL.
Si Blurred na kanina pang nabablind na lights.
Hindi na blurred, blinded na siya. Uy. Na kung cast na paatras. Disengage muna tayo saglit mga bossing. Hydra Kid, ang ganda ng posisyon niya dito. Yun nga lang ay hindi tatama yung shot from the Marshall and instead Rich will be taking him out. But I guess, natimbrehan na ang Vanta Black na maaaring sila ay mag-rotate onward. Not sure kung sa B sa garage, pero kung saan man yan, that might actually be a good call. Lalong-lalo na, no? Nakapag-free na ng kaunting space. Itong si Louie, kahit papano, Ray might actually be welcoming him alongside Soria Bean Kurd just in case some abilities being thrown at them. They might be quite careful. And Aftershock not entirely bigay connecting onto them. Iintay lang nila na mag-plant ng mga to. They might actually swing afterward. Never mind. They won't be able to make whatever they wanted to do so, because before we even know it, si Blood nilang may iwan and eventually being erased out of the equation. Wow. Boss.
6-1 lamang, gantong kalinis ang KRN ngayon. Communication, definitely on point. Alam mo, ang naiisip ko, para silang lilimang mag-jowa eh. Ang galing mag-update.
What?
Ang ganda ng communication. Laging sama-sama. Lahat ng love language. Talagang tatak na tatak lahat para sa kanila, for each other. Yung physical touch kaya, after nila mag-fist bump. After nila mag-fist bump, acts of service kapag ka nahingi ng util. Gift giving din yun, di ba? As in, feeling ko, KRN is hitting every mark. And I think it is a good sign moving forward, as they now have a 5-round lead coming into this matchup. A slow default attempt again for KRN, which has been their bread and butter. Realizing that Vanta Black does thrive in the chaos, they now go back towards one of the strongest attacking strats that they have, which is to choke the life out of their defensive side opponents. Walk in towards A long with the information that the Cypher Cam's gonna give them the info, but they're still gonna try to push on into the A site.
Pasok na. Naku, bago pa maismokan, pasok na sila. But Blur will be able to take someone bago siya maka-atras dito though. So that is good news para kay Vanta Black. Pero yun nga lang nga, Hunter's Fury is not gonna be connecting to anyone before they even put the spike down, and as well as the domain expansion from them ay ko-connecta onto Stovano. All the while, the trades are coming in. Mapabor dito kay Vanta Black, but still tries to transfer for RU, but unfortunately not gonna be enough. Good recovery for Vanta Black.
Yeah, and a good sign moving forward for them. Ray had a good cam. Actually pushed on in just to give themselves their early info, kaya prepared. Yung one-tap angle para sa kanilang defensive side. As Blurred will shut down at least the entry. And I kind of like the setup that they had and to the tail ends of that round, where they kind of use Hydra Kid as a bit of a distraction, seek out at least the last player, and then that's a short. They're able to overwhelm the odds this time around. 6-2, Hydra Kid. Operator in hand just shuts down Breach. That's the Breach. Already taken care of as Dam follows through with a kill. Papunta kay Dignified all the way to the other side of the map. Surprising. The double initiators that KRN were supposed to put all of their util dumping on in towards both sides of the map, but it does not work out this time around.
Uy. Yun nga, hindi yata nakakapag-workout ngayon. Mukhang sasalubungin pa nga nila mag-hi, hello, goodbye from Sorbano. And before we know, it's already a 2v3. Parang kanina lang kompleto pa sila. Alay, nadagdagan pa. Ang kinuha ni Sorbano dito from Vanta Black. Sila ata ang pinagbabantaan ngayon ng Chronicles, because look at that! Such an aggressive pick-off after the updraft from Sovano might even possibly take this ace. Ang tanong ay, ibibigay ba sa kanya ni Aryo to? O si Aryo na raw ang bahala kay Josh F? The fake TP coming in, not quite sure it's the possible! Hindi daw yan ubra! What a clean ace for this day, Ramon. Lahat binibinyagan. One-sided match. Ace and pop-ups.
At yan pa yung pangalawang ace ni Sovano this series. So this Chronicle squad is feeling it, especially for the Jet player. who is on top of the server right now, 13-5-2. So we have a bit of a tactical timeout called for Vanta Black. They've been using a lot of that no? Kailangan talaga na mag-chill. Kailangan na lang iparelax ang Chronicles. Halata na masyado na nag-iinit na ang Jet player nila.
Minsan yan yung mga kung sa akin nagawa mo, papakamot na lang ako ng ulo. Wala paano way Andres. Kasi, dude, all of those are just raw duels. I mean, other than the updraft kill, of course, para for the off angle. Pero ang tindi rin nung fact na nagsimula sila sa 2v5, tapos inubos niya lahat.
Kaya nga What a Jet player. And what a talent coming in towards the local server. Just showing up big in moments like this where he isolates each fight to get the 7-2. So Vano on top of this attacking side as now they're expecting the aggressive peacock on the mid side. Bladestorm out. What's out? 3 of them pushing on in. Down with the first blood. As Breach will answer with another. At least Vanta Black putting up a bit of a fight on the mid side, but dignified will respond in kind. So Vano again pulls out the Bladestorm, but the guns are doing their best work, making them speak for themselves. 1v4 for Hydra Kid. One of the only times that this guy has to step up, but against KRN, it's a bit of a tall task ahead of him. And dignified, he's holding the scroll, but Hydra Kid, he's dealing some damage done at least. Still with that Marshall. Doesn't have the Bladestorm, no access to the gun, but Sylvano! One shot, one knife, and one head to take off. That's Hydra Kid. His head on a swivel. And a 2-8 for KRN as they keep the momentum going.
Ano kayang inaalmusal ni Sobano? Bakit ganito siya kagalit ngayon sa series natin for this day? But I really like how Dignified tried to step up, most especially nakikita nila na medyo naiipit doon sa mid-contention nila. And it's been quite of a smooth sailing after noong encounter na yon. But now there's just 2 more rounds remaining for this first half. Our mags are already being used in order to clear out yung backside natin sa CM. Kung dito na nga sila pupunta in punteria. The commitment coming in. All of the tripwires being cleared by Sovano as well. And seems like Vanta Black has no choice but to just prepare for the retake after that really quick push from Chronicles.
Have to think about Louis though. Sure, all their attention's on C-side, but now they finally spot the lurker. It's kind of delaying the time. Paranoia out, kill contract onto Savannah. That's not the demon that you're looking for, but they're containing the situation outside of the server. That's 3 kills in a blink of an eye. KRN still on top of the situation. Ray with the neural theft, killing off Dignified. And it's a 1v2, but unfortunately for Ray, they are playing a crossfire position. They're banking on him, isolating the fights, gets a double kill, but will it be enough time for him?
No,
it's not. Are you? Chilling on that site. Kills up Ray, makes it a 9-2. KRN showing up big in moments like this, showing why they are the better team in this Haven map.
The 3K from Digny is so big as well. Definitely, medyo nagkaroon din ng hesitation or nahati yung focus din ni Vanta Black after the moves or positioning ni Louis from the grass area. And definitely gave them all ounce of information na pwedeng nilang makuha from that Vanta Black during that round. And it's been really, really awesome to see. Fully in control of our match so far. Blind on Hydra Kid, really good. Look away, pero yun nga lang ay updraft niya, bro. Hindi nag-work out sa kanyang Bladestorm. And instead, it's just being gunned down by Louis and Rich as they make their way dito sa A-site natin. Kanila na itong site na ito. Some shots being let out but not necessarily connecting here from Ray. And that is quite unfortunate for them to just try and make this work out with the lacking manpower and guns na meron sila.
Nauntog pa nga si Hydra Kid, sumakit yung ulo. Katulad na lang ng kay Josh F at kay Jay. It's all falling apart for them now. It's a triple kill for Louis. A 1v4 for Josh F. And he's not long for this world. Gets one, gets a second frag. But will he have enough time to do this? 2 players last to go, and Reach fully expects the drop down. Not the same result that they've been looking for with the same approach. It's a 2-10 scoreline. Yet again, it is a second map where Chronicles have ended first half with a 2-10 scoreline. And if this doesn't tell you that they might be in it for the second phase of KOPH, then I'm not sure what we're doing here, Mochi. Ano ba ginagawa natin dito?
Nagkakast. We're doing our
Sorry.
best to we're doing our best to highlight both of these players or these teams, but at the same time, you can just see na mas angat talaga in terms of performance si Chronicles ngayon eh. Grabe, no, I even predicted this to be a 2-1, but look at what's happening right now. It's crazy.
So I think this is the perfect time for me to tell everybody that I predicted this 2-0.
Yo! Nakas mo naman.
Oo nga eh. Gulat pa nga. Si Sovano kaya.
Uy!
Gulat? Oo. Patay nga ni Ray. Right click. 1 bullet. Kills off the Jet. A little too close to the sun as RU. Ends up inside of the smoke as well. Smoke of his enemy. And this fault line in place by click. In hand, RU gets one, possibly a second. No, it's not. Dignified will follow. Second frag for KRN as Hydra Kid. He's waiting in the perfect time. Dodges a special delivery. But not against Dignified in a 1v2 scenario. Ray, late to the call. He was lurking around the B site. But now he has to reconnect in towards the fight spot shot. The both of them, but does not hit the shot. Could not kill off Dignified in time. So now they have time to reposition. Now will they work this out? Will it be a high-low setup?
Yep.
Dignified and Louis. It is just nonchalant for both of them. They knew what was to come and they knew what to do. They understand the assignment as Chronicles will lock down an 11th round win against Manta Black, who really are sweating the heck out of this.
Pre, puta ata sa lambing tong mga members ng Chronicles eh. Pansin mo? Iba yung galaw eh. Majority ata sa kanila may bebe bak ngayon kaya ganyan. Parang ganadong-ganado ba? Sa laruan. Isang round na lang match point na sila, pre. Oh. Crazy.
Bilis lang eh, no? Forced by now, this B push reeks of desperation for Manta Black as they want to take the site for themselves. It's a failed updraft dash in for Hydra Kid, but still has the space given to him.
Wow.
As they all want to take the link position by force to space up for Dam, but he's low on HP. 21 gets the dink onto Dignified. Ray responds in kind with a 1-for-1. It's eventually a couple of frags traded in left and right. KRN now on the back foot. Has to play around the retake scenario, but Hydra Kid, guardian of that back site, does spot him out, tries to see if he can get himself the perfect timing, but Louis kills him off. 2v2, Soybean Curd deals a 4K into the 3-11. There's hope into the eyes of Manta Black and KRN. I think okay lang naman yun para sa kanila.
Nah, it might actually be them trying to budget their creds more thoughtful than earlier, but right now medyo may bungi itong si Manta Black with the current loadouts that they currently have. But once again, very great execution then from Josh F, trying to step up in the last few moments, and hopefully it isn't too late with the 11-3 score that they currently have. And even a possibility of the ultimate utilization for Chronicles. But currently, we're just going to be slowing down the pacing here. Most especially, the pressure is definitely on here for Manta Black.
Bunch of Vandals, a bit of Guardians across the board for Manta Black this time. The Sheriffs are going to have to be... They're going to have to produce the best shots counted for KRN if they want to keep themselves in the driver's seat.
Take flight.
It's blurred. He's going to make some presence alone. He's going to get pushed on, but Louis, he's hesitating. He knew that he had to trust his teammates to back him up while he still kept himself in the drone. Let's get the garage control as quickly as that, but ultimately Manta Black have a lot of space to work with.
Loving the discipline as well. Anchor is on. The hood is pristine here for Chronicles despite the fact that they don't have the necessary load that they would ever need. And now the objective being secured here by Banta Black. Medyo mauudlot with the guided salvo being thrown onto them by Dignified, but Hydra Kid, mga banglang kung merong mandadaan dyan, mga angahas. The time is on here for Chronicles. As much as possible, kompleto pa rin naman sila. Yun nga lang nga, ang dain ng nasugatan at meron pang mamamatay. Iniisa-isa na naman member natin dito from Banta Black on this one. Josh F. Oh, the wraparound is wonderful from him. Taking out RU as Luis left alone until none anymore. One more round for Banta Black and they are still alive.
Yep. Still alive and breathing for the attacking side of this map. B-side becoming some sort of a comfort push for them. Controlling both links of the map as well. And I'm kind of interested in if Hydra Kid is willing to she can test them with the play for pick strategy that I believe Banta Black is going to approach with this. As KRN, we were playing with the eco round from the previous round. Pambili na ng buys, may pambili na ng vandals, and this time it will be a full buy rotation for everybody across the board in the server. Same drone out for Blurred as Louis is protected with his own. Bit of tripwire, a bit of a fumble for Blurred with that first shock dart, but that's okay. There's a reason why there's two of them in his back pocket.
But the question here is, would they be able to move forward, especially kompleto na sa dekados ang Chronicle? Sasabihin ko pa lang sana na meron atang sisilip, but RU has been able to get the dirty work done. And that's already some information for them that they might actually be creeping dito sa ating A site. Paunti-unti nag-advance forward itong si Banta Black, but they are already at a loss. Umpisa pa lang. Ang bilis ng sagot dito ni Dignified.
30 seconds
As well
left.
as the rest of the squad, they're just gonna be preparing if they can actually offer a retake in the current time, especially that Louis on the flank. Pero meron na naman muling wraparound dito si Joseph just in case. But I feel like that's entirely not gonna be working out there. Siya na lang ang naiiwan dito, but still, buhay pa naman siya habang meron pang pag-asa. Lalaman siya, but unfortunately, not for long. As this is going to be a quick retake for Dignified. Match point natin secured. Parang pareho lang, no? Somewhat similar to the scoreline na meron tayo during our Lotus map kanina.
I mean, it's close. Close as it was what we expected, diba? I mean, from the Lotus map, they already shown precision in their decision-making nga naman. So there is no surprise that Chronicles are able to translate their full performance into the second map entirely. Banta Black still at the mercy's edge of Chronicles Esports. As they put down the shock dart in towards the mid side, does not destroy the dart.
Deploying drone.
Learned with a bit of a microscope down onto him. They fully clear off that garage control. No trips to be seen. No lurks to be found. Louis, some damage done onto him, but not a lot to say for this. And so Vandal's gonna try to peek on down. Perfect concuss coming through from the fault line. That prompts a double tap to be ignited by Dam. No trades coming forward. No one to die into the first 1 minute of the shot clock. Both of these players are looking to fight, and Ray finds one kill, in fact, onto Sovano.
Wonderful pickup from them as well. And this is about time for them to for a push for A side. Yun nga lang nga, some blockage being received, and as well as Armagna being laid down onto them. Saan sila pupunta? Dignified taking them out! They had nowhere to go! The Armagnan is just perfect. In terms of timing and position has been laid down onto them, definitely depleting them in terms of numbers until Josh F. This is not the way to go. It shouldn't be ending like
10
this.
seconds left.
And he is gonna be fighting it off with just 7 seconds on the clock. Susubukan niya pa rin i-secure yung objective, but I don't think it is going to be possible. That's so unfortunate. But congratulations for Chronicles Esports for taking them out with a 2-0 series. So it's quite one-sided, especially when we see the score lines from the last 2 maps.
Yep, a dominating performance coming through from the debut of this org, but I don't think this is a debut of all the players on the server. We already knew what they were capable of. We already kind of expected this sort of outcome. If you take a look at our predictions for the whole game, this was a 2-0 on both of our parts, but yeah, what can I say except for Chronicles? It has been a good job considering their fundamentals, considering how well coordinated. They're like a well-oiled machine in terms of their synergy with each other, and I think there's no surprise. Almost all of them have been playing together for a long time now. Plus, if you add up the leadership that was itong si RU coming back from India and now supporting yung Filipino scene with his presence alone is a good thing moving forward for Chronicles Esports. And like I mentioned, all of this, yung nangyari dito from Chronicles, si El yung rason kung bakit. At si El lang yung reason kung bakit.
Yo, grabe naman yun. Shoutout natin kay El. Tindi ng pang-glaze mo kay El ah. Pero I mean, not gonna lie, I feel like that's also the wonder and beauty of having exposure then of all these players, not only nang magkakasama sila lagi, but also having some experience from China, from India, and kahit saan mang lupalot ng mundo. It just gives you more creativity and better brainstorming capacity pagdating sa mga strategies na pwede mong ibato dito, especially in how great we are in terms of their utility usage, their combinations, and even their coordination. And so far, I think we can safely say na in terms of yung mga calls nila, laging sakto, laging tumatama, swak na swak, kumbaga. And it's quite unfortunate na hindi masyado nakakasagot dito si Vanta Black, but once again, that is the struggle if you're already facing against a team na so tagal nang naglalaro all the way back ng Game Lab Alpha.
Game Lab Alpha, tapos yung mga first debut days ni RU na I believe was way back 2010. Ay, joke lang.
Uy!
Wala pa nga pala. Wala palang Valorant yung time na yun.
Grabe yung 2010 ah.
Wala. Malay mo naman, hindi lang kasi Valorant lang siguro yung nalalaro nito, diba? Anong time na yun, ano ba yung meron? Parang CS something or something. Basta yung larong yun na kung saan marami nagbabarilan. Pero, as you can see, Chronicles Esports, their experience, their synergy has paved them forward to what is a very clean scoreboard for them. Very equally distributed yung contributions ng lahat ng nandito. Pero kung titingnan mo kung sino yung nasa top ng Vanta Black, I think it just tells you that this is not gonna be the last of us seeing them dito. So Predators, Kings of PH.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, there is a lot of factors din dito for Vanta Black, no? They're tired after a whole day of playing then from our leg one yesterday. It actually baffles me na pumalag sila dito ngayon, which means that that's just how much they want to win. But still, Chronicles has been able to stand up against them and definitely leading to this such of a dominating series. But wow, I mean, we have been able to have a bit of a spoiler kung sino yung MVP natin. But our MVP for Chronicles is no other than Dignify with a 2.36 KDA ratio and 308 ACS.
I mean, nagulat ka pa ba? The Clipmaster, all throughout, para sa local scene natin, siya ang 6-footer na may bebe buff na alam kong yun yung nagpa-power through para sa kanya. So congratulations kay Dignified from Chronicles Esports, and I'm sure na as nonchalant as this Tejo model looks like on the stream, he is feeling himself dito sa server nito, and he's excited to play on the grand final stage later on tonight. Kaya our eyes focus on our second BO3 of today's matchup. It will be Haro Esports versus Shopee, mga kaibigan. But before we head on into the short break, ay gusto ko lang ma-remind sa inyo kung sino ang sponsor for today's stream. Yan ang Predator Helios Neo 16. It is engineered for the elite. It pushes the boundaries of performance, and it features features the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. Are you ready to dominate? As you can order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at any Acer Predator online store.
Yes, of course. And syempre, no, not only that, because when natagpo kayo sa mga dates ng sweldo, ayan, maaari kayong
Uy.
makakuha ng 10% discount for April 12 to 16 and April 25 to 30. And ito lang naman ang ating price once it has been discounted. So be sure to stand by, no? Especially if you're looking into getting the PHN 167258GB Abyssal Block na kompleto naman. You can check out ang ating official Predator Gaming website. And not only that, guys, dahil lahat ng mga notebook na makukuha nyo sa Predator Gaming, matik meron kayong libreng Xbox PC Game Pass for a month, and that will give you unlimited advantages as given na dyan lahat ng Riot Games benefits, EA Play membership natin, discounts, deals, and more, and access to AAA games. So, saan ka pa? This is your sign, pumili ka na.
Nakabili ka na nga ng laptop tapos meron ka pang PC Game Pass. So
All
ano
in
pang
one.
hihintayin mo? Bilhin na kayo ng Predator Helios Neo 16. At yun na nga mga kaibigan, nakapasok na sa Grand Finals ang Chronicles Esports pero hindi pa tapos ang araw. Kailangan pang hintayin kung sino ang mga kalaban nila sa susunod nating semifinals. Magbabalik ang KOPH with me, Ramon, and Mochi. nakapag-warm up na, nakapag-stretching na, at alam kong nakapagtubig na ang lahat kasi nandito na tayo sa second series ng Predator Kings of PH 2025. Ang kaplas Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. Napakabilis lamang ng naging first game natin. Nanalo ang Chronicles, naghihintay na lang sila kung sino ang kanilang mga kalaban dito sa kanilang magiging Grand Finals performance. Pero bago yan, pupunta tayo dito sa ating second semifinals, another BO3, and it is between two on top of the Tier 2 scene. It will be Haru Esports versus Shopee. And if I'm not mistaken, yung Shopee, parang combination lang yan ng mga players na nakilala na natin before. So, will this be a battle between new versus old? Ano ba sa tingin mo, Mochi?
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. Most especially that we will have a deep dive later on and more familiarity sa kung sino yung mga constituents or components ng kanilang mga roster. And most importantly, I feel like it is undeniable that some of our underdogs here is going to be Haru Esports, since once again, pretty similar to what we have seen earlier kay Vanta Black, there is some individual experience, pero as a team, it's quite of a new one, if I can say so myself. So, it's up to them how they would be able to prove na kaya namin tapatan niyang si Shopee. Not sponsored, by the way.
Akala ko naman mga kalaban na si Temu of all people, pero yun nga mga kaibigan, it will be a very big battle ahead of us ka naman, so we can expect before we can head on into yung map selection natin mamaya, I think we want to put some expectations papunta dito sa Haru Esports, diba? So this is a combination of players that have been playing in the Tier 2 scene for a while now. We have si Slicey, na ngayon ang pangalan ay Slyancy. Ano ba? Slyancy or Slyance? We also have XT, who was from the former, I believe, an org that nasa BCL before. I'm not quite sure. Babalik ko na lang kayo kapag nakuha ko yung memory ko ulit. Si Ivan, si Kumo, at saka si Nash. So these band of players have come up together para malaman kung worth it ba sila makapasok dito sa Predator, kasi yun naman lagi yung baseline, diba? Malalaman natin yan mamaya as we head on into the map veto selection. Haven, Lotus, Ascent. And if you're familiar with these maps, ito lang naman yung nalaro natin kanina, except for the deciding map.
Yes, of course. Seems familiar. No stranger to these maps at all. Simula kahapon pa pinipik na ang Lotus, and today naman ang favorite ng mga teams natin ay ang Haven. Specifically being chosen by Shopee as well. Definitely something ground for aggression para sa kanila. And ang tanong ay kung uubra yan kay Haru, no? And of course, we'll be having Lotus for our second map, and decider natin ang Ascent. And times have changed. Dati pinaprayo si Ascent. Sawang-sawa tayo sa Ascent. Ngayon, it is different. We can see some balances na nangyayari ngayon sa ating mga map pickings, and I feel like they don't want fracture talaga rin, no? Like, pansin ko simula nga, ayaw din nila ng fracture. I personally don't want fracture. Ano kaya ang rason doon, Ramon?
I mean, it's either they just don't like playing the map, or they know that fracture is going to be rotated out in the next coming patch. So playing it, practicing it, it doesn't actually allude to anything in the long term. It doesn't give you any value pag nagtagal nga naman yung patch natin. So maybe that's one of the reasons. But I guess this is also like a comfort choice for them. If they won't want to play a map that they're not comfortable in, then might as well just ban it out, diba? Malay mo, magiging strong map itong magiging kalaban nila, at okay lang yan. At least hindi na nila malalaro ito. Before we head on into our Aegis selection, I would like to thank our sponsor, ang Acer Predator Notebook. And if you buy that, ma-activate ang inyong pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. Yon ang aming sponsor for today's video. The PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Play high-quality PC games, including new games on day one, and get an EA Play membership, Riot Games benefits, as well as discounts and deals and more kapag ka may PC Game Pass kayo. Thank you so much to the PC Game Pass for sponsoring KOPH. As we head on into the Aegis selection, Haven will be the map. Haru Esports with the day one team composition. Double E, Jet on the server as well for both sides of the squad. And for Shopee, well, look at this. Skylar Vaughn and Par Schofield, the duo that we've been looking out for so long now, ay naka-double duelist comp.
Nagbabalik muli ang some of our favorites, no? Especially pagka Predator League din. So, definitely something na Haru Esports is going to step up against them. Lalaro pala si Bill eh. Andyan si Bill, oh.
Uy! From caster to pro player pala ang peg natin.
Pero ang kapangalan niya nga. So, we're gonna be diving right into Haven as well. Shout out kay Bill kung nandyan man siya. And seems like parang kanina rin pa inaabangan ng mga viewers din natin. O, Skyler Bon, anong team mo? Anong oras ka lalaro? Well, guess what, guys? I'm dito na sila. This is the series that you guys have been waiting for. And we are gonna see if would they be still as fresh as how we have seen them sa Predator Gaming page, or merong bang mga upgrades na maidadala dito alongside with Gabby Diz and as well as Parsco Fit. So,
It's
yeah.
important na i-establish na natin yung story for Skyler Vaughn right now. If you
Of
remember back
course.
when in Predator League, this guy has been the main character no? Sa
Yo.
lahat ng mga teams na nilaro niya, eventually reaching yung LAN setup natin sa Cebu. Na naka-deep run naman si Skyler Vaughn after 2 failed attempts from different teams, and when he finally gets adopted by one of the playoff teams, hindi siya nakaabot hanggang believe noong grand finals as well. So maybe this could be the redemption arc he's looking for, as he is doubling up with Par Schofield, one of our original OG duelist players as well in the days of old for the side of Shopee right now, as they peek on in towards Par Schofield, knocking down the half of the duelist. But Skyler Vaughn has always been here, and he wants to take the fight to you. Dash on Prime, get a triple for Skyler Vaughn. This was the start that we've been looking for from the young gun himself.
Good afternoon, guys. Skyler Von nga pala, no? Ikaw na rin nagsabi, main character vibes from this dude. And the question is, kung magkakaroon or mawi-withstand ba ng plot armor niya hanggang matapos ang seryeng ito. Because currently, it is a 2v3. Not bad at all for Haru Esports. Ivan and Vel still living alive and kicking, making their way here dito sa ating A site. But mukhang magkakaroon na rin ng idea si Stazzy dito. Just in case.
Just an insurance policy for them as Haru Esports. Contact play lamang. No noise made whatsoever. They
30
want to
seconds
find
left.
a pick before they can try to go for the objective. Dami pang time, dami pang oras. 25 seconds, and that's when Vil, the player, not the caster, wants to plant the spike on down Dizzy. Makes it a 1v3, and Gabby Diz just peeks on in at the right place at the right time. That is Shopee taking the first win in this pistol round.
Very quick and easy, most especially with the 3K given
my
the
camera is
first few
broken.
seconds na nagsimula itong round na ito. While deserving of a highlight as well. Valiant effort from Kumo, pero hindi pa rin ito sumapat despite nakasama niya rin dito si XT. And has been a quick round here for Shopee. And it seems like dito na naman tayo muli, no? By the way, guys, kung naghahanap kayo ng magandang pagbasihan ng mga tripwire, tumitig lang kayo sa setup ni Gabby D. Sobrang helpful niya, promise. Pag nagra-rank ako, ginagamit ko lang yung mga lineups niya.
Ayos.
See, legit.
Talagang Gabby Diz is
No joke.
definitely a monster in the server with that agent entirely. Made a name for himself as a passive player, but sometimes passivity becomes the most dangerous weapon in your arsenal. And it's a 1-0 so far for Shopee as Par Schofield spots out one. That's a lot of damage done onto Ive, but eventually takes him out. That's more damage over to Haru as Vil, especially now, wants to regain control of the fight. Could get himself the upgrade, but Skyler Vaughn denies it. Remember getting into his hands, enters into the fight. Sweet the man gets another shot through, and Haru Esports fighting back 1v1. No bullets in the chamber for Gabby Diz as XT will regain control. Gets a triple, and the 1-1 that is the bonus round stolen away by Haru Esports.
Answered back by Haru with a wonderful adjustment in terms of the loadouts as well. It is definitely deserving of praise the action that has gone down doon sa ating B-side area. Although, once again, this is definitely an investment waiting to happen para sa kanila. Complete sets of bundles, even abilities and shields, more than likely into securing this round as well. But let's not cut this short. Vel will try to make his way dito sa A-site natin. Put up a good stack here from Shopee. But once again, Parsco Phil, papatahimik bigla. This is 2 pass and as well as Sweet naman. Taking out Asu and Bill.
One enemy
With
remaining.
now a 1v3 in action, DC2 fast left alone in A site and libreng-libre na ang dalawang site natin dito. Na pabor kay Haru Esports.
Dizzy in a 1 versus 3 this time. The last time that I've seen this guy play, he was a breakout star
Spike planted.
under the likes of Owen Cutie and Dignified's team. As now he walks into XT, knocks it out, then a little damage done, and eventually he adjusts the shot. So it's a 2-1 thanks to the buy round given to them. The previous 1-1 scoreline, the leader, that is XT in a 6-1-0. I remember what team he was on before. It was the Avernus Esports roster where he has made a splash, being one of the most experienced and talented players in under that banner, alongside Zeus. Remember that time? Good times.
Good times. Until now naman, no? Parang darating din yung time na sasabihin natin, oh, good times nung nasa Haru Esports or Shopee. Itong sila mga series players natin ngayon. But right now, some changes also waiting to happen here, most especially with an early pick off from Dizzy 2 Fast, and there will be some probable follow-ups, especially with the positioning na meron dito ang Haru Esports ngayon. Just slowly making their way here onto A-site. Yun nga lang, may maglalakad ba into the crosshair of Dizzy 2 Fast? Parang hindi, because that's going to be a quick adaptation. Sweet naman. Taking out Vil. No answer from them as of yet.
Definitely stopping them in their tracks, their momentum seemingly at a standstill. And Shopee taking their time, their sweet time, to execute them on sight. But you have to be wary about XT. He's in the soft angle. And Gabby Diz, I believe it is Gabby Diz, who is going to take things as slowly as possible. Spotted, a double peek. A short being on full control of Kumo and XT. Perfect pot line, and it does stop the momentum of the Sweet naman. Possibly the double kill, but because of the neural theft and the cage, it does limit his options. Has to push out. XT
One enemy
will
remaining.
start off strong, but Scalavon will knock it down, and it's Parscofield that runs him through like a truck. 2-2. Could not handle the pressure any longer. Shopee regaining control of this game. And even in the moments where they need to be patient, Shopee is displaying pretty much a good display of discipline sa mga paraan na kahit kapag nakakuha sila ng mga first kills, hindi na sila nag-overpush. That always is that window of punishment na hindi napapunish dahil hindi binibigyan ng opportunity yung Haru Esports.
Yeah, I remember them being the type of roster or players na pagka sila yung pinagsama-sama mo, Matic, imposibleng merong mga mawawalan ng patience. If I may say, they're really good in handling themselves, especially in terms of discipline. But with also these types of pickups and extending,
One enemy
or
remaining.
also yung pagpupush nila, it actually catches their opposition off guard. They do it in a way that they always have someone to back him up, and in turn will be the only last one standing here from Haru Esports, looking into trying to even out the numbers despite of having 3 people in front of them. But the wall bang will be the answer here from Skylar Bond, and guess what? It's already a 3-2. But I wonder, di ba na-mention mo galing Avernus yung isa? I wonder if naging ka-team niya si Yer? Or is that a
Yeah.
different ka-team niya. Okay.
Yeah. So medyo magkatropa sila lahat. Kahit actually nung naglalaro si Yer kahapon, nakakita ako ng mga naging ka-teammate ng Haru back then. I'm not too sure. Or ng Avernus back then. So talagang kapag after na lang maging magka-team, yung camaraderie nandun pa rin no? I kinda like that about Valorant, right? Everybody remembers each other. It's almost like kapag may birthday o kaya may wedding. Malay mo, mga after 10 years, diba? Magpupuntahan lang sila sa mga celebration nila, you know.
Yeah. Eh, cute din dun, palipat-lipat din sila sa mga teams. Tapos, uy, ikaw pala yun nandito. Something like that. Or just literally, you know what if we form a team together uli in order to compete in these types of tournaments? Just wonderful indeed. Gabi this, spraying down alongside G-Sweet naman. There might actually be a follow-up through it lang. Medyo delikado. If that would be the case, with the Blade-Storm nullified. But, XC and Axel, hindi pa rin naman. The contestment of Skylar Fawn is indeed crazy from time and time again. No mercy. But XT, buhay pa rin. Not quite sure how he will be able to handle this. Just the walkthrough! The blatant disrespect from Par Schofield. Even, no? Tatalon pa through the trap. But, I guess that is going to be a quick round for them.
One enemy
And
remaining.
definitely stopping them in their tracks kahit nagsusunin pa man nila ng push forward dito sa garage. And by the way, shout out kay Miss Yini. That's my XT right there, guys. May
Si Boss!
bebe buff. Sim.
Si Boss. Yan ang gusto ko makita. Not only supporting yung organization na found nila pareho ni XT, pero also supporting yung boyfriend niya naglalaro. Shoutout kay XT, shoutout nga din pala kay Yini. Thank you so much for dropping by dito sa stream. I hope you remember us. Kami ni Mochi na nag-chat ng inyong naging tournament back then. It is Par Schofield and Dizzy. Too fast to attempt the push shot as As2 also makes it a 2-for-1. Stabilizing the numbers at least down to a one-man count as Ivan also peeks on in towards Gabby Diz, the master of the Cypher. Army been knocked to the ground. The 3v3, Skylar Vaughn, perfect timing on the push. Yun nga lang, nakapasok na sila agad doon sa may B site. However, as long as Haru Esports are taking one corner, one step at a time, then they have dodged away from the double flank and they have to be careful about Dizzy as well.
Yun nga, medyo nakakakabado dahil baka ma-corner sila dito, Ramon. At yun na nga yung nangyari dito. Really great positioning here from Shopee. And I guess just boils down into occupying as many space that you can possibly can. Pero hindi talaga nila hayaan si Haru Esports na makapag-plant ng spike even during that round. But the question is kung meron bang bawi dito. Most especially na naka-eco round ngayon ng Haru. Although they've got lots of ultimates, I doubt that they'll be using it right now na merong kakulangan sa mga loadouts nila. Maaaring later on pa. Pero Shopee definitely in control with a solid shot from the Outlaw onto Ivan. Wala pa silang kasagutan as of now. And might be careful enough, no? In terms of peeking once more onto him. Pero they will still try to inch forward at magsisisihan nila yon kaagad-agad! Being supported by Gabby Diz as well. Oh, the Outlaw. Bahe. Parang hindi nga lang Outlaw yung gamit niya. Parang ginawa niyang opre.
Exactly my thoughts, man. 2 bullets, pero he has made the most out of it. Talagang tamang pasok pabalik dito sa loob ng site itself. To get himself the 3K, Gabby does to follow through with a double kill as well. A 6-2 for Shopee. Delivered at your doorstep with no delay whatsoever. Into a strong first half so far. First impressions, I'd say their defensive side has been looking promising. And now it starts with Skylar Vaughn. The operator buy has to be a full investment. Gabby this to start with a frag coming through from the op as well. And with a neural theft, this does confirm everybody's location. And they know that they can deliver whatever it is their package is. Right at the right address. 72 para sa Shopee. Haru Esports. They look decent nung nag-start yung game natin. We've seen heroics from XT right now. But once Shopee have full grasp of this game, di pa tayo nakakait ng stoppage, man. Talagang walang kupas na pagkatapos ng 6th round win na ito.
Grabe, no? Tuloy-tuloy you're on a streak on this one. Sabi dito ni po, Haverina. Malupit po yan si Gabby Diz. Cute pa. Yo, goated. Goated. Uy, wait lang. This is quite of a decisive push here from Haru Esports marching towards dito sa A-site natin. Yun nga lang nga, ang dahil nakalata ng mga utilities dito they had to look out for, most especially sa gabi days. Pero wait lang, Far Schofield, parang minamama ang 5, sinusubukan palagan kahit hindi pa man din sila nakakapunta sa A-site natin ngayon. Pero wait lang ha, dahil kitang-kita naman ito pa ang naiiwan dito from Haru Esports. They're still trying to fend them off as much as possible, but the question is kung hahayaan ba nila gabi days? We are just going to be checking rather Eastwit naman versus a couple of members here from Haru Esports. Phil will be taking this dude out with the operator 3K as well. Wonderfully done.
And I think that was the operator that was held up by Skylar Vaughn, no? Was held up on backside, overwhelmed by the amount of util dealt onto him. Even with some assistance from Far Schofield, the fact that they split up the map just like that put a lot more difficulty in how Shopee were going to be able to convert through with the defensive side, especially with the peeking from Vil this time around. We're now back into Skylar Vaughn's operator. The dash coming through over to A short. They know that the space has been given to them, so they have to be careful about the next shot. Dizzy. Small shot the drone, sees 3 at least with his shoulder. Has to dodge away from the rest of the attempt as he spots out 1. As2 down for the count. That's the operator making his presence known. And Schofield with a patient shot. Kumo to stop his momentum. 4v3. They can't push this site any longer. They have to rethink about this consequence.
Yeah. Most especially the crosshair placement is just immaculate from them as well. Yisweet naman catching someone on the steed at the B side area. Although I am wondering why they haven't been able to rotate yet. They really want to contest this, Ramon, for some reason, despite of the consequences as you have mentioned. They're still going to try to push through, but I feel like well aware na dito si Shopee. Kung ano, sinusubukan nilang gawin! Bullets will just gonna be sprayed down onto their direction. And it is going to be an 8-3.
Well-placed positions being made for Shopee din naman eh, no?
Yep.
Just showing off their aggressive pushes as well. Skylar Vaughn not moving a muscle at all with that operator. And once they had full info about the A-short players, there was some time that they could consider try to rotate on down, but because they didn't make any movement anywhere else across the map, they were still decisively holding that A-short space. Our esports, no time at all to rotate just because of that. It is going to be the 8-3. Par Schofield knocks down the founder of Haru this time around. It will be that 5 versus 4. The Reyna online and ready, even getting Kumo in the process. This is something that you do not want to see. Par Schofield on Reyna, popping up when he needs to. Duelist already dashing on through. Blade Storm active. Hunter's Fury from Dizzy as well. Kills off one Haru with getting a triple kill from Vil. 2v2. Bukas na ang monitor. At baka kayang-kaya pa ang post-plat dito.
Yes, indeed. Might be a possibility. And dahil pa na ng walls to work with onto this one for the setup, but at the same time, this is a matter of segregation for them because look at that! Despite the fact numbers are equalized, paghiwalay nila, ang dalawa na iiwan dito from Haru, which is quite unfortunate for them. And in turn, this is too fast has been able to take them out 9-3. Sa scoreline natin, like once again, wala naman akong ni-imply, pero it's just 9-3.
Alam mo? Nakakatawa eh na naiisip natin yung iniisip natin pero hindi natin sinasabi.
Wala yun. Ano lang yun? Guni-guni nyo lang yun. Niniwala pa ba kayo sa mga sabi-sabi sa panahon ngayon? Sus!
Hindi na.
Wala
Hindi na. Mga millennials naman tayo ngayon eh. Nasa panahon na tayo kung saan yung mga
Uy, age reveal, millennial ka pala.
ay, sorry. Ay, ako nga lang pala yun. Oh my God. Hindi naman. I mean, nakakasabay pa rin naman ako. Nakakasabay pa rin naman.
Okay. Nasa meta pa rin.
Nasa meta pa. Hindi pa naman ako nalalas out on the patches. Bill, He's doing the TS push shot, but Par Schofield, Gabby Biz, they knew that from the back of their heads. A right click from East Street, the
Wow.
man, as quick and easy as that. Shopee, they needed a delivery. At same day pa nga, na ibinigay ang 4 kills. In fact, to Haru, it's XT, the only man standing, but he's not long for this role anymore. A 10-3 for Shopee this time. And it started with Haru Esports being the one who initiated yung push na yon at na-punish pa siya dahil doon.
Man, that's quite unfortunate for them. I mean, just as they are about to make a move, they've been demolished by Schofield and Yeezit naman. And last few efforts from XT as well. Yun nga lang, ang dami pang buhay sa Shopee eh. The trades are not that it for Haru during that round, which is quite sad. And they have no choice but to accept that the loadouts of Shopee would be significantly better than what they have. Skylar Vaughn, the Bulldog, but Kumo would be sure with quick trade, which is wonderful. Pero once again, it doesn't stop here. Skylar Vaughn is going to be hungry for more and as much as possible. If he can sight anyone down here on B side, he might be certain that he will be taking them.
Bit of a double-edged blade that they have on the Reyna, but the size of that blade is literally something that you see from Monster Hunter, no? It's like Par Schofield, the tip of the spear for the squad. And the reliable Reyna is a dangerous one at that, as it's now a 4v4. Push on in. Kumo spots out multiple people on C-Long. So they have to reconvene in towards the site itself, wait for the retake, or possibly defend it with all they have. Ivan starts off strong, killing off the Omen. Kumo with a second frag as well. The one-taps are doing a lot of damage. Gabby this tries to reconvene, but in time, Vil will reconnect with the squad. A triple for Ivan as well. 10-4 in the eco round. They trust, and Shopee, they kind of bit off more than they can chew with that.
Ito na naman tayo sa one-tap capability ng isang sheriff. It's been wonderfully done here, especially by Kumo. And for some reason, he has himself concealed no sa platform natin onto the C site. All eyes are not on him, which gave them all the avenue in order to execute every single person he sees here galing sa Shopee. But as I was saying, that seems like they'll be taking off Par Schofield. That's one duelist down, but merong rebat. Si Scarder as well as Yeezit naman, as there is going to be a follow up ending. And expect that Bill is going to be there at the backside of B. And instead, Haru will try to live off with 2 more people, but on the bright side, marami ng low sa Shopee.
At alam din nila kung saan manggagaling ang Haru Esports right now. They spotted the jet over at P, so they know how long the rotation time is going to be. As it's now going to be that 3v2. Confirmed with the location, the spike's been planted on the ace site, smoke's coming down as well, and because of the trip, it also strengthens the defense of the spike. Haru Esports are gonna have to bundle up all their util, especially with Astu. Already making his presence, destroying the tripwire on CT. No dash from the jet as well, as they're not trying to clear every corner, and they know that this site is fully scrubbed upon. A cage active as they not try to defuse the spike. Tap on in at least. That's one at least from Gabby Biz. And Yeezit naman confirming the 11th round. I believe it is the 12th. If I'm not mistaken, that will be another round given to the side of Shopee at this point in time. Or maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself. Baka nga 11th round to. Or maybe I'm just somebody who doesn't know how to count much.
I like how you literally overthink the whole duration of that sentence.
I know.
But what's important here is that they have been able to actually push forward here dito sa Shopee, no? They continually, time and time again, try to shut down yung mga after any round win na nakukuha dito ni Haro Esports, I mean, you can also observe that the skill utilization is a bit too much, if I in my opinion, no, especially for Astu. I hope I get proven wrong because earlier he's been able to spend like 3 utilities dun lang sa attempted retake nila and no one's even there. Everyone's playing for long, but right now, hopefully there's gonna be some signs of life. Wonderfully done by Kumo and XT. And they will be pushing forward, denying space here from Shopee. I feel like this is already the downside of being an attacker here in Haven. As much as possible, kung meron na pita sa inyo ang defenders, they can corner you guys and deny any space possible from you.
They are going to have a passive position this time. They have the numbers to watch every part of this Haven map as well. So they will start with that recon and they will suspect at least one of them. Possibly the whole team. Kumo does start off strong. Kills off Gabby This. Spots out 2 of them. But even though he dies, he takes one with him. Sweet Naman, the only man alive, not for long. As Astu has reconnected in towards the site itself. As it's now an 11-5, slowly building what could be a small empire for Haru Esports. But Shopee has been a well-known brand for so long now, and it's kind of hard to stop them within their momentum.
I mean, you can see, no? Ang step up from Kumo here is just wonderful. And alongside yung mga squad members and of course how they were able to support each other. I mean, there's still 6 more rounds na kailangan nilang habulon here. But once again, we love to see some hope here for Haru. And look at that. Already a first blood here from Kumo in this round. Mukhang masusundan pa. Denying any sorts of space dito sa ating seaside area. Yun nga lang nga, wala masyadong sumusupar. He better be careful. But also, they better set their eyes here in our garage area just in case that Gabides try to push this through.
And now that they've taken down Par Schofield, it becomes an easier time for Haru Esports so far.
And Skyler Von pa.
Ay, oo nga pala, no? Si Skyler Von. Yung main character nga pala natin na may plot armor, may Bucky. And sometimes that is more than enough for them, Ivan, though. Let's take himself one.
Ooh.
Dizzy too fast. One shot over to Astu. Opens up the site for the team. Paranoia at the perfect place. Lines 3 of the site. Sweet Naman with a spray through the smoke. Does not expect Ivan, but Dizzy too fast is quick to respond. 2v2. Push on from Kumo. One shot from Skyler Von. And will the main character clutch it up? He has all the plot armor that he needs. Sheriff in hand. Expect him. And he does deliver! Same day delivery from Skyler Von. The main character steps up for Shopee. Match point. Locked in against Haru Esports.
Ang lala ni Skyler Von! I mean, we could have already expected the Haru would be able to take that round. Most especially they entered wonderfully deep sa B-side natin. But look at that. I love the flick here from Skyler Von as well. And there's already a lot of ultimates online from both sides. It's just that completo yung sa Shopee. And anytime they wanted to use this, the Empress is already ready to use for partial feed as well. But right now, trying for any possible person na makikita niya. Shots connecting, but not entirely enough siya ang mamamatay dito. But Skyler Von, sinusubukan pa rin sumipak kung meron siyang makukuha dito sa B-site natin as they try to answer back against the Haru Esports, but they are not letting them. Haru is on a good look right now. Most especially, kompletong-kompleto pa sila.
Kumo is in an interesting angle right now, though. Pushed up on the mid side. They know that they have numbers advantage and they want to prioritize that, even making it difficult for Shopee to reclaim control of the game. 2 versus 5, spotted out by the dart. They have to be careful about the garage position. Gabby, this already inside of enemy lines. Ivan has to be careful. He has to find out where the Cypher is gonna try to peek on from. Blinded out the face of the map, but he has to have the position. Can time. That's a double from Gabby. Dizzy too fast already joins the fight. 2v2. Marathon down, that's a fake, and they got baited for it. Dizzy and Shopee have gained this map, And they are in full control of their destiny. They move on to the second map this time around. But what an epic performance from Skylar Vaughn and Par Schofield. An epic way to start off their day.
Eh, kita mo naman, no, hinugot pa yung telepono ni DZ Too Fast. Tawag muna tayo ng ambulansya kasi napatumba ang Haro Esports for our first series. But, syempre, may sagot yan. Later on sa ating second map, I believe it's going to be Lotus. Really looking forward how Haro Esports would navigate their way into trying to even out the numbers here for our best of 3 series. And most especially that we are seeing some promising players, no? They can step up. That's what's important. And all they have to do is try to get a grip on that one and hopefully be more decisive in terms of their executes and of course kung paano nila natitrade ang isa't isa. Congratulations to Shopee. It seems like wala pa rin kupas ang mga players natin dito. And yes, of course, the plot armor is prominent for Skylar Vaughn.
Kaya nga naman isa sa mga paborito nating mga kaibigan on the server, just serving not only looks but as well as the amount of times that he has fragged out, right? So talagang a good showing for Par Schofield, kay Skylar Vaughn. A lot of props as well for Haro Esports for showing a few bits of star power left onto them. Si XT in particular, he's been super impactful pagdating doon sa mga clutch attempts natin, even in that second round of bonus where it was expected na makuha ng Shopee yun, pero sometimes expectations did not go into how we expected them to go. And we'll take a look at the highlights of that. How crispy was that from Skylar Vaughn? Did you even expect him to go for this? Of course you did. Of course you did.
Gusto ko nga sana bilangin ilan yung highlight ni Skylar Vaughn dito eh. Pero so far, it is wonderful that there is a good mix of highlights here in every single player that we have. Isang na rin itong si Par Schofield and as well as Kumo, no? Wonderfully done. But it is definitely undeniable. Then the map control is definitely existent here for Shopee, especially when they are here dito sa ating defending side. It just shows that they really know Haven well and how they can work around with the teammates since dati pa man din silang magkakasama.
Kaya nga parang alam nila kung ano yung kinakain nila ng breakfast, alam na nila kung ano yung size ng t-shirt nila. Narinig ko, sabay-sabay pa sila mag-CR, kaya talagang makikilala nila yung isa't isa, diba? So,
What?
And at this point, I believe it's safe to say that this camaraderie that they have built up over the years as well has proven to be a strong tool to provide a lot more of that synergy at the side ng Shopee. And I guess right now it's safe to say as well that this in turn is a dominating performance so far across the board for them, as it's Dizzy being the top fragger for the team. It's also one of the first times that we're gonna be actually, sino nga ba yung smoker nila dito? Hindi ko na alam. I think si Sova, si Dizzy, and if I'm not mistaken. So shout out kay Dizzy, the guy who has been playing as a duelist in Game Lab Alpha days. Now is actually a really strong controller. Well, joke lang. Initiator. Thank you so much pala sa production for giving me that sort of correction.
Okay ka lang, boss.
Iba na yung nakikita ko, man.
Kaya mo yan. Pero, yeah, there has been really wonderful. Regardless of whatever agent they're using, it is already a fact that these guys are just working so well with each other. But let us check out kung sino ang MVP natin here for Shopee, because it is undeniably the ZT Fast and the Sova pick with a 2.67 KDA ratio and 288 ACS. And wow, I mean, wala na naman akong masabing iba pa. We have already been able to give our feast ever since kanina pa. Most especially yung highlight mo or natin with Skylar Vaughn and the squad. Although for Haro Esports, there's still some hope. And hopefully we can see more of them when we go into the map of Lotus.
Yep, and that Lotus map is an important one para sa ating players on the BO3. Let's take a little bit of a look at our prediction kasi medyo naging excited tayo na makapasok sa game nang hindi natin masabi na 2-0 ang sinabi natin. Para sa ating predictions for Shopee, hopefully Haru Esports are gonna be able to prove us wrong though. We have our friends over at Haru Esports and we'd like to challenge them at every single turn. So malay mo naman magkamali kami, okay lang yan. Masaya na din kami kasi nandun rin naman yung mga kaibigan namin over at Haru Esports and I know that they have the talent and the capabilities to move forward into our phase 2. But that is it para sa game number 1 between Shopee and Haru Esports. Hindi pa naman natapos ang laban dahil may Lotus map pa tayo sa ating susunod na game. Pero before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors and I would like to start with the PC Game Pass. Purchase any Acer Predator notebook, activate your pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. After that, the PC Game Pass is designed for PC players. Play high-quality PC games, including new games on day 1, and get an EA Play membership and the Riot Games benefits as long as you have the PC Game Pass with all the discounts and deals and more. So thank you so much for PC Game Pass for sponsoring today's tournament.
And of course, if you guys are interested in some recommendation, no? Total notebook nga nabanggit ni Ramon kanina. Well, meron tayong nag-iisang Predator Helios Neo 16. Nagpo-push ng bounds natin in terms of performance. Gaming man yan o productivity with the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K LED display. Matic, unparalleled ang responsiveness ng machine na ito. And if you want to anticipate and conquer Matic, ito na ang notebook for you. Check out the Predator Helios Neo 16 today at the Acer Predator online website. And not only that, kasi I believe meron din discount na ino-offer si Predator Gaming na kapag umabot kayo ng araw ng sweldo this April, Matic meron kayong 10% off dito sa ating unit down below for April 12 and 16 and April 25 to 30. Yan mag-i-span. Once again, 10% discount para sa ating Abyssal Black. So be sure to be on the lookout for that.
Makakarating ba instantly ang delivery ng Shopee ngayon or maghihintay pa ba tayo sa susunod na linggo dahil ang Haru Esports ay makakabawi at makapag-push to game number 3? Malalaman natin yan pagkatapos ng short break. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi at ito ang Kings of PH. Welcome back mga kaibigan. Nandito na tayo sa game number 2, Haru Esports versus Shopee, where the latter has got momentum, but the game's not done just yet. From one 3-sided map into another, we move on into the Lotus game, where now it is a test of wits. Kung sino man yung mahuhuli on rotation ay sila ang mapapunish at sila ang mahihirapan pagdating sa retake scenarios, as it is now a battle between both Haru Esports. With them down 0-1, mahihirapan sila dito sa series at kailangan nila makahanap ng kahit anong breathing space against this team that is really reeking of consistency and precision that is called Shopee.
Yes, of course. And just means na we're just adding more wood onto the fireplace right now. Most especially na nakapag-primed up na both of our teams. And the question is, if magkakaroon nga ba talaga ng bawi itong Haru? I really appreciate yung mga headliners natin dyan live sa baba. No? Series tied or series over nga daw ba? And I really hope that there's going to be some good integration then for Haru Esports this time around. Most especially na in Lotus, I feel like we have been able to discuss this time and time again. There will definitely be struggles when you're on the defense, but we know na Shopee is better in defending, regardless if it is much more difficult or not. So that is a hurdle that Haru has to be over with.
Yeah, and Haru has to kind of consider now that this will be a do or die setup for them. Will this shake up their mental? We will find out as we're heading on into the aged selection for both sides. Will this be the double duelist comp yet again? It is not. It will be a double controller comp for Shopee, putting Schofield on the Clove pick now compared to the Reyna he had in the previous map. Skylar Vaughn, the main character, decided to pick up one of the underrated duelists that we've had, Nancy Reyes, compared to the Jet that he has in the previous game. I think let's be honest, Haru Esports, they can't rely on XT all the time, diba? So I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing. Now putting Ivan on a role where he can kind of thrive on his own right. Put him on the duelist and he will possibly make a splash in the competition. But Vil on Clove, now him being forced into a situation where he has to be a little bit more supportive rather than aggressive. I don't know how to feel about that, Mochi.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from for that one, and at the same time, I feel like this is gonna be a more difficult test for Haru, most especially mirror matchup tayo ngayon, and mirror on the wall. Sino kaya ang mag-fall and falter for this series? Would it still be a story in the making, or tatapusin na ba ito kaagad-agad ng Shopee? We are about to find it out.
It's interesting that they're both going to have the Clove picks this time, so the post plants are not going to be as wide as we usually expect them to be. No more main shenanigans kapag nakapag-plant sila on the open position. Have to be wary about the dead Clove that can supply all the smokes entirely. As we're now back into the Lotus map. Pansin mo, no? Haven Lotus, yung pareho nating nilalaro na mapa. Or was it a different map no kanina?
Yeah, it's Haven.
Oh yeah. Well, 3-sided map, 3-sided affair. Let's find out. Shopee, will this be a 2-0 sweep for them? As Haru Esports are starting on the attacking side, already making their presence known some main mount position.
And immediately gonna be blinded by Yiswit naman as well. And they'll be taken aback after that, but they're just gonna trigger yung rotating doors natin just in case paparamdam. But they're quite of a really tricky position here, if I may say. Possibly with the risk of being cornered. So atras na lang muna sila dito ng bahagyan, disengage. As Anchor is still strong for Shopee. Although it is a bit unfortunate there is already some utilities expended. But at least XT's pickoff has been able to make it worth it.
Kaya nga eh. Medyo na loko pala tayo dito. Buksan Schofield was actually holding up the ISO this time. Already knocked down. That's a paranoia. That's also a right click kill from Bill. But Scarlet Vaughn Well, that to be the stable force in the backside of things, spotted by the double peak. Has to kill off Vil first, but Vil, that's a double kill for him. And Ivan with a long range tap to secures a post plant in the 1v4 clutch. Dizzy has been in this situation before. He has no guided salvos, no utility whatsoever, so he has to rely on himself, on his weaponry. Try to cut down the numbers to an even Steven 1v1, but has to make sure that 3 of them die first.
Be too fast in the contention here with Bill. Getting closer and closer against him, and even the concuss connecting onto him, and immediately will be a job well done here for Haru Esports. And actually, sinabi mo na dito, Par Schofield on the ISO is really interesting as well.
Left.
They really pride on that double duelist setup, and I am wondering how they can make the most out of that dito on the defense, because it seems like they're starting up pretty strong here for Haru. You have been able to mention that Vil really had to be a bit more proactive, especially on that close pick though. Not just in terms of support, he is actually a bit more aggressive with the 3-0, and that's a great boost for Haru.
Yeah, nga eh. This is called T1 at home. Ang team composition sa double duelist sa Skylar Vaughn. That's Buzz for you. And he has buzzed in towards the first blood coming over to the B side itself. They cleared the corner, but he's blinded. Thanks to the support from Astu. Very clear cut. Finding where the Sentinel is will make it easy for them to push on in towards the C side itself. That is a closed plant, an attempt at least at that, Haru Esports.
Planted.
It is all day for them na makuha nila yung C-site execute. But how will this work out for Shopee? All of them, except for Gabby, does have the pistol.
Uy! Ano to din nun from Gabby Diz. Quite of a struggle for them to answer back onto that, especially may bundle na si Kuya mo, but despite being stunned, Ivan's been able to take them out, and it seems like this is a decisive round for Haru Esports. Wonderfully done. I mean, they've got the advantage in terms of guns naman then, and so all they have to do is put it into good use. And despite of the fact na maganda naman yung pag-plant dito ni Gabby Diz, unfortunately, it is not entirely enough to take or snatch that round away from them.
2-0 so far for Haru. Fully distributing the kills onto the important players. That's a lot of ult orbs to Ivan, half of which are going to be up to the showstopper. But a buy round for Shopee this time, as Dizzy is ready and waiting onto the B main extremity because of the door. That also prompts Vil to peek, but Ivan ready with the pill, and Kumo right place, right time as well. Double from the Guardian, and a 1v5 for Stacey all the way from the other side of the map. OFW ang kuya mong Vice.
Loving the coordination from Haru so far. Wala nang choice dito. Si isip naman kung di mag-save na lamang din and even let them just hit a few creds that they can galing dito sa spike plant na ito. And dapat ano nila to, diba? This should be their retribution round, but it seems like Haru has better plans for that.
Well, they could find a way to chill. Let this game not phase them at all, since start pa lang naman ito ng first half natin. But this is also a beautiful start for the Haru Esports squad, finding picks left and right, also patiently approaching these rounds calmly, as it's Shopee that are the ones who are at least trying to dictate the pace of the game, getting punished for their mistakes as well. A 3-0 start for the attacking side of Haru, as they're growing their numbers tenfold with the kill. But sweet naman, that's Stacey killing off Kumo. Tail end of this round. So it is going to be a 3-0 start para sa Haru Esports. A same story, but throughout the different side of the coin. I wonder if Haru Esports were just banking on saving their energy in towards this Lotus map, because they're feeling pretty reignited, reinvigorated dito sa ating Lotus map natin.
Wow. So for Haru, Esports is definitely doing well. And now, medyo hirap dito si Shopee. I feel like there has been struggle in terms of core portability sa mga agent picks nila. Normally, you would see Gabides on the Sentinel, but right now, East is the one is trying to compensate and fill out that role. But currently, they will try to make this work out. Hindi nagkakitaan yung dalawa. And Gabides would be able to catch XT off guard. Pero may sagot pa rin naman ang kumpara natin dito from Haru Esports before they even put the spike down dito sa C-site natin. Readily available for them to take. Maaring meron tayong panibagong attempt of flanking dito from Gabides. But they better act quick.
Skylar Vaughn joining up on the fight. Gabby Dez flanking for the second time in a row. Now spots out one, gets the headshot eventually. 2v2 now, but the upgrade is so far away from him. That's a travel by flight, but Haru Esports are going to try to push on in. Double kill for him. Gabby Dez with a triple 1v1. And it's up against Ivan, who's been a heat seeker so far. And with that, it's baited from him. Gabby Dez. He's still clutching up from the main side of things. Ivan hiding inside of the smoke, has no idea. He's crossed on through, but because the time has betrayed Gabby Diz, Ivan will win out this gunfight through time. Spotted, but does not matter. 4th round win coming through for Haru, thanks to patience and good discipline in the post-plant scenario.
The amount of confusion he has inflicted on Gabby Diz is also massive. Like, imagine just waiting for him to do something, pero no, he's just hiding, waiting for you to try and defeat this spike until secures the best time possible. Not dead yet, and as well as the Armageddon not already available for Haru Esports to use, and timeout already active for Shopee as they should. I feel like that's good decision making for their team.
Naaaliw ako na 4 sa kanila, very nonchalant yung pose lang. Well, lahat sila. Hindi lang yung Teho eh. Everybody's uniform in their posing. That's kinda cool when you think about how 3D models work, right? So timeout called para sa Shopee ngayon. They're not feeling the same heat that they've had from the previous game. I think it's because of the high ceiling required out of the double duelist comp. Schofield isn't as hot as he was from the previous game. Plus, a bit more of that setup is required compared to the Haven game kasi if you think about the distance from the Lotus map compared to yung Haven map natin, mas claustrophobic yung Haven. Tapos yung Lotus, mas malaki yung margin for error kapag nahuli ka sa mga flank timings, kapag napatay ka sa mga duels mo, especially on the defensive side. So now it is going to be a double kill for Schofield. Finally, some injected energy into the defensive side. Gabby Diz also gets another as he TP's on, joining in on the fight as well. Aftershock demanded, but Skylar Vaughn went out the fight against Kumo. Kill contract active. XT wins out the fight, but he will die in the hands of Skylar Vaughn. He wins the battle, but not the war. The first round given to Skylar Vaughn, and everybody on Shopee off the timeout feels like a different player.
Minsan yun lang pala kailangan mo, no? Magpahinga saglit and then game na ulit. As Shopee takes the first round for this game and didn't even expend any of the ultimates na meron sila dito. It's just how they've been able to address and predict that Haru will try to commit dito on our A site, denying them all the space and as well as their lives. Right now, it's the 6th round, I believe. Quick match. But I feel like Haru will be a bit more passive in this one. Magsi-6 o'clock pa lang, medyo sabog na tayo.
Quick match.
Good evening!
Kung ano-ano nang pumapasok sa isip natin eh, no? It's Gabby Diz. Paranoia. Even puts out with the TP smoke combo. Has to get away from danger, and accidentally, Dizzy does find out when the lurker is going to be coming from. So XT's position is noted. Nobody is gonna leave their eyes set on the B main position, as Haru Esports is taking this as cool, calm, and collectively like a cucumber.
PJ Yarn. But, Mark Schofield seems that the utility being thrown at him is not gonna be working well, pero lain ng mga utilities na ibinabadi dito. Ultimate connecting onto Ivan from Skylar Bon. Hindi na hinayaan na pasabugan din ni Ivan itong Choppy, but Gabby is in a really cheeky position, possibly, lalo na itong si Vil. May mga magkakakitaan na duels coming in here. Really good POV for us to witness, but also no longer existing ang mga tao natin dito for Shopee. Blatant duos before they even put the spike down dun sa site.
And a massive recovery for Haru Esports as well. The vibes are here. They're hitting their shots, and the slow tempo gaining a lot more confidence into how they're kind of approaching these rounds now. And so far, so good for Ivan as the duel, as he's been pretty much winning all the duels that he needs to win. And Vel following through every single time as they now try to designate everybody from separated inside of the B site right now, as Choppy will win out at least one gunfight. Par Schofield spots out XC, denying the Steel Garden from ever becoming a factor into this game right now, as it becomes a spray down on towards Ivan, who is low on HP. Kumo as well. Eventually will get found out by sweet naman. Stacey has X-ray glasses, and we have to check out his PC kung may ganun nga.
And even connected those shots through the smoke, no? Saktong-sakto for some reason. Cross replacement ni Makibet, but the answer back from Shopee deemed them and rendered them useless, as now it is a 1v1. Skylar Vaughn, the paint shots connecting it, inflicting no damage at all here for Vil. And he might actually already have an idea where he is. Cross replacement, wonderful, connecting those shots onto Vil as well. And been able to defuse the spike with still lots of time on the board. And that is a wonderful comeback for Shopee here. Although valiant effort for Haru, especially na napakaganda ng simula nila dun sa round na yun. It's just that with the individual duels nila, everything crumbled.
One enemy remaining.
And almost a recovery for Bill as well. Triple kill for the guy, but he was in a wide space angle. No idea if the movement was going to be something that he can contribute to, since he put himself in an awkward position. And at this point in time, Shopee are able to, or at least are contented with getting as many wins as they could possibly could, as our esports have had a commanding lead so far. They've started 5-round wins on the board, but now given one over to Shopee, and they're the type of team, if you give them an inch, it will stray on to a mile. So they have to be careful about this. Now jumbling up towards that B main extremity and try to contest against the setup, as well as the double duelist comp that Shopee are also getting ready for themselves. Steel Garden into effect this point in time. Entry on from Ivan. Armageddon also to couple that up with there. For some reason, he got suppressed, and Ivan cannot entry as clean as he wants to be, but nevertheless, it is still that meme and execute. But so far, that rotation will have to shave up a bit more time for Haru to try to plant the spike down.
Marami pa rin naman ang oras na pwede lang magamit dito, although being delayed with all of the utilities being thrown at them. Naboga pa etong si Skylar Von ni Ivan. C-side already being secured here by Haru Esports as they try to march into and narrow down the numbers of Shopee. Eastwick naman, merong kasagutan. The question is, the 2v4, would this be probable for Shopee to offer retake, because they feel like they're just continuously being denied here by Haru, as it is being ended by Vil as well. Pristine condition for Haru Esports so far, especially here dito sa ating first half.
Definitely a good start so far for Haru. Everybody contributing as much as they can. Vil, we had doubt in his ability as the controller for the squad, swapping roles, but it is familiar territory for him. He's still fragging out just like how he was on the Haven map, being that shining figure from then and now. Haru Esports in a 6-2, a 4-round lead, forcing Shopee to play on their terms an eco round. But they do have that Steel Garden, so something to fight for when it comes to defending the spike. That is, if they're able to plant it down, or at least get to a point where they can retake as a unit.
Although there are also some adjustments here for Shopee, especially in terms of their positioning, I wonder what's going to be the situation with just sheriffs on their hands. Well, I guess that's our answer, Bar Schofield. Man, the answer is crazy. That's so quick. But Bar Schofield will be taking a triple here from Haru Esports. Might possibly be aiming at Ace, but never mind. Been shut down by Astu, and the fight is not over yet. They'll, and as well as Astu, be marching into our A side, ready available for them. Lalo-lalo na napakalow pa ng HP dito ni
30
Dizzy.
seconds left.
But that is some amount of fair information. But still not enough, as Shopee will be able to take that round. Like, dude, I don't know what Bar Schofield is on, but look at that.
One enemy remaining.
Hindi ka,
Seconds left.
hindi ka na maubos, pre.
Hindi ka na nga single-handedly turning the game around, or at least this round, for the side of Shopee. A 4K for him on for the ace, but Destiny does not side with him this time, but nevertheless still a third round on the eco for Shopee, as Haru Esports is going to try to retaliate with 5-man strong. Back then, the mistake was that they were walking into a precise and accurate shot from Bar Schofield 4 times in a row. Now they're going to try to fight with tempo as a unit exploding in towards the seaside, if that is the question for them.
Nice. And all of the ultimate being used are bagged in Rolling Thunder, as well as the showstopper from Ivan connecting onto Bar Schofield. Might possibly be racking up more kills other than that one. But Gabitis will try to get a couple, pero wait lang ha. Akala nyo si Bar Schofield lang ang may highlight. Siyempre, ako rin. Ika nga ni Ivan. Until na si G-Sweet na lang naman ang maiiwan dito sa ating toss plant situation, but he is gonna be shut down here. Ivan rendered lifeless. XT.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Wala siyang kaalam-alam doon, boss. And now, 1v1. Asu na lang ang katapat niya dito. The jump right leg. Muntikan to kumonek. The surviving and the 1 HP. Ano ang agimat naman?
The perfect Steel Garden. The worst possible time for XT to clear a 50-50 angle. And it does not work out for the 1v3 for Haru. An almost perfect entry for Ivan, claiming 4 lives single-handedly off of the Bucky entry. But it's Stacey saving the day for the squad, spraying on down after the Steel Garden, a triple kill in the 1v3 scenario. And my goodness, if there was a time for them to reignite, it was right now. 4-6. The sentinel of the team doing so much damage. We had so much spotlight on the double duelist comp. But let's do it right here, right now. Bar Schofield has to win the fight. He does. Ivan lost in the sauce.
And that's the end.
Wins out. Again, the Vandal 1v1. Bar Schofield wants to go for more. Double tap also destroyed. And XT will try to cover him up. He's Dizzy too fast. Also good with a double kill. A triple. A 4K for Dizzy too fast. And just like that, Shopee and to retake control of this game, and it starts with a 5th round. One more to get ourselves into second half at Shopee.
Crazy how every single round some random player from either sides will be having such a disgusting play. And right now, si Dizzy ang nakagawa nun. This dude has been able to just make this entrance ng B site natin into an exit. Dahil napa-exit sa buhay. Itong mga members natin from Haru Esports with just utilizing the guided salvo and just the bullets from that vandal. But still not over yet as Haru tries to amp up the contestment here dito sa C site natin. Some damage being received from the Thorn Roses here. Pero ngayon, they will still try to get some kills done, but not in favor for Haru, and instead they're being demolished. XD, what would be your answer against the 3? I guess that is none as far. Schofield takes him out, and that marks the end of our first half.
Somewhat of a resurgence coming through for Shopee right now. Coming back from the dead with multiple rounds to boot, 4 rounds deep. And back-to-back rounds, they have been displaying so much confidence. Individual multi-frags from Dizzy Too Fast and Far Schofield. Lighting up the kill feed, and Haru Esports now under the microscope. Will have to rebound from this, knowing that they were up in numbers back in to the start of this Lotus map. And you can tell from how they're placing themselves that Shopee have been wanting to take early fights head on. And now Haru Esports, the back foot this time, letting Shopee play on their own terms. Slowly peeking in towards the smoke itself. I have been starting strong at least one of these. Kills off Stacey. 1-0 so far. Haru Esports are going to be happy to take that first pick off.
Yes, of course, and don't mind if they do. Ivan is just looking for more and finding another. Spike is still within their reach, but I feel like they are not in a good spot in terms of numbers here. They're just closing up upon these members from Shopee. Schofield gonna be eliminated by Kumo and company. Ivan may makikita rito, but he is gonna be punished by Dizzy Too Fast in that instant. Yet to push forward in our site ng mga defenders natin naging attackers, but si Dizzy Too Fast na lang ang naiiwan. Would have an idea where the rest are, but he'll be welcomed by Vil onto the grave. The 7-6 pabor sa Haru Esports.
Parang part 2 lamang nung naging pistol round natin kanina, pero kamakailan lamang ay naalala natin na nasa defending side ang mga players natin over at the Haru Esports side. But that is also one of the things that you have to consider when you're starting on the Lotus map, that the defense is always willing to take that rubble control. And this time, it's successful for them. The hold penetrating through the attack so far. And it becomes a 6-7, an eco round, and I believe a tech pause coming through for at least one of these players. Kaya konting chill lang tayo, guys. Podcast moment lang with your friends Ramon and Mochi. Alam mo, feeling ko pag podcast, dapat real names sa tawagin natin. Ako nga pala si Chris.
Yo.
At sana masarap ang ulam ninyo kaninang umaga, which was around mga 10 hours ago, yung breakfast. Unless kakagising lang ng 12.
Minsan, iba yung time zone ng mga katawan ng mga players tsaka mga nanonood sa atin eh. You can't blame them. I mean, everyone operates differently. Pero shoutout nga pala kay Andre Rivera. Ayan, nanonood ngayon. Kay Andre Romihel Rivera, no? Galing sa kabilang sa kabilang bangbang. Ibang bangbang tapos pero minsan nagbabalo din to. So, also it seems like merong bebe buff din ito si Haru Ivan. Sabi ni, ay joke lang, hindi lalaki pala siya, sorry pre. Ayan, Abit mo na shoutout sa iyo. Hindi, ngayon ko lang kasi nakita DP niya. Ayan, shoutout.
Alam ko, pero ito ha, pwede din kasi mag-bebe time ang magtropa ng lalaki, di ba?
Tropa time, let's go.
Tropa time.
We don't discriminate, of course. Kaya nga, di ba, lagi sinasabi ko, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between. Inclusive tayo.
Tama.
And ito, Encarl Tijing, aka Sky Lebron. LeBron James. Alam niyo yan, guys. Aliw ako dun sa meme na yun. Pero shoutout sa'yo, Rizita. And Ito si Clarence Louis Vargas, sabi niya lang, what?
Ewan
Gusto
ko
ko
din.
yun. What?
Oo nga eh.
Gulat
Short and
ako eh.
simple. If you were to
Pero-
be asked kung ano yung nasa isip mo during these games, yun lang din naman yung nasa isip ko.
Mhm.
What is
Yeah.
going on
Yeah,
and what's
I mean,
happening at
Haru's performing well. Diba? Angas din. Pero, ginalasyum na rin tayo dito, no? Hindi natitigil ang aksyon. And right after ang ating reaksyon na what? Masusundan naman ata ng kasagutan. As we try to witness if Shopee will make that tech pause worth. That might actually be something, no? Need lang uli pala ng pahinga. Di natin sure what Pars go and the rest of the squad will try to march him forward dito sa ating teammate. Yun nga lang nga, medyo corner ito si Yusuf naman, pero he managed to take XT out in that Bill with the Marshall. Not really seeing anyone because blocked ng kanyang vision, but Skyler Bond is just gonna be waiting for anyone who's gonna be arriving dito sa mound area natin. He might already have an idea. Really good crossfire positioning here with Dizzy 2 Fast alongside him. But yun nga lang, position will be broken. But
One enemy remaining.
Aro, every single one tried to trade each other out, but still boils down to
Last player
Yisbit
standing.
naman, and as well as Sparklefield surviving, never mind. Vel! Wow! Bro! Si
Akala
bro ay
ko.
nag-init, pre!
Clutch.
akala ko caster to. Bakit biglang umiinit yung lalaking to?
Pulog na pulog tong si Vil on the clove pick as well. I mean, he is behaving ever since earlier on, not just as a controller, but also like a secondary duelist with how he's been addressing all of these trades. Nagsimula sa judge, nagtapos sa magandang pick out ng ating battle. I believe we're just a pistol, but man, the KD 17-11-4 on his end as well, so
Let's be a different story now. Starts off well with the satchel peak. Skyler Vaughn on HP. Has to be careful. No heals, nothing to sustain him back to life. A-site. An open season so far para sa Shopee, but Skyler Vaughn, he's taking a very big risk considering his health pool. Kumo knocks down Par Schofield. That's not a good sign for Shopee. XC also killing out the second duelist. Everyone from Haru Esports contributing to the cause. And Gabby this, all that he can do is try to spray on down, but he's walking into a dead crosshair. 1v4. Stacey in a lot of trouble. Kills not the first in this 1v3 scenario. Double kill for him. Crotch peeks on down. Has to expect XT on the other side. And he does, but XT
wow.
a little faster on the trigger finger. And Haru Esports regaining momentum from the previous round. This time, they keep a consistent flow. 3 rounds in a row in the second half.
Last player
And I really like how Haru's been able to like just straight up, you know what, let's just close up on them, no? Magdikit-dikit na lang tayong lahat and try to trade out and kill as much as many as we can dito for Shopee. And yes, there has been some utilities being thrown, pero what's wonderful here with the setup of Haru Esports right now is that they're so aggressive in a way na hindi over aggression. But right now, Gabidiz, he's gonna be taking out us in a really quick trade-off dito for Ivan when we even the Roomba kill onto Dizzy too fast. Shopee is just fumbling as of the current time with all of the damage being inflicted onto them by Haru. Kumo stepping on the occasion onto Skyler Vaughn as Yiswit naman is left alone here from SP or
Good shot.
Shopee. Good shot onto Vil. But would that be enough as the showstopper? Ipapakain lang naman sa kanya ni Ivan. 10-6.
No one beats
Ivan showing up.
I got it.
19 kills to his name. When he was quiet from the previous game, I knew that this guy had potential. And now he's showing off his true colors. Despite the flank attempt from Stacey, he did his best to deal some damage done, but Ivan,
I'm still
perfect
here.
ulti,
Man.
nice multi-frag, and the presence of mind for this guy. Crimson's on a high roll para sa Haru Esports right now. And the struggle is real para sa Shopee. Staying stagnant in the 6th round win. finding an opportunity but desperately grasping for straws as it becomes the double-digit scoreline para sa Haru Esports right now. Start off with some info, finding kung nasaan si Ivan this time, so they avoid the demon in the server so far. Who really has been on point no? Ever since nung pagka-transition natin to the second half.
Ito na rin yung tanong natin kanina hanggang saan aabot ang plot armor ni Skyler Bon kasi non-existent ata ngayon. Most importantly, with the execution sa ginagawa dito ng Haru Esports and the exemplary performance dito ni Vil. Pero ngayon, Yiswit naman will be gracing XT, his presence, as he takes him out. Magan already activated was the Steel Guard, and I'm not quite sure on which side, but it seems like it is against more members here from Shopee. Sparkle Field taking out Vel. Trades coming in. Not dead yet. Being fully utilized by Vel. But still, advantage in terms of numbers are in favor for Shopee. But never mind. They've been taken aback. The tug, the push and pull of these teams are just crazy for us to witness as Kumo tries to fend off the two remaining members from Shop. Hindi natin sure paano nyo nga ba i-retake ito, denying them some space for the time being. But not for long as Gabidiz secures this dude to the 10-7. Buhay pa rin naman at nagpaparamdam pa ang Shopee after a 4-round consecutive win from Haru.
And what a form we're witnessing out from both sides of the team. Somewhat of an attempt at the recovery for the side of Shopee right now. The double jump in again for Gabby Diz. He even secured the last frag with a jumping shot. He is that close to him as well, so the recovery really was inevitable for them. Early got itself as well. And the fake TP for Gabby Diz, they think that they're that close to them. But the space has also been denied away from the side of Haru Esports, so Shopee are going to have to work out the clock this time. Rotate onto the C side as fast as possible. XT is going to have to make a field day. Kumo shuts out these stones to Stacey so far. Kill contract as well. Expended, required, and killed up. Itong si XT. 4v4. C side already in full control of Shopee. As they also have a double flank coming through by Schofield, but a double, possibly the third. It does seem to be the Par Schofield show, and he wants the 4K on for the ace. On for the last frag against Haru Esports. They want to deal as much damage as possible. As Vil is running for the hills, trying to see if he can save himself from who is the demon on the server right now. It is Par Schofield, low on HP, but so much aura coming through from the ISO, who has been solo leveling all throughout this game so far. Padding the stats in a 1v4. Spots him on, and it's the ace coming through for Par Schofield. And if he needed to wake up, this round was a clear example.
Bakit naman ganun, bossing? Literal nga na solo leveling dito, no? And time again, just recovering with the shields na maaaring ma-utilize ng isang ISO. And it is a 10-8. Song Jingwon naman pala itong si Par Schofield. Wait. Oh, bossing. Ba't ba ganun yung mga nabibigay nating reference dito kay Shopee? Kota na to sa atin, ah.
Oo nga eh. Ang dami nating pwedeng malaro sa kanila talaga.
Pero uy, ito pa, isa pang andaying to si Vil eh. He's been performing wonderful. Andaying kasi.
Mahilig ako sa dying eh.
Yun. Eh, halata namang gutom na ang partner ko. Pero mas gutom si Par Schofield. Kasi biro mo naman, no? Natapos ng isa, sinusubukan makahanap, pero mukhang hindi siya pagbibigyan ni Bill dito with just a sheriff. Ay, makaka-3K na siya, possibly 4th. With the support coming in here from us to Dizzy Too Fast will be dying, and Kumo would be there to follow through. Oh, an 11-8. So close, but still too far here for Shopee to catch up upon the scoreline that we currently have so far.
And so far, Haru Esports, unexpected of the result, only had the buy round over to the other side, but when Stacey rotated a bit like that. The movement was off. Spotted at the seams as well. And when they pushed a little too far to the sun, they got bitten for it this time around. Giving another shot to Haru Esports for claiming the 11th round win. And Shopee on the verge of forcing themselves game number 3, if I have to call it this early. Haru Esports already making their presence known around the Rebel control. But they're not going to meet Shopee at the other end of this. They are taking this as calm and collectively as ever, making their way over to the B main extremity. And sometimes they get smoked up by this kill contract, not at the right place. It will be Skylar Bond stopping XT at his track. A jump for Bill as well, forcing himself to use the NGY, but Schofield wins the 1v1. And Haru Esports, they are blindsided by the aggressive push. And Shopee now on the driver's seat, leaving it all to Kumo. Spotted by Skylar Bond, gets the first frag, gets the double, but Schofield's gonna stop that before it becomes a disaster for Shopee, a 9-11. And they're sticking the landing so far, but what will this become for Haru Esports?
Well, if Shopee didn't win that round, wala silang choice but to give away the match point for Haru, or rather give this match away to Haru. And they might even possibly do a reverse sweep, but right now they're still continuing this fight, trying to continuously challenge Haru. But Vel seems like he's proving that the early pickups will be massive for Haru, a grave advantage for them. But Shopee will still try to secure the objective here dito sa C-site natin as Schofield tries to inch further onto our CG area, spotting a couple of members here. Gashing Astu so off guard, but the denial of the Steel Garden. Bill will be making use out of that one. Buti na lang merong sagot agad dito si Skylar Bond. A 3v3.
On cooldown.
In 15 seconds, the hold on halls by Skylar Vaughn, who will be contested with 2. And XT is the first to fall. Double kill for him. And a trip for Skylar Vaughn. Nonchalant ang main character sa storya ng Shopee so far. And a 1v3 for Ivan. Also another on the chopping block. Skylar Vaughn will rise to the occasion. A 10-11 for Shopee. Catching up, one more round to go. And I thought that Steel Garden was going to be the bane of existence for Skylar Vaughn, but it turns out it motivated him to keep pushing further. Stepping up to the plate after Schofield falls. And catching up to the frag, 16 kills. Schofield with 19. And Haru Esports on the eco round, almost like they're writing an 11th round win for Skylar Vaughn and the rest of the squad, but we still need to defend this A site, especially with Ivan alone at the scene.
It is crazy for us to witness this. Just as Haru Esports been doing so well, immediately Shopee pulled off this eco against them, but now Haru, at least they've got that advantage of taking out Skylar Vaughn pretty early in this round as they try to get further more advantage against them. Rolling Thunder being expended despite the fact that this is an eco, mind you. Ivan taking out Schofield with a spray and a collateral against them. And now they are even yet to secure necessary loadouts. Parang di na sila pagbibigyan. Gabby Diz might be trying to look out for any potential kills here, but Sweet naman would be there to the rescue. The Light in Shining Armor. And around for Shopee once again.
And this is Crazy Stacey at his peak form. Coming up from the heavens and knocking them out from the sky. Raining down Hellfire as we know it, a 4K from the Vice player himself. And the solo hero of the squad, we thought it was Skylar Vaughn, but then again, he had a sidekick all along. An 11-11 scoreline for both of these players, a desperate attempt for both. But they know that Haru Esports want to take this aggressively by force. Par Schofield starts off at a kill contract and possibly for more, but Vil denies him.
Wow.
And a second for Haru Esports as 2 explodes into Gabby Diz, knocking down 2 of the pillars of Shopee right now and making Haru Esports sit at the pedestal on what could be closing in on their match point victory.
But they can still turn the tables onto this one. Most importantly, they've got a couple of, or rather, just an opponent here for Stazzy. Meron pa rin siyang Steel Garden dito. But Ivan, napakaganda na posisyon!
Enemy remaining.
Connecting that showstopper. But ngayon si Skylar Vaughn na lang ang naiiwan dito. Makakapitas pa rin. And just as he is about to use the satchel, na-timingan na agad ni Kumo.
Match point.
And the match point has been secured here by Haru Esports. And
One enemy.
wonderfully
Spike down.
executed lang din naman yung aggressive angles dito from Haru. But on the bright side for Shopee though, meron pa man din silang pambili ng kanilang mga baril. But the question is, would they be able to pull this off into an overtime?
Yeah. Sayang eh, no? That's also by the time that Skylar Vaughn used a showstopper. It's knocked down out of the sky. This is gonna be a death trap for Shopee so far. It's the Rolling Thunder, no, not invested. That's also the opening of the door. That's 2 kills for Haru. That's 3. And possibly closing in on game number 3. Triple for Dizzy 1v1. And remember, it's the NDY for Vil. Has to run for the hills. Gabby this has the from the shadows, so he can pick up the spike anywhere that he wants. He just has to run away.
Last
And
player
the
standing.
charade that Haru Esports are pushing onto him. He has to run. He has to hide. And now that Vil is dead, it becomes a very quiet 1v1 for both of the supported players. Gabby Diz gets the spike gone down thanks to the from the shadows. Makes a bit of noise, some presence from the A site
Spike
plant.
planted.
And now Kumo, bit with a tall task, finding where Skylar Vaughn is going to be a slippery agent of the Omen. But Haru, all relying on Kumo, has all the utility that he needs to use. Stealth drone still in his back pocket. Special delivery if he wants to confirm the fight. 5 bullets though. Huge margin for error for both of these squads. Gabby Diz low on HP and a low mag count for Kumo. Drops in over at the backside position. Seems every corner of the site now heard of this position. Gabby Diz! Right place, right time! And a perfect execution that leads to overtime for Shopee.
Overtime.
All in the hands of Gabby Diz, the top fragger, and the savior for what could be the 2-0 dream.
Dude, I was even about to point out that there's a lot of utilities na pwede pa magamit ni Gabby Diz dito, but I feel like parang medyo masyado nag-iingat itong si Kumo to the point na nawala na siya ng oras para mag-diffuse ng spike natin and naubos siya sa pag-worry into trying to find out where Gabby Diz is actually hiding. But now, Shopee is on a really good spot right now to pulling this into overtime despite the fact na tremendous ang presence ni Haru dito and their exit has been deeming so well for them. Drone will be spotting a lot here from Shopee and that is going to be the time for them to back out and find their way here towards an RA site for now. Pero Gabby Diz, nakabahan ako sa'yo. You might be found out here by XT.
Drone going.
But yeah, this engagement will be present as well. You might actually be haunted, but Eastwit naman with a wonderful blind, reconnecting that onto Asto. At hindi lang isa ang isasama niya sa hukay, kundi dalawa pa. In-avenge naman ni Vil, pero may kasagutan agad si Pars Schofield dyan. But Kumo, not rendered useless as Pars Schofield tries to sweep them out of this arena.
Switching sides.
First round of the overtime is in favor for Shopee for now.
Nako, hindi pa natakot si Stacey, and this is what we like to see from a Sentinel who wants to be proactive. Early molly set up on the tree position, traps in inside of tree, cannot replace or cannot expect any sort of double peek from the tree position. Just because of that, they were trapped at the seams. And the only way they could stop him is if somebody split up onto the main position. And by the time that they had taken care of the Vice himself, they have already flanked behind them. And then this time, Shopee are at series point. One more to meet Chronicles Esports in the grand finals to qualify for phase 2. And it starts with Par Schofield walking into enemy territory. XT have a field day for this. Sheer wall not going to be placed down on that side of the map. So it will be a slow attempt, and a slow kill onto XT is not something that Haru has been looking for. That is the Sentinel gun, giving up the sight.
Going out.
And Shopee are going to have to fight them at the front lines. Nobody
Spike
will try to
planted.
split them from the flank as well.
And they are yet to make a move here for their retake, most especially that they've got XP gone from their side, but still Par Schofield receiving a lot of damage from the aftershock. Skylar going to be taking out 2 more though. And
Last
they're
player
yet to set
standing.
foot because of Sight Nat, and as Yeet with the man just sprays down Judgment against Haru and takes them out with a 14-12 overtime. And despite of the fact that Haru's been doing so well for our first and second half, Shopee has been able to counter them more than that. And congratulations for Shopee for securing the series with a 2-0, and I guess they will be facing up against our boys here on from Chronicles Esports. And man, you know what? Kahit tignan mo lang tong series natin the 2-0, it is an understatement because Haru Esports has been able to perform and show na kaya nilang tapatan itong si Shopee.
Of course, man. They came into this fight with the biggest heart in the bracket, but sometimes heart is not the thing that you're looking for. You really need the wits, the guts, definitely the grit and for the grind talaga, you know? And for now, it has been a field day for the side
That's a kill.
of this squad right now. Kaya,
Last player standing.
let's take a look at how they have performed all throughout this game. I mean, do we really, are we really surprised by this? This team really has been grinding for so long now that the individual power from everybody across the board, even for Skylar Vaughn and for Par Schofield, their talent is undeniable. And for Shopee at least, I think it will shape up to be a good matchup against Chronicles Esports, who I believe has been running on that team chemistry, and a lot of that is also because of their firepower. Now you're facing it up with somebody of their caliber, right? That doesn't mean that Haru Esports don't have that as well. They have the potential. I'm sure that we'll be seeing them on the next attempts in the next qualifiers next weekend. But for now, at least, you can see that there is a disparity in terms of how well they're able to work through in the mid-round calling.
Spike down.
And kind of a step-up performance as well for Stacey on the Vice as well. And it's so many times that he has made proactive decisions, the proactive choices for it to be a safe round for him. It's a job well done for him.
Indeed. I mean, integration of Stazzy here has been like pretty prominent for Shopee as well. Although, here are our stats for that match. Grabe rin yung performance ni Vil doon, pre. I mean, it's crazy that he tried to put himself in a controller role, but at the same time, he is more than proactive than he could have been in this one. Being supported by Ivan, that's been able to secure tons of highlights in this match as well. It's just that the counterpart been able to prove themselves more worthy in finishing this match off. And congratulations once again to Shopee, kasi tingnan mo din naman ang lalala. I feel like when you look at each of their IGNs, matik meron kang maiisip agad na highlight sa utak mo. Same goes as for Haru Esports, pero sino kaya ang nag-stand on top? No other than the one and only Par Schofield with a 133 KDA ratio and 267 AZS on that ISO pick.
A bit of a slower game for him compared to this rainy game on the Haven map, but nevertheless, it is still a pop-up performance for him, as a lot of these multi-frags are thanks to his willingness to fight and how well he utilizes the ISO to get himself some isolated frags as well. So Par Schofield and Shopee, we'll be seeing them in the finals of the second qualifying leg of KOPH. They'll be facing up against Chronicles Esports, and it will be a very tough task to predict who is going to come out on top, but that will be a problem for later. For now, though, we'll be giving a shout out to our sponsors, and I would like to give a thanks to Predator with the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well, engineered for the elite. This laptop is pushing the boundaries of performance, featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and a revolutionary 4K mini LED display. This machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. So what are you waiting for? Are you ready to dominate? Order your Predator Helios Neo 16 today at Acer Predator Online. It's online everywhere, anywhere in the Philippines as well as the entire world.
Yun. And syempre, given na rin ang recommendation na yan, any of the notebooks na meron dyan sa Predator Gaming, if you're interested in taking one, well, automatically, merong pa-freebie ang PC Game Pass sa inyo, as you will also get 1 month access for it, and that gives you some advantages like yung mga perks ni Riot, EA membership kina Merlu, and of course yung deals and discounts na pwedeng maibigay sa inyo if you have that. With AAA games access na din, no? It's been there quite some time, meron kayo niyan. So if you're looking for a sign in taking or buying a Predator Gaming notebook, this is your sign.
Well, speaking of buying a Predator notebook right now, kung bibili kayo sa mga dates ng April 12 to 16 or April 25 to 30, sakto, mga payday sales natin yan. So get up to 10% off the Predator Helios Neo 16 as well during our payday promo. And you can visit all the Acer websites for more details. At remember, may isa kaming model doon na napakalaki ng discount ng 94,999 pesos, naging 87,999 pa yan. So get your own Predator Helios Neo 16 during the payday promo, and I'm sure that you'll be dominating the server every single time. Well, mga kaibigan, those were the 2 semifinals wrapped up, pero hindi pa tapos ang laban for today's video. Meron pa tayong final matchup para malaman kung sino ang magka-qualify sa second phase ng KOPH. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Lumaparan sila dito, nagpa-black lab at si Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is fully inside of B. Nag-aabang mga kala dito sila Owen Beauty wins sa Madina for another
mistaken kicks. Safeong. He gets shot by the Phantom, and he finally gets the 1 point.
May isa niya dito. The Exotic sinatan. And the next, with just the man. With the Flamestorm. The Exotic was the Exotic. And fully and up close to an ending.
At ayun na nga po mga kaibigan, welcome back sa KOPH, ang pinakahuling matchup para sa ating gabi ngayon, the second qualifying matchup, and it is between Chronicles Esports versus Shopee. My name is Ramon, with me is Mochi. It has been one hell of a fast day so far. We are hoping for a close game 3 with all the overtimes expended. Pero ikaw ba, Mochi? May oras ka pa ba? May lakad ka ba? May reservation ka ba? Ano bang nasa isip mo ngayon?
Wala naman. I'm really looking forward what's going to be the theme here, especially for our last series, the Grand Finals for Leg 2. Lalong-lalo na kanina, no, if you try to contrast them, malapit-lapit ang laban with Shopee and as well as Haru Esports. But for Chronicles versus Vanta Black, malaki yung disparity. And it's been pretty much a quick first series, no, kanina. So, I wonder what's going to be the overall feel right now, most especially na nakapahinga pa si Chronicles Esports ngayon in comparison kay Shopee.
Oh, meron ding chance na nakapanood din sila dito. Pero remember, Shopee just came right out of the gates wide open. Kaya the momentum is still on them. Sila yung recently nakakalabas lang sa napagandang game. At malay mo, matranslate siya into the next coming matchup. As we're heading on into the map dito, so far malalaman natin kung ano yung game plan na nakaset up para sa pareho nating kupunan. Fracture already banned yet again for the third time in a row. Ascent Icebox also taken away. Haven, of course, one of the strongest maps para sa Shopee, has also been understandably taken out of the picture. It's Pearl, Split, and Lotus. Pearl having its first appearance in today's broadcast. Split, on the other hand, will be one of those maps where I think it could be a 50-50, but since Chronicles also have picked it up for themselves, ay mukhang meron silang game plan dito. Habang ang Lotus ay nakita na natin, pero hindi natin alam kung gaano ka-close ito para sa kanila.
Yeah, and this is going to be really, really fascinating because this just means na we are yet to see if merong mga bagong hatid sa atin ng mga players natin ngayon, lalong-lalo na ang pwede lang natin ma-highlight is yung performance nila earlier on sa mga series natin. I mean, we have Pars Schofield as their prime MVP here for Shopee, considering that he has been able to stand up nung kamuntikan na silang maunusan at malamangan ni Haru Esports. But in the other side is nandoon naman ng mga members natin like si Ionix or maybe the Young Guns here, specifically as a better term for Chronicles Esports, and most importantly yung mga on-point calls ni RU. So this is definitely going to be match that we are all gonna be waiting for, no? Bago magsara ang ating red curtain, I'm pretty sure that this is going to be quite of a dramatic and wonderful performance from either sides.
At feeling ko maganda ding pag-usapan natin yung predictions natin for this matchup in particular. I believe it is a 2-0 sweep for both of these matchups. It is Chronicles para sa ating dalawa, 2-0. Well, possibly against Shopee, who honestly, the only explanation that we really have is that this team is well stacked. We have 3 players who have been playing for so long now throughout the years as Game Lab Alpha, also with their time as Zipto as well. Zipto nga ba? Parang hindi Zipto. Parang meron silang logo na parang Zipto pero hindi Zipto eh. Basta magkakasama sila dati. Tapos nandito din si RU, who has been supplied with a lot of experience for the squad, as well as a very good coach on the name of L, who at one point was also coaching or analyzing for the name Naos Esports as well all across Asia as we know it. Pero for Shopee, I think may potential naman sila para makapag-upset dito. I'm always the type of person who would like to be proven wrong.
Yes, and I feel like we're gonna be finding out more dyan. But just in terms of the defense then, no, earlier I am quite comfortable and confident that Shopee can have like a good defending side, but I feel like I've been proven wrong by Haru kanina lang. And considering that we are going to be in the map Pearl, this is going to be much more complicated for them. But for Chronicles, it seems like there is the integration of that Twilight in the hands of Sovano, so this is pretty much a surprise, I'm pretty sure, not just for everyone but specifically for Shopee mismo.
the fourth different duelist lineup para kay Sovano. He picked up the Jet earlier this morning, Neoru from one of his team compositions, and I believe he also picked up the Rays from the last time that we've seen him, and now on the Waylay. Talaga nga namang Swiss Army knife etong si Sovano. Sa kahit anong duelist na kailangan mo sa kanya ay mukhang nalaro na niya. As we're heading on into the Pearl game this time around, it will be the matchup between Par Schofield versus Sovano in this matchup in particular. The star duelists across the server to show off what they can do on the map of Pearl. And it starts with possibly the attacking half coming through over to the side of Shopee at this point in time. I wonder if the play is going to be that play for pick strategy, considering that Shopee is the type of team that like to play this as slow, as steady as ever. And once Chronicles have a bit of a grasp into the matchup, then that will be somewhat of their strongest point. Skylar Vaughn will be relegated back into that vice. Something that we know Skylar Vaughn can do. He's been playing as a Sentinel before in his previous teams.
And we really want to highlight Sovano here as well. I mean, despite of the fact it's quite unorthodox in integrating the Wildlight kaagad-agad in their team, he is already known for playing tons of really flashy agents like Yoru and Neon. And I feel like Wildlight is no longer quite of parang hindi ka nang tatahan that they will be pulling out it for our grand finals. But now, seems like we're seeing really good trades coming in here. Pinapanganap by Sovano here for Chronicles, but Par Schofield more than prepared to back out just in a bit, but the dash in! Oh, quite overconfident as Par Schofield be able to answer that back just fine with the first point for Shopee.
And I think it's important that we highlight the super matchup because they both came up in the scene very similarly through Tier 2 competition. Par Schofield sometimes being under the headlights, not really finding himself in the middle of the stage. Now finding an opportunity to sort of show himself on the server right now against Sovano, who's also been sort of a lurker in the local scene so far now. It will be that dream match we've been watching out for in the Tier 2 scene. It's at 1-0 for Shopee to start with. A good readjustment for Par Schofield that he's been overwhelmed. And he handled it like it was nothing done to my B-side defense as it's the push out again for Stacey. Spots him out. Gabby Dis, he's the star of the show. Double kill, triple kill from Gabby Dis right now. He knew that he had some damage done. So he is happy to take himself 3 kills. In fact, Chronicles are going to have to adjust into this with the numbers disadvantage, with them still having the lower guns entirely.
And hopefully that the force then from Dignified will be also worth it. And kanina mention Spectre dito for Sovano, napakalow na ng HP mo. Skylar Von pa ang katapat mo. Might be indeed a struggle for them, but we are seeing some slight diversions here, specifically for Sovano, despite of being low in terms of HP. Susubukan niya pa rin na palagan to sa Par Schofield. Sakto ang crosser sa ulo niya. Dignified might actually follow through, but with a single bullet from that sheriff, it is now a 1v1.
And it's up against Skylar Vaughn too. Both of them the young guns. At one point, they have been teammates for 1 year. And now that camaraderie has to be tested. Spotted out. Skylar Vaughn might win the peak, but the peaker's advantage does not work out this time. Dignified forced out the 1-1 scoreline. Bebe Buff on point. 4 kills, in fact, with 1 sheriff shot. And almost as if Gabby Dis has stolen this round away, but good thing Dignified is here. 1 shot, 2 kills to upset the odds. And his reaction timing, it never fails him this time now. 1-1 Chronicles. They are back in the game this instantly.
Bro is pulling off miracles, which is crazy. This early in this matchup, denying the buy round here for Shopee as well. And currently, they're all complete in terms of ingredients. All they have to do is to cook. You might possibly see and say goodbye to Par Schofield. And busy too fast though. May mga karap dito. Ang dae masyado. Papa atras. Good utilization Also,
Spike
the
down
utilities
mid.
being used here. And also, Yiswit naman though, subukan sana na equalize yung numbers natin but not entirely enough. Most importantly, may baki na hawak pa dito si Gabby Diz and as well as Skylar Vono, that sheriff. But if and only if this Bucky connects from Gabby Diz as they try to offer an entry dito for Chronicles, that might actually be a story changer.
Light speed still on the hands of Sovano, which is the primary
30 seconds
skill that
left.
we've been watching out for from this
One
duelist
enemy
alone.
remaining.
Spotted, and unfortunately for Gabby Diz, it is the worst time for him to turn his back. 1v3 now for Skylar Vaughn.
Spike planted.
And will the Chronicles convert through with this second round possibly, as looks like Skylar Vaughn has picked up a toy for himself. Arc Crow's also in his back pocket, but he has to deal with three of the hardest hitters from Chronicles so far. Pushed on in, spotted by the turret, and now they know where the last victim is gonna crawl upon, and because of the suck, he has to push outside of the smoke. Louis cleans it up with a 3K, a second round win for Chronicles. They take control of the first half so far as Shopee. They have been eating with peanuts so far. No money, but now they do. Now they have the investments.
Tapos sasabihin ni Louie, display lang siya. Kulit no? Or, I mean, we're seeing some reasons why I should be further more integrated in these types of setups. I mean, most importantly, actually, dito sa Pearl, no? Having that refract, which also works like a quick trigger rendezvous na meron ang isang chamber, it definitely gives you more avenue to say goodbye pagka hindi naging maganda ang pagkakita mo sa kalaban. But let's not deny the fact that the Dimensional Drift is already available para dito kay Pars Schofield. He can use it anytime that he may want in order to scour for further information and possibly get an edge against dito kay Chronicles. I mean, it's a 2-1 after all. And yeah, it seems like we're off to a great start here, no? Nagkakaroon pa ng pagkakakilanlan dalawang kampo. I'm pretty sure more is to come.
And it's early to tell, right? To make our predictions, even though we kind of said this is going to be a 2-0.
Yep.
These first three rounds already give you an idea of why we actually think that we're confident in Chronicles' ability right now. Because if you look at it, their individuals also have been pretty much contributing a lot into the server right here. You remember the 4K from Dignify that really has set the tone for how it is so far for Chronicles. And Louis being a stable force for the team just means that you don't really have to over-aggress if you are Savannah or Dreach. Kaya for Shopee, best case is if they're able to unlock Par Schofield this time. Because now really, spotlight's on him. So that pressure has to mount upon the young gun over at Shopee so far. Ano kaya, no? As somebody as Skylar Vaughn is, as flexible as he can be, what do you think is running through his mind now that he has to be the one to stop them within their tracks on the attack?
There's a lot of discipline that comes into that, I guess. Most importantly, that I mean, we can do the Vice. I am pretty certain, but at the same time, there is some certain bottleneck. Most especially if your playstyle does not go inside the role you're playing for. Nasanay tayo that Skylar Vaughn is playing super aggressive and always on point with doing some duels, but at the same time, it is going to be quite of possible issue. I cannot say that it's already present, but it is a possible issue if he tries to contest further and further crumble on that Vice pick because we are so used to having Gavides on Senti and having the integration of what do you call this? Itong si Yi naman or something. Si Sazi, ayan, with this integration,
Yun.
it's already up to him how he will be able to show that him being integrated in the team is swak na swak.
Oo nga eh. Sobrang flexible lang din naman. And I think that also points to the talent that we have across the board. Chronicles have been given a gift as an organization keeping this team. And I think it's also been a while since they've been together as well. So you know that the practice grind has been real before pumasok yung Predator esports circuit right now. As now for KOPH, it's gonna be a tall task ahead of them since malapit na sila makapag-qualify to phase 2. But overcoming the qualifying leg is also half of the job pa lang. They still need to make sure that they come through papunta doon sa ating group stages, diba? So it starts here. At you can say the same as well for Shopee. A lot of opportunities for them to try to see if they can sweep the leg up dito pa lang sa matchup natin. I can kind of see a world where Parscofield could take over the server, but with how it started for the side of Chronicles right now, it's gonna take a lot more work to be done para bounce back sila over the first 4 rounds to go. Ikaw ba, Mochi? Sa tingin mo ba ano yung win condition dapat nila ngayon? Kasi it's easy to say that Parscofield has to take over, but what else is there required out of the squad para matapal ang Chronicles?
I feel like as much as possible, they really have to look out for a while. Because, ano pa parang pinatikim pa lang sila kanina, but they still haven't been able to see how they really operate with the wildlife pick and as well as the integration of this new map of Pearl with them. So, there's gonna be lots of stuff they have to be careful and look out for. I mean, it's not one-sided after all. Pretty sure na for Chronicles, the same thing goes for them, no? They really have to see if this current OG lineup will also work out for Shopee or what can they do in order to take an advantage against them. Pretty sure that LN as well as RU would find a way to do so, and hopefully for Gabidiz as well for Shopee. And we will be diving back in dito sa ating laro. We are going to continue the action that is yet to happen in between sa Shopee at Chronicles.
2-1. At sa sobrang tagal ng break natin, eto na. I've been feeling the Valorant withdrawal for so long now that I'm hyped to see who will catch up. Will Shopee find their way into a 2-2 now that they have a triple push up on A main supplying the ult orb papunta dito kay Stacey? Or will Chronicles work out with their majority push on to the B main extremity, challenging the 2 solo anchors in towards the side as well? And now it will be loving arms of the Sova using that shock dart, prompting the push in towards the side as well. So Vano spotted and Skyler Von has dealt with the threat. 5 versus 4. And they're ready to put on with the flash as well, but they peeked onto it after it triggers. Skyler Vaughn, a double kill for him. The store power shining through for Shopee. Finally, some convergence, and maybe Chronicles have to sweat this time.
One enemy remaining. Spike
but
down B.
it's quite unfortunate here for Chronicles because despite the fact in their efforts in pushing forward, Dignified is left alone. Will try to tank every single remaining member na meron pa dito for Shopee as he tries to put the spike down and will be caught in the act by Dizzy too fast. Numbers equalize onto this one, and you know what? As much as we are hyping up the wildlife pick here on Sovano, it is so difficult to choose how you will utilize the light speed, because if you lack information or meron ka lang isang simpleng angulo na hindi na clear, automatic, that might actually demolish your execute into a specific site. I mean, it's good that they have another duelist, which is Rich, pero the follow-up will be quite difficult because once again, the mobility is drastically different with what the rest of the agents can actually offer onto this one. Pero malay mo, second time, magawa nila ito muli ng maganda.
Ginamit talaga ni Util. Dash on in from the light speed, and Savano with the second time is the charm. Kills off Gabby Diz and refracts back to safety. This time, Savano will take over with the second frag. Entry on in towards the B main extremity. Tries to fight off with a refract yet again. Puts him back towards the teammates.
Oh, wow.
And Dizzy too fast, Skyler Bond. They're all relegating themselves to fight off this 2 versus 1. Dignified just has to clutch it up. 1v2. Find himself alone within the seams of Shopee in a very strong defense. Double peek on. And the shots are not connecting. Stacey to put it up with a triple round win. And Chronicles back on the back foot, possibly with the eco round this time around.
Yeah, and not only that, there's been definitely some struggle and follow-up upon getting into the site and putting the spike down no sa B site natin. But let's see if they will have enough time in order to reflect, especially nito, sabi mo, it's an eco round this time. But also, they're just racking up all those ultimates for both sides, and they can use it anytime they may please. But Dizzy Too Fast will just be standing by dito sa bandang plaza as he waits for any people who's gonna be going in. But what is that?
What is going on? Was that just an attempt at trying to get some info, refract back to safety? But that was not the timing that they have been looking for. The
Yeah.
Chronicles are willing to try, reach with the first follow-up, but it is Dignified, who has been activated all throughout the server on the pro map right now. 3v3. Access to the upgrades, as Dizzy is also gatekeeping that within the fact. They have to be careful. Dignified, he's thinking about it. And he has to call for some assistance with his team. As Dizzy, he knows his former teammate a little too much. He knows that he wants to take this fight against him. Also holding that link position. And with a perfect knife that gives him information. Double kill for Dizzy. And with the right click flash, it also got bought very early on. That's a nice flash. And a 3v2. Dignified. He picked up the Phantom, but he's also knocked down to the ground. Triple for Dizzy. Ryu in a 1v2. The leader of the squad unfortunately picks up the worst weapon for the job. And has to try to split up the fight. Knows that he is on the wrong side of things. As Gabby Diz, always at the right place at the right time. 4-2. Cleans it up into another set of an awkward situation for Chronicles. It is a 4th round for Shopee.
Literally got no choice but to just accept the situation he is in and his fate. Ended by Gabidiz as well. And look at that. Ang sarap tignan ng mga ultimates available natin for both ends. Kumpletong-kumpleto. And it's about to be a fireworks display possibly in this round. Pero let's see what's going to be the approach by Chronicles this time. Lalong-lalo na kailangan nila makabawi. Most especially that Shopee has been able to stop them their tracks before they even step into a specific site. At kung makatapak man sila, imposibleng hindi sila makakalabas ng buhay. We have the lockdown already active here from Louis. And hopefully freeing them the amount of space that they've been yearning for ever since earlier on. And also the dimensional rip being utilized by Dritch in order to cut them back or push them back, get information. Pero ito na nga, convergent paths and as well as the seal garden, the umaga din lahat-lahat na ibinato na rito. Interestingly enough, si Dechebu, wala na. But trades are also coming in here from either side, still in favor here for Shopee. And they are yet to deliver Death Express to Chronicles as there's still 2 more people alive. But the defuse will be more than enough for them as they get the 7th round.
Oh my. This is one of those rounds where if somebody doesn't play Valorant and watches it back fully in the camera, it's kind of hard to explain what's going on. And you know those viral videos? It's just it's funny to think about. Somebody outside of Valorant is thinking that this game might be too overloaded for them, but us casters know exactly what's been going on. That's 4 ultis expended for every single player on SP as it's light speed. Quickly as that, Gabby Diz kills off Dreech as well. Chronicles are looking to try to bite back into this, but Chompy are doing a really good job of neutralizing the threat, not even giving them an inch to work with. Pushes on, and so Vano inside of the site momentarily, but Dizzy too fast. Quick and easy with that 1-for-1 trade-off. That's RU to try to force it back into an equalized number. As Chronicles taking this as slow and as calm as they need to be. Plant coming down for RU. The leader is going to try to separate everyone inside of this A site.
Pinalan din si Dignified. Grabe, this will be found out alongside for Schofield. Definitely vulnerable. They are not aware that he is lurking in the shadows. 3K being secured here by Dignified as well. Tuloy-tuloy lamang ang bawi para sa kanila. And also the Cosmic Divide and the Hunter Sphere is still available for them to be used. And ganun lamang din kabilis ng the great utilization din ng ating refract from Sovano. And also though, we still have another operator in the hands of Parsco Field. So they better make this work out or else there might be a chance that it will be all equalized here. The scorelines natin, light speed, refract out, and no information gonna be gathered there by Sovano. Pero baka si Dizzy meron. Yun nga lang nga, he is not gonna be alive and well in order to act up upon it. And instead, the A site can be taken by Chronicles anytime that they may want to.
Not a good look so far for the Shopee side. Also denies them at least the initiated. Try to punch it on down. Cosmic Divide also in place for Chronicles. Isolating the Sentinel inside of the site. Blind on out. The perfect special delivery. But Sovano killing up Stacey in the process. 20 HP. No utility whatsoever. So he has to be careful. Has to watch his back. And Shopee is already joined in on the fight. Schofield trying to inch closer and closer to what could be his next victim. Sovano at least. But Louis is here to trade it off. 2v4. Try to reconvene from the site. Louis spotted, but Skyler Von rushes in towards reach. Right behind him. Gabby this 1v3. IGL has to run back to save the gun. A consolation prize, but for Chronicles, a celebration for their 4th round. Trying to catch up against Shopee.
Operator deemed useless then for Shopee. I mean, it's really difficult to retake the new A site, no? Definitely a haven for all the crossfire positioning na pwede nila may offer as well. And granted then yung mga early pickups dito, especially brought by Louis. And in these types of situations, you don't even know where to look, most especially na meron na kayong kakulangan in terms of team members, and instead, they will be resorting with the mixed buys, or broken buy, if I may say, the Stinger, a Phantom, and the rest being Sheriffs.
Solo hero Phantom coming through for Schofield, as you mentioned. That's why you can't really blame Shopee for taking a risk on pushing up on towards the aim in extremity. They really want to give him a first blood. Get him some closer on towards the dimensional drip, make it easier for them to respond to anything that Chronicles is throwing at them as they push on in with the knife. No information from Dizzy with the 0 point, but all for Chronicles to try to play around with this drought of knowledge. One way established, and Dizzy trying to give as much delay as possible. It's a perfect molly coming through from the KO. Definitely expected of their position. Are you walking into what could be a death trap for him? But who he really is trapped. They even baited out the sheer wall, so the players on Shopee are not even moving an inch. All of them keeping their respective positions, really trying to secure something out of this default position from Chronicles.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and they even gotta act more quickly. Most importantly, they have to put the spike down. A site natin, Gabby this is quite AFK at that moment. Been caught off guard by Nidified once again. For some reason, this dude is just surprising every single member here for Shopee, but still 10 seconds on the clock. All the advantage for Shopee right now. Skylar Vaughn securing every single shot, as well as Dizzy too fast. The time pressure has been able to consume Chronicles, and instead Shopee has been able to capitalize from that. And in turn, a great eco round para sa kanila.
And look at that. The full commitment onto the mid side was a double-edged blade. And since they attempted to split up on towards the aim in extremity, they never expected at least a double peek out on towards that main position. And that's the thing about the split side, because if you have some people push onto the aim in extremity, it's not guaranteed that you have the utility to clear it. Imagine if they had the Teo to try to clear the corner. But they did not have that entirely. That's a 6-4 push on in, and Par Schofield knocked down to the ground. Conversion path is also an option as the light speed will catch up. 1 and 2 from Sovano. This guy is feeling the heat, and Chronicles, they are riding on his coattails so far. A 4 versus 2, and Shopee are forced to try to retake against 4 people on Chronicles, but only the duo trying to save it from the depths of hell.
It's crazy how Sovano literally showed us how you can utilize all the abilities that a Wildlife can offer, but it does not end there yet. Skylar Vaughn got no chance against Dignified, and now it's all up to Gabby Diz, who's just gonna be a wide peek here from Sovano, being received by him.
Last round
And
of the half.
that is the beauty of having the saturate skill actually connect onto people that you're gonna be throwing it onto. Like, look at that. Rose has been stunned, and you got no choice but to receive all the bullets.
Remaining.
You can't even move at all. And it is still a really close match right now, the 6-5 scoreline.
Somewhat of a display of talent for both of these teams. You already hyped up the matchup. Par Schofield versus Sovano, and both of them are putting on a field day so far. 6-5 last round before we head on into the second half. Both teams delivering on all fronts, and it starts with that dimensional drift. Reach is already cleared off. The Hall's position in time. Nobody to actually welcome them in open arms. As with the plant coming down, KRN are going to be happy to take the plant coming down. As Shopee are going to be opening up with the KO ulti, no command. Already suppressing everybody from coming outside of the main position. Dimensional Drift also invested. Louis and Ryu, they start off strong with 3 kills. Chronicles are willing to take this fight head on. A double as well from the Lurker. It's all falling apart for Shopee as it's a one-man army. It is Par Schofield. Comes out of the ult, but Dignified marks him with the Hunter's Fury. A second shot is not needed, as all they need to do is just watch that corner and execute him on sight. Par Schofield knocked down to the ground. A 6-6 for both of these teams. A very close fight to find out who is willing to push on into the second phase of Kings of PH.
Yo, that is quite unfortunate. I mean, right after using the Dimensional Rip here for Par Schofield, I wonder why there is no follow-up sa blind. I mean, they could have been able to do that, and I mean, information is great, pero having Chronicles look at all the paths na pwedeng panggalingan dito ni Shopee, sayang na hindi niya nasuportahan yung team into trying to retake the side as well. It might have been too early too, but at least it is a 6-6 after all in terms of scoreline. Pero ngayon, now that Shopee is on the attacking role, it's about to be a bit more tricky, most especially that the only entry that they have here is Par Schofield. And they better make this count. And they're trying to do so as Louis has been definitely damaged by that one. Skylar Vaughn just gonna be waiting here on this corner. And as well as this wall, they might pass through there together. And it works so well. Just taking him out. But there is still 2 more members that they have to look out for. But they're just going to be disengaging from that one and choosing a different path to take for it.
Par Schofield has to be the key member right now, but spotted by Dignified. Has to win out the gunfight, calling for his troops. Try to weed out the Yoru. Does not have the TP, so can't run back unless he does it so manually. But Dizzy puts on down towards Louis, makes it a 1-for-1. Plants on down towards the B main extremity. And it's an open angle as well to keep on through, so Shopee's gonna have a wonderful time. Pushed on CT, hits a crossfire as well, but Reach opens up. A one-tap onto Dizzy, but a perfect combo of utility does not work out for Shopee as Sovano delivers the double kill. In a 7th round from the defensive side, it is Chronicles Esports upsetting the odds, just as we thought that it was going to be a Shopee round.
Nah. Chronicle said no onto their faces. And imagine si Drisha si Sovano pa ang naiwan in the last few moments during that round. Certain to take out kung sino man ang mga natitira for Shopee. But let us see if the Stinger buys will be worth it para sa Shopee, no? Walang discount dito. It's just all the money on the table. And hopefully this will be giving them the inch that they want para mapatasan ang Chronicles. It's all stars now dito sa mid and B link natin. But are you? I already have an idea where these guys are, but all the shots from the Singer will be received by him from yours truly, Par Schofield.
That's a pretty good pick if you're starting on Shopee. It's a forced buy as well to start it off. Dignified, not nice enough. Claiming this up to 6. So Vano sprays it down, but not enough to kill off Stacey.
Recalling my bot.
Keeps it in control, containing the situation. Forces themselves into the A site. And this was a risky gamble from them. They knew that they needed to come up with the numbers.
Spike
And
planted.
now Chronicles huddled up into the Flowers possession. 2 versus 3. Everybody on the A main extremity knowing that the smoker's already killed off completely. But this could be possible if they're able to weed them out from the main position. Tap on down, that also prompts them to use the gravity well. But now it becomes an opportunity for them to kill them off, find them. But that's also the guy with Salvo, so much tools into trying to deny the post-plant scenario on Chronicle's side. SP are playing with cool, calm, patience. Double peek, triple peek. All 3 players finally showing their true colors. A 7-7. Stealing their guns, stealing the round. And KRN are lost in the sauce because of this.
Dude, the Stinger buys are so worth it for Shopee here. Most importantly, the contestment here from B-Link area and their diversion into A has been wonderfully done by them. And that leads into Luian as well as Dritch to, you know, try to make with all the resources na meron sila dito, which is just a blind and a decoy, which is hindi nila masyado nagamit na maganda considering na nalalamangan sila and they haven't been able to segregate these members from Shopee. Pero ngayon, we still have these pistols and hopefully they can make the most out of these in some sort of way. But Shopee is happy right now, I guess. Kasi andyan lang ang laman sa kanila in terms of loadouts. But once again, mag-iingat pa rin dapat sila.
Triple peak na ulit no? Always the damn triple peaks. Putting all their guns in one basket. Par Schofield overwhelmed. Outlaw given over to Dignified, who really is the sharpshooter this time for KRN. As they now try to plant the spike on down in an open angle, knowing that it is going to be a very big possibility. Louis finds himself one as Gabby this. He reconvenes, but the shot recenters, refocuses over to Chronicles, but a lot of damage has been dealt with, so you have to consider winning out the gunfight. Outlaw denied. Dignified lost in the sauce. Triple kill for Stacey, as it is all going to be an overwhelming effort. Are you knocked down to the ground? 8-7. Shopee take back control of this game entirely.
Medyo nag-audition si Chronicles dun, no? I mean, it could have ended differently if they tried to push it together, pero it seems like Stacey has been able to take his time of day and focusing kung sino man ang mga susulpas dito from the counterpart, and wonderfully done then alongside Skylar Vaughn. Another round advantage dito with Shopee, pero who are we to even say that they entirely have the advantage, because so far it's a tug of war in terms of rounds. Palitan lang sila.
And isn't this the most fun Valorant that we've seen so far? I mean, a close encounter, everybody being good friends. So you know na may trash talk na nangyayari in the DM so far, but in the end, what matters is whoever comes out on top, because who is going to be the winner? Be expecting them as early as now in the phase 2 of Kings of PH when it starts with Reach. A lot of noise over at that B main extremity. Chronicles investing so many people to try to fight off flank watch or the lack thereof. The Shopee are pulling their weight as slowly as ever towards the A main extremity, and a good thing that Skylar Vaughn has done his homework. He put down the sheer wall to watch the flank and to prepare for a waterfall execute in towards the loving arms of Louis and his utility.
30 seconds left.
But as you were saying, that seems like the party's about to be started. The Marketing will be connecting to something. Oh, no way! What's happening? Finding solace after all the chaos happening here. Might possibly even pull up 4K, pero kamuntikan pa. But still, Ario's been able to save their team. I mean, the rest of the squad are just there executing, minding their own business, and kahit ang dahing abilities na pinagtatatapon, no? From both sides. Well, it's really interesting how Ionix or Louis has been able to, like, man, get 3K?
Grabe, ah. And honestly, I also think that smoke that he put down on default, that was RU smoke. That you could only put down that smoke if you're on the defense, right? Because you could use that to hide. You could use that to try to get a one-way angle on towards whoever is coming upon towards the main extremity when you're playing on the backside of things. But he dodged an Armageddon. He also got scanned because of the silent drone as well, right? So
but for some reason,
I think that's the 0 point from Dizzy pala. Kaya how did he come out of that unscathed? He got two of them while also being concussed, diba?
It's so weird, but for some reason, I mean, hey, kung nandyan na yung ginto, ba't di mo pa kukunin? Di ba? Nasa harap mo na eh. So, it's been such a lucky position for Louis to have, and boy, did he made the most out of that. So, right now, you're just currently having a bit of a tech pause, everyone. And hopefully na okay naman kayo dyan. Maraming salamat sa pag-antabay at pag-suporta sa ating mga teams, most especially na kailangan nila yan, considering na we are all vouching for both of them to follow up doon sa susunod na slot natin sa playoffs, since kahapon nandun na si Orgles, no? Sila yung nag-secure ng para sa leg 1 natin.
Oo, si paring Zinde, no?
Grabe.
Naglalaro na parang nakasando lang, pero hindi eh. Showing up like the Chad that he is, his name everywhere else kung saan man siyang sumikot, diba? Parang always expected na sa playoffs he's in. So, are you really surprised by that? As we now head into our caster cams muna, we would like to thank all the viewers out there for watching us so far. Napakainit ng laban sa Pearl Map. 8-8 pa nga. Napakainit para sa pareho nating kupunan, ang Chronicles Esports. Mukhang may mapapalag pa. Lalo na't sobrang init ni Louis on the Killjoy role. Which honestly, it's been synonymous with him as a Sentinel player nga naman, di ba? Mukhang nung mga unang times naglalaro siya ng Valorant, lagi siyang Sentinel player.
Yeah.
At parang, it's like the Bruce Lee mentality of when you practice, if you practice 1,000 moves as one guy, then you're basically good. Pero if you practice a move 10,000 times, then you're practically dangerous. He's mastered completely the Sentinel role.
I mean, yan yung beauty, how they've been able to navigate through multiple roles and mastering one. I mean, ano bang nasasabi mo sa Jack of all trades, master of none, but it's always better than a master of one? What can you say about that saying?
I mean, ang masasabi ko lang, that's what you can expect from flex players, katulad ni Dreach, diba? We kind of expected him to be like a solo initiator, pero now he's been putting up numbers on the Yoru. Now sometimes you also see him on other agents as well all throughout the year. So that's why you kind of want to value your flex players, ladies and gentlemen. They kind of make their way to kind of study some time, understand the meta kung ano yung malakas sa kanila, and they will try to put themselves in comfortable positions for you. even though it is outside their comfort zone as well. So, hug our flex players. Tag nga pala.
Yes.
Kung may kilala kang flex players, itag nyo dito sa
Yun.
comment section. At baka malibre ka ng Battle Pass, malay mo. Hindi
Yun.
galing sa amin, galing ng kadugo.
Galing sa kanila. Galing sa tinag mo. Tag your favorite flex player and hopefully, ito na yung sign na ilibre ka nila ng Battle Pass or the latest skin line yung ano mang lalabas dyan. Total, lagi namang meron si
Tacti
Valorant
Bear.
yan. Yung Tacti Bear na ginagawang stress ball, diba? Pero also, shout out kay Repulsive na nakatambay dyan ngayon. Magsangyup na daw. And also, Salvatore ng Comchat daw kahit just us lang dalawa. Bakit parang may pa-reference ata yan, bossing? Ano
Kaya
yan?
nga eh. Shoutout nga pala sa jowa ni Dignified na nanonood ngayon.
Matik.
Talagang suportado. Suportado sa top fragger ng Chronicles ngayon.
Oo, given na yan ngayon. And hopefully you guys having a great time. Sobrang lapit ng laban natin ngayon. Sinisigurado lang din natin ang sitwasyon and as well as yung stability in terms of hardware, software, and as well as the internet connection ng ating mga players. So, chillax lang kayo dyan and luto pa muna kayo, pakulo muna kayo, magsaing muna, kayong bahala. Total, pa-dinner na rin. And be sure to keep yourself hydrated. Lalong-lalo na napakainit ng panahon ngayon. Tas mainit pa yung laro. Naku, delikado na tayo dito, boss.
Mabilis ang sponsor spiel mo tayo mga kaibigan. If you purchase your own Acer Predator notebook, activate nyo na ang pre-installed nyong 1-month PC Game Pass. Ang PC Game Pass ay designed para sa mga PC players so you can play high-quality PC games including new games on day 1. Ibig sabihin na kapag yun ay affiliated with the PC Game Pass, malalaro nyo na siya agad on the day 1 release of the game itself. And you can also get yourself an EA Play membership para makalaro kayo ng kahit anong mga laro by EA katulad ng Battlefield. Kaya mag-register na kayo para makuha ang PC Game Pass at mag-subscribe na para lagi kayong may new games all week at saka kapag may subscription ka pa. May laptop ka na nga, may laro ka pa. Imagine that.
Yes, of course. And if looking naman kayo sa recommendation ng isang notebook na kala mo isang buong PC rig na, no, sa sobrang tindi nito, well, you guys can check out ang ating Predator Heels Neo 16 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Featuring the latest Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and Revolution 4K, no, mini LED display, this machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness and visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. If you're ready to dominate, feel free and be sure to check out ang ating Predator Helios Neo 16 today sa ating Acer Predator Online. And by the way, if ikaw ay sumweldo at naghahanap ka ng gaming notebook, meron tayong pa-discount dyan. 10% off for April 12 to 16 as well as 27 to 30. Tama ba? Para sa ating Abyssal Black, no? 25 to 35 days pala, di ba? So, if you're interested, this is your chance to secure this or even ang ating Helios Neo 16 and get a free 1-month Xbox PC Game Pass. So, yun nga guys, hopefully chillings lang din kayo dyan. And may nagtatanong dito, ilan daw ang payok counter namin? Wala pa naman, no? Thankfully.
Wala pa.
Safe tayo dito, boys. Looking good.
Medyo chillings tayo sa podcast natin. Kahit
Okay
ilang
naman.
beses tayo sumisigaw. Medyo may moderation pa tayo. Okay pa naman yung throat ko. If na-score siya
Thank you,
1
boss.
out of 10, I think mga nasa 18 siya ngayon. Oh,
Obsim.
Na-breach nga naman Na-breach yung ceiling para sa ating may matchup. But right now, we're getting back into the game. The tech pause is off. And our teams are looking as primed, shined as ever. Habang may nagsispin the bottle sa loob ng Pearl map natin. At natalo pa nga ata si Tacti Bear. I think the game here ay ang kapag ka natapatan sa'yo yung bote ay nasa battle pass ka for the next season. So natalo yung Tacti Bear. Kaya siya nandito.
Di ba palakasan ng aura kung sino yung pinaka-sigma sa kanila. Kasi
Ganon.
tignan mo naman yung posing nung sloth, cute nga eh.
Cute pero wala siyang aura.
Oy, grabe. Wala do aura. Pero I'm pretty sure ang merong aura dito ay ang players natin ngayon. Just 5 more seconds magsisimula ng ating 17th round. Kamusta daw ang tech pause natin? 3 tech pause pa lang naman ang napagdadaanan natin fairly short. Don't worry, Boss Albator, okay naman tayo dito. Pero ngayon, nagsisimula ng ating round. Pero ang bilis ng pag-rotate din dito ni Shopee ngayon.
Talaga nga naman. Same day delivery ang rotation natin from the attacking side. Trying to gamble the stack in from the B side. Chronicles, they're reading off of this. Their IGL, are you supplying all that much knowledge? Para lang maging surefire ang kanilang magiging positions on the map itself. They are prepared for this. Null command active, so Reach cannot use anything to try to flush him off. That's dignified with one. A double, that could be everything for Chronicles right now. As they walked into a meat grinder. Has Skylar Vaughn, the last remaining player alive, will plot twist be enough? It is not dignified with a 4K just after his girlfriend just said I love you in the comment section.
Naku
Perfectly
po!
timed. A ninth round win for Chronicles. Closer and closer towards match point, and what do you know? Shopee has no budget.
Legit. Wala silang budget. Kaka-Shopee nyo yan, boss. Wala silang choice kundi to work with what they currently got right now, which is a series of sheriffs, and as well as, never mind, lahat sila ng sheriff na lang. And we are yet to see kung magkakaroon nga ba sila dito ng bawi kahit papaano. And hopefully tarnish some sort of money or even get some guns from Chronicles themselves. But currently, they will take this a bit more slow. Approaching art area and possibly A na kinabibilangan at binabantayan lamang ni Louie, pero sa kabilang banda, si Gabby Diz ay mawawala.
Shoutout nga pala sa anak ni Rafael Balaguer na si Sky Lebron from Lakers as it is gonna be Par Schofield finding RU in the process 1-for-1. Sky Lebron?
Kulit.
Okay yung pangalan na yun
Skyler Bon! Sky Lebron!
Oo nga.
Kulit
Ang
eh.
cool ah.
Well, the one of the OGs, Sky Lebron. Pero, this is too fast. We taking one from them. And, well, would you look at that? They already have a couple of rifles on their steed. Wonderful situation here for
30
Shopee.
seconds left.
And definitely ideal para sa kanila. Lalong-lalo na that they are just a little bit more in terms of distance closer dito sa A site natin. But still, someone's gonna be caught off guard. This is too fast. Eliminated by Dritch here. Pero hindi ata nila alam na kasama niya dito si Louie. But there are already some footsteps being leaked. Parsco Field catching dignified off guard. The map control is evident para kay Shopee. And now Dritch have no choice but to receive that single shot from Yiswit naman the moment he TP'd.
Just after the shout out too, this comment section has a huge buff going on right now. Legit, pakatapos mag-comment yung jowa, si Dignified nagka 4K. Tapos after naman na magpa-shoutout si Rafael Balaguer kay Sky Lebron, nakakuha pa nga ng 50 win ang Shopee, no? So nasa na yung mga magsha-shoutout dito? Testing lang natin.
Sino naman magsha-shoutout kay Chronicles, no? Medyo napatahimik bigla eh. So far, you're seeing Shopee supporters in the chat.
Kapag sinoutout mo yung casters, matatapos yung game bigla.
Ay, ganun ba yun? Grabe naman
Hindi
yun.
natin alam. Masyado atang overpowered kapag gano'n naman yung naging epekto. Pero, naging balance nga ba para sa Chronicles? Yung mga positions nila on the map as they have already dealt with the turret on towards that A-Link extremity. An early smoke out as well para kay RU that will force them to play a little bit more passively. Think twice over to the setup as they now rotate on down towards this mid-door position. D players up, but a really nice shot from Dizzy. That is a blind peek as Sylvano starts off strong with Schofield teleports behind him. A backstab for the ages. And Reach kind of lost into what could be a waterfall back in towards that B-Link position. Has to clear the corner, has to kind of hold down that angle.
30 seconds left.
But he's also stuck between a rock and a hard place. That also pushed Louie into an open arm position. Gets found out. That's not a running gun that he needs to do. A double for Louie. A triple for Louie. Hey, Onyx fully online and ready. And KRN, relied upon by the rock-steady Sentinel. And in this 1v3, Gabby Diz, he has to fight them off, but in the end, it will be Louie. Yet again, a 4K for Eonix. A 10th round for Chronicles. 1 HP and a dream for the side.
Spike down A.
Ang lalaw!
Enemy remaining.
Pinapila ang tatlong miyembro at umisa pa na dagdag dito kay Gabby Diz itong si Louie on the KJ pick as well. No one is gonna be standing put at a site kasi bahay niya raw yan, guys. Teritoryo niya yan. And that forced Shopee to take this time out for themselves. Ayun, wait lang ano nangyari sa art area, mga bossing? Because what has Louie did on that one is just plain masterpiece.
Sabi ni direct timeout daw yung Shopify. Parang ibang
Parang
region
iba ata
boss.
yun.
Okay.
Shoutout
Shopee
kay
daw.
Sir Choi. Ayan. Napaka-angas ng director na.
Si Sir RJ na director na may six-pack abs.
Napaka-specific.
Six-pack abs, 300 pounds yung PR niya kapag nagbe-bench press.
Yun.
Lakas talaga ng director natin. Tagabuhat ng bawat production dito sa TNC, which does not actually discount yung mga efforts ng lahat. Shoutout nga pala sa production natin for putting on a show. So far, the KOPH. We're now back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Chronicles 10-9, leading it all up. And the prime that we've seen Beach be pressured on has to deal as much damage as possible with that operator.
Priming it up, but Aryu is a really good position, no? Di man lang nakatingin si Pars Cofield sa kanya na wala na lang siya sa isang iglap, pero mukhang nagkakandapitan lamang si Louie at si Aryu at inubos ang lahat. Hinamak ang Shopee. And look at that. It's 9-11 in favor for Chronicles. That is a crazy display of strength, Ramon.
Layering their utility too.
Yeah.
Molly combo with the Astra Suck. And it's been pretty deep in para sa Shopee, but in the end, it's not deep enough. As Chronicles have put up a stellar defensive hold on the backside of A. Now they have to consider their options this time around. Reach hasn't been met with this operator frag, and finally we'll find some value onto Gabby Diz. A shot into the arm, enough to take him down. 4v5 this time around. Now they're walking into the domain of Louie and the rest of the squad. They have fully invested themselves into holding up this A main control. But so far, Shopee, they are hunting in towards the A side itself as Louie peeks up to the turret, but not enough to fight up. Where's Schofield? Reach though through the hourglass. Spots out Skylar Vaughn and even puts a denting blow onto the fake out from the Yoru. 2v4. And Chronicles so patient in their cause to try to stop them from planting the spike gun down, but it's not going to be enough.
And even the mad disrespect here from First Schofield, pero magkakaroon lang din ng kasagutan dito ang dalawang kampo, no? This is too fast, some shots being let out of the Dritch, but Dignified is there para sumuporta. Oh, the match point has been secured here by Chronicles, and I am pretty certain na nagdidiwang ang kanilang supporters dyan sa comment section. Nagkakanda drop na ng mga full name sa comment section. Alam mo identities being leaked because of how good our players are right now. But I'm pretty sure na meron pang maipang tatapal dyan ang Shopee. We're not even so sure.
Ano kaya yung middle initial ni Clarence no? Now I am interested. But if you do know, wag niyo i-drop dito sa comments, guys.
Wag.
That's doxing and that's not nice. That's not nice. Remember, this guy's a kid. But now it is a 12-9 Chronicles. Definitely in the driver's seat this time around. Spotted the operator, but remember, he is a Yoru. And in a blink of a button, he can just rotate back in towards the A-Link extremity. Will this be something that they expect? So now that there's the mid-side pressure being dealt upon, slowly and surely choking the life out of them, if that is going to be the case. Destroys the alarm bot and even makes some presence over towards the B doors expectedly.
Ayun na nga. Maaaring art area na naman ang punteriya nila dito, but they better be very careful, especially si Dritch pa. Nakabang dito, shot na reconnecting, and instead, he'll be punished by Yi. Sweet naman, pero A site already is their ball. Magadan being utilized, pero wait lang ha, si Aryu nandito. Kukuha pa dapat ng orb tong si Scarlet. Kamuntikan, the discipline is immaculate from Aryu. But he better make this work! Connecting those shots to Scholar One. Yan nga lang nga, hindi na madadagdagan pa. This is too fast on the trade here, but the lockdown already prevalent and put down by Louis himself. They've got no more time. Wait lang, aabot ba to? 10 seconds on the clock. They're going for a marathon, a quick sprint here onto B site. And yes, they have to commit this. Readily available for them. And yes, they secured the plant.
The call to rotate was a genius one, especially after a pretty placed lockdown from Louis. Mental drip to try to verify the information. And now they kind of hear the footsteps this time, so they know that it is an open B site for them. One way established, push on in from Sovano as quickly as possible, but Gabby doesn't neutralize the threat. The 2v3 with speed, a double from him as well. A 1v3 now. The star of this Pearl map has been shut out before he can shine even brighter. That is going to be a 10-12. Shopee to try to get themselves back up to overtime. This game is not done just yet. Aryu would have been a devastating threat in towards the flank itself, but he only got himself one. And one is never enough, especially after an awkward position from Chronicles. After they put down the lockdown, they were fully invested into defending the site after the rotate comes through from Shopee. IGL in full display. Gabby this definitely has been supplying the right info for the squad.
Indeed. And yet, they are still in the brink of falling on a cliff. Kung magkakamali sila dito, no, for Shopee, everything would have been ended for this Pearl map. But they're not letting them do so. As much as possible, they're vouching to pull this off to an overtime for this first map of this Grand Finals Best of 3 series here in the leg 2. Pero they might be heading onto art area once again, trying to find their way and inch themselves further sa A side. Pero once again, they better be careful because there are some people waiting for them, anticipating them to enter dito sa ating mid-doors area, and just a little bit more, some blockage will be inflicted, and Sovano will try to edge them further. Oh, the spray has connected, but not entirely enough to kill one of them. Dretch will be here, trying to bend them off. Going crazy with the sprays, and according to for this match, Chronicles taking the first map of BO3, and it seems like they're looking out for more.
Grabe, dignified, the star of the show. A triple kill from him to end that map in a very close fashion. It was a bit of a botched attempt from the double setup in towards Link, but when you rely on two players, will be Dreech, it will be dignified, the right players to count on when you need to. Talagang ang ganda ng saluhan nung binigay yung Link. Talagang with that one shot from the up, it does slow them down quite a bit and also took away their intention from the CT spawn. Kasi even though even though they've smoked it off, Dignified was still in an open angle. And this is one of those things that you cannot underestimate from a support player. Dignified really has been the star player all throughout this Chronicles roster. And I think we're gonna see more out of this guy. What a performance from both him and Louis, the duo from the Game Lab Alpha days. And ayun na, talagang naset na natin yung stage para dito sa Chronicles ngayon. We are sure that this has been the game of the night ngayon. This Grand Finals is delivering on all fronts, and you have to give credit as well to Shopee, who really have been showing a lot of decency so far in this game right now. Setups from Gabby Diz and Dizzy Too Fast always being the best second player dito pa lang, especially on their executes. As slowly and as calmly as they can be, I'm sure that he's going to be the TMVP for this time. But Chronicles Esports have shown brilliance all throughout their setups. Their second half has definitely been a standout from what's to come in the series.
And it's pretty crazy for us that despite there are already some moments where Chronicles been losing some hope in a specific round, merong magsa-step out, and most of the time si Dignified na nakakagawa nun, and as well as itong si Louie. And you can see how they were able na brasuhin yung mga members natin dito from Shopee, despite of the fact that we are trying to work really closely amongst each other. It's still Chronicles on top, showing that they are worthy of securing this world map for themselves. I'm not quite sure and familiar kung sino yung nag-peak nitong ating pearl map. I'm gonna go back for you on that one, but here are our stats.
I mean, is it a surprise that it has been both Dignified and Louis on top of the scoreboard? And Dizzy as well. At 1.3 of these players were playing on the same team, and ayun na nga talagang reunion ang masasabi ko dito para sa ating tatlo. Kaya there's gonna be a very tough time for Shopee, especially now that you see the core of the roster unfolding before our very eyes, showing what could be the story of the matchup right now, as Pearl has been a bit of a barn burner for both of them. But it's a best of 3 at the end of the day, at alam natin na hindi pa tapos pagdating dito. Kaya what if i-reveal na natin kung sino yung MVP this time around, diba? May bebe buff na nga siya, at saka naipakita pa niya na siya ang isa sa mga pinakamalakas sa local scene natin. It is gonna be Dignified, the main character for Chronicles Esports, 2.42 KDA and 280 sa ACS natin. What a performance from the young gun na 6-footer himself.
Yung kailangan may description na 6-footer, no? Pero napakatindi na naging performance nga ng Chronicles doon, lalong-lalo na ang map pick pala na ito, ang pumili ay si Shopee pa. Right now, yung susunod na map natin is going to be Split, I believe, and this has been chosen by Chronicles Esports as well. And we are going to be checking out what's going to be the changes in terms of stances, pace, and as well as some approaches, most especially na kailangan bumawi ng Shopee ngayon.
Kaya nga kung makakabawi ba sila, yun ay ang kanilang storya na kailangan ma-write for themselves. But that is it for game number 1. We'll be back after a short break, but before that, we would like to thank our official sponsors, ang PC Game Pass. Remember, if you purchase any Acer Predator notebook right here, right now, makaka-activate na kayo ng inyong pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. Ganun kasimple lamang. At ang PC Game Pass na to ay designed para sa mga PC players natin. You can play all the high-quality PC games, up to 100 plus AAA titles, including new games on day 1. Kaya kung bago yung laro, baka malalaro nyo na din and get an official EA Play membership to play all of the exclusive games registered under EA, including more from Riot Games, as you can unlock any agent that you want, play any agent that you want as well from day 1, as you can also expect discounts and deals when you purchase any Acer Predator notebook.
And if you're looking for a recommendation sa gaming laptop natin, ang Predator Gaming, check out Predator Heels Neo 16 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Syempre, meron niyang Intel Core Auto 9 processor and the revolutionary 4K mini LED display. And this machine delivers unparalleled responsiveness in terms of productivity, and in gaming or even visual fidelity, you can anticipate and conquer with this Predator Helios Neo 16. Check it out sa ating Acer Predator online website. And of course, meron pa tayong deal dyan, yung 10% discount natin para sa ating Abyssal Black na unit. So, be sure to check that out as well kasi 10% off pagka binili nyo ito in between the sweldo days of April 16 or 12 to 16 and April 25 to 30. So, what if bumili ka na?
Oo nga eh. Mukhang na-delay pa nga ang same-day delivery na na-promise ng Shopee ngayon dahil ang Chronicles ay mukhang kakukuha pa nga lang ng first game dito ay iinit pa into the second. Will this be the same case for the squad? We'll find out as we tune on into a short break. My name is Ramon, with me is Mochi. This has been KOPH, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
back here onto our second match ng nag-iisang Shopee versus Chronicles Esports, wherein Chronicle Esports has been able to secure ang ating unang mapa of Pearl that has been chosen by Shopee, by the way. It's been pretty close, no? Pretty much close. At kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama, Mochi at Ramon nga pala para sa ating probably and possibly last map, or would this be another suite brought you by Shopee? So let's check it out. Drop down below kung ano ang inyong pipiliing team and anong masasabi mo sa last match natin, Ramo.
Ang init talaga ng laban, no? Kasi sobrang talent nito pareho nating kupunan ay this game could have gone either way, but it was for Chronicle Esports that paved the way for what was been their success. Literal na nag-activate yung parehong duo natin na si Louie at saka si Dignified, who really closed off the game with a banger of a 3K started off with. But Shopee has shown a lot of promise dito sa ating naging team composition, na feeling ko meron pa silang maibibigay dito sa ating second game natin. So we're gonna be preparing for what is to come para sa ating susunod na game. But before that, I would like to thank our official sponsors, and I want to start with the PC Game Pass yet again. If you purchase any Acer Predator notebook, ma-activate ang inyong pre-installed 1-month PC Game Pass. And what is this? Well, let me tell you right now. It is designed for PC players where you can play high-quality PC games, including new games on day one, meaning na kapag ka may affiliated developer na naglabas ng game, malalabas yan agad for free sa ating PC Game Pass sa malalaro mo on day one of its release. You can also have an EA Play membership that comes with your PC Game Pass at makakalaro ka ng EA affiliated games as well thanks to the PC Game Pass as well. May Riot Games benefits ka kung saan makakalaro ka ng kahit sinong agent na na-release ng Riot. So all of that, all from getting the PC Game Pass with purchasing your Acer Predator notebook.
Yes, and if you're looking for some recommendations, una na dyan ang ating Predator Helios Neo 16 that pushes the boundaries of performance. Siyempre, meron niyang Intel Core Ultra 9 processor and revolutionary 4K mini LED display. And this delivers unparalleled responsiveness and as well as visual fidelity, empowering you to anticipate and conquer. If you're ready to dominate, be sure to check out ang Predator Neo 16 today sa ating Acer Predator online website. At may isa pa, Ramon, ano naman ang meron sa Abyssal Black?
Ay, syempre naman, kasi sa Abyssal Black ay meron tayong discount sa ating mga payday promos. Sa dalawa nating time frames, we have April 12 hanggang 16 and April 25 hanggang 30. They're both paydays, so it's a perfect time para makabawas ka ng konti sa sahod mo para makabili ka ng ating Abyssal Black unit na napakalaki ng discount. Kung bibilin mo with 94,000 pesos, ay down to a whopping 84,000 pesos na ngayon. So check out yung ating magiging prize pool. Oh, hindi pala 84, 87,999. Excuse me, that's my mistake. Hindi ko mabibigay yung 2,000 or 3,000 unfortunately. So, tingnan nyo na lang dito sa ating payday promo. At yun na lang, mga kaibigan. Bilhin na kayo ng Acer Predator Neo 16 as well at those primary dates ngayon.
Yon, and be sure to check that out, ha? And I'm pretty sure, magpe-prep lang ang ating mga players. At sabi nga dito din ni Carlo Martin, Stacy or Stasi, panalo man na para daw pang walwal daw sila. So, hopefully, no, that would actually be the thing. But once again, medyo meron ng advantage itong si Chronicles Esports right now. And we are yet to witness kung ano ang magiging clapback ng Shopee right now, and if that would be a possibility at hahayaan sila ni Chronicles Esports.
Yun nga ay kapag dumating tayo sa point na to, i-remind nga natin ng mga viewers kung ano yung prediction natin. I-show up natin on the screen dahil medyo nagsaset na sa expectations natin. We kind of already thought that Chronicles has the caliber of a squad that can pull up a lot of great heroics. It's 2-0 for both me and Mochi that we predicted in the way of Chronicles side. Pero sinasabi lang naman namin na posible na maging mali kami because nakita na nga natin na may chance na pwedeng makalamang ang Shopee natin if it wasn't for the recovery that has been shown for the Chronicles Esports side. But maybe, just maybe, it will be a reverse sweep. Sa tingin nyo, chat, magre-reverse sweep pa ngayon ang Shopee. I-comment nyo nga kung sino ang inyong paboritong player all throughout the series. Malay nyo, mabibigyan kayo ng Battle Pass Timochi. Hindi galing sa akin. Take
Uy.
note of that, guys.
Ba't naman ako nadamay dyan, boss? Ako hindi hamak na caster lamang. Pero, alam mo, ang mahirap din dito, I'm pretty sure yung mga nandyan sa comment section natin, sinusuportahan nila parehong team. Di rin sila makakapili. Kasi sabi nga kanina din ni Repulsive, pwede po bang 2-0 for both Shopee tsaka Chronicles? Kasi gusto niya manalo pareho mga secure. Unfortunately, isa lang ang makakapasok sa ating playoffs for the second leg ng KOPH. So, be sure comment down below sinong inyong bias. Most importantly, yung bebe ni Digny meron dyan. Sinabihan pa ni Eldritch ng GG sa'yo, boss. Pero standby lang kayo dyan as we ensure the quality and performance na may bibigay sa inyo ng ating players sa ating Grand Finals.
Naglabasan yung mga jowa no? O kaya, kailan kaya ako makakukuha ng ganyan? Sayang naman. Wala
Why?
busy sa grind, busy sa pagtatrabaho, kaya wala nang time para makahanap. Baka yung mga bebe ng mga players natin, may kilala silang single ngayon. I-tag nyo ngayon sa comments, malay nyo, makakatulog ako ng manghimbing one of these days, diba? Pero now, for the side of both of these squads, this has become like a really good showing, especially on the side of Chronicles Esports, kasi kung may ko-consider mo yung consistency ng kanilang star power, mukhang hirap na hirap ang Shopee pagdating doon sa ating second half. Would have been a surprise attempt for them. Yung matchup na pinakita natin was Par Schofield versus sino ba yung isang duelist nila? Si Sovano on the other teams as well, picking up the Waylay pick on that end. Pero sino pa ba yung gusto mo maging matchup dito? Kung si Louis sa Chronicles, sino ba yung sa tingin mo yung pwede maging matchup sa kanya, sa kabila?
I guess, sino ba nagpe-play din ng Sentinel role sa kanila? But I feel like ang magandang itapat sa kanya is possibly itong si Skylar Vaughn, but he is actually playing a duelist role right now with no existing Sentinel for either sides. Well, I guess this is going to be interesting indeed. I feel like this is where the unpredictability comes in, most especially na parehong sides natin sobrang flexible in terms of pickings. Kung gusto mo pumili ng head-to-head, pwedeng 5-5 na lang, no? 5v5 na sila mismo lahat magtatapat sa isa't isa because all of them can cater whichever role they may please and make use of whichever agent they may want. Pero right now, we have double duelist lineups from either side, which is really interesting kasi akala natin Shopee lang ang gagawa nun, but guess what? It seems like the Young Guns really want to be in on it as well.
And an interesting attempt for that double duelist comp. Normally, it's a Jet and a Raze combo for this, and I believe it is the pick for Shopee.
Yep.
Which is a good thing because they have to fully utilize Skylar Vaughn to his fullest effect. Remember back then where the former team of Skylar Vaughn has forced him to play the Sentinel role. It does not work out for them. They have to put the main character with the best sort of treatment. Then if he's not very comfortable with the Sentinel, unless he does say so that he is, then sumasukses siya. Pero hindi kasi siya sumasukses ngayon So kailangan talagang maayos. Makupas na dapat. Dito sa Shopee right now. So it's Dizzy and Skylar Vaughn gonna be picking up the mantle of the double duelist Par Schofield. Delegated into a initiator role, so he will have to be supportive of his teammates, as now we're back into the pistol round defensive side. An aggressive attempt possibly for the side of Shopee. They will expect one. Dizzy pops in and out of the fight that early. Louis destroyed before he has any say whatsoever. A 4v5 early on, and thanks to Shopee, that will be a quick and easy delivery.
Oof! And so, the moment he TP'd into the site, meron ka agad sumalubong na bala sa ulo niya. And they are not even entering A side as of the moment, but dalawa na lang ang naiiwan dito for Chronicles. RU pretty low in
One
terms of
enemy
HP and not even having Dritch beside him right now. Despite the right click connecting onto Skylar Von, mabilis na naman magiging bawi dito ni Sweet naman Stacey. And first round natin matik sa Shopee na ito pupunta.
Shoutout nga daw pala kay Helena na sinabi na galingan mo daw. Stacey. May special shoutout sa comments. Imagine mo yun. Mukhang may baby buff ang karamihan na nasa players on Shopee.
Yun!
Kasunod nga naman yun. Nakakuha pa nga ng panalo ang Shopee this time around with the double duelist comp, and it is starting to heat up for Dizzy. And it becomes Chronicles' time to play this bit of slow tempo as far as Schofield knocks down one, so Vano goes to sleep into the mid-side push. Reach also dealt with Gabby Diz, keeping it cool, calm, and reserved. Parscopi with a double kill. It's just looking really pristine para sa Shopee. And Chronicles back into the respawn beacon.
Quite interesting din yung approach ngayon ni Chronicles, no? They're trying to execute individually, which is unfortunately not a good thing so far on their end. Then instead, Schofield will be garnering that 3K para sa ating ikalawang round for split as well. And once again, it is really important, no? Lalong-lalo na sa attacking command din sila, for them to make the most out of all the blinds na pwede rin nila magamit upon entry. Lalong-lalo na hindi na sagana sila rito with the Breach and as well as the Yoru. But while deserving a highlight is si Schofield, gracing them his presence and definitely making them shiver with the 3K.
Wala tayo sa icebox pero masyadong nanlalamig ang KRN ngayon. So what if we turn up the heat? Especially with this mid-side push, a little bit more on the reserved side. Really is Chronicles calling card. Para man lang magkaroon ng control doon sa may mid-side itself. But RU has to be careful. Because of that jump peak, he will have the long-range bait and switch. And Stacey with that judge is gonna make it sing onto the face of RU as he dodges away from that threat. Mano pushes up a bit too closely, smoked on as well from the male position. RU, he has to be careful, has to be wary, has to be thinking about this possibility as he walks into a judge. Not the best look that you're looking for, RU. Welcome back to the Philippines.
Sim. Pinakain ba naman ng boga? Wala ka na rin magagawa. Kundi tanggapin mo na lang. Pero wait lang, may susunod pa ata. Yiswip naman. After getting the Vandal, will be taking out Dritch. Pero may bawi naman dito si Louie kaagad-agad. They are yet to think on what they should do. Most importantly, there's just two more people here, Dignified and Louie, the prime suspects of the reason of why they won Pearl earlier on, are now left alone, got no choice but to just offer a save, as they should.
The best thing that they have moving forward now is that they're at least minimizing the damage into the next coming round. But 3-0 for SP, somewhat of the same story from the first game. So maybe Chronicles will make this somewhat of the same result maybe into the next coming round. They do have the two guns that they saved up from the previous, but we do have to note that Shopee has been putting up some sort of a setup on the way from that B main split. Kasi tingnan mo, they're not scared to push up a bit too closely. Starting off with that judge, Stacey, being that notable hero, even kills off at least the pushes on towards the beam in extremity, as it's now going to be a pop in from Sobano. Perfect concuss, and Gabby Diz nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. A mid-side already prioritized by Chronicles as the Vandal upgrade is also supplied back in towards RU's hands. Comfortably into the loving arms of the attack right here. 4 versus 5. Skylar Vaughn spots out Reach. Also an option for him to uphold. Also in the back of their heads, something that they have to consider if they want to push a bit too far on B main. Heavens also being opened up by Chronicles. But the option, not even going to be thought about. It's already all towards the A site where they're expecting a split up between Chronicle. Dizzy's going to have to be the hero here. Savannah finding out where he is. And Louis knocks down the Heaven player. Opens up the A site just like that.
Pwede pa nga sila makakuha ng barrel dito, kaya lang medyo malayo ata, and so they will be capitalizing more forward dito sa
30
ating
seconds
guns na
left.
existing, and as well
Spike
as their
planted.
manpower. Now, spike's been planted here at A site, though wonderfully just waiting for any people that's gonna come from Shopee. Screens area, alam na nila na may mga tumatawa rito. And all they have to do is just wait and see kailan sila magpapakita. Blind connecting, but unfortunately, not in favor for Shopee. Parscofield, kamuntikan pa na makadalawa. Buti na lang Silvano is gonna be there in order to support.
Tamang movement lang din itong si Dignified, helping out the squad. And as I mentioned, the split up for Chronicle is becoming a hidden blade for them. Dizzy never expected from the split down, but buti na lang. The reaction time is still here. Parscofield kind of overwhelmed by the odds. Dignified just showing up his giat.
Free, tumalikod na lang no? Yung gusto ko dun tumalikod na lang siya pero ito na naman muli tayo. Mukhang A-site na naman ang gusto nilang puntahan. So, Vano pa with Dimensional Rush will be making the most out of it. The concuss, connecting possibly, but saktong pagsatchel. Blind pero too late! Skyler Von! Saktong-sakto lang din naman pala ang mga balang inilapag niya rito kay Sovano. Are you already aware? Pretty close! Gabides lang naman nang mag-hello sa kanya. But now, 3 more people, 4 Chronicles. Mukhang nagkanda sa alisiyan, pero unfortunately, hindi sila ganon kabilis. Unlike of the really quick retake given here from Shopee, wonderful performance this round.
A bit of an over-willingness to try to push on down. Chronicles putting their hand too deep into the cookie jar, and unfortunately, they got bitten in the hand for it. Never expecting a beast inside of the jar itself. It is going to be a 4-1 thanks to the quick retake, as you mentioned, from all sides of the entrances dito sa A-site natin. Shopee already oiling up their guns dito into the next coming round. Armageddon also in the back pocket of Parscofield right here. I'm expecting him to use it in a possible early setup for them, as it's now going to be the mid-side setup and has become the default side of Chronicles this time. Flash on through, TP on out, and Gabby Diz privy to the fact as well. But Ryu is here to save the day, make it a 1-for-1 setup. Mid-side open, but a double push shot from Shopee. Investing all their numbers onto this one. Surprised by 3, and already Ryu finding Stacy in the process. And look at that, the hero, Scarlet Vaughn, has to be the star of the show. Gets 1, sprays on through, a double kill for him, and possibly a 3rd, but reach. The size of White Peak was enough, and Louis backs him up entirely. 1v2 operator in hand, but it is all the way to the other country. How will this work out for Dizzy? Will he try to save the day with the clutch attempt, or will he try his damnness to save it up? No, he will try to fight.
He will try. And I hope that this effort will not be a waste.
Hindi nakita.
Hindi nila nakita. He's so close. Side by, be checking him out. But that swing is not it here for Rich. Pero may idea na si Louie kung nasaan etong si Dizzy Too Fast. Baka nakatalikod pa siya, catching him off guard in front of him. Saktong-sakto. Dizzy Too Fast anticipating someone at that corner. And the defuse will be successful for Shopee.
Everyone's so heavy.
And not that much damage at all. Dizzy Too Fast collecting himself and getting his bearings right around that pillar position. Skylar Vaughn being an instrumental factor into this with that double kill.
My ult's ready.
And because of that, the Viper already used a lot of his util.
Aw.
No snake bite. And because the smoke also doesn't help out his cause, he was required to win out the gunfight, but in the end, Dizzy was more prepared for that. Into a 5-1. Chronicles, swept back in under the rug. And into a low buy coming through. A hero rifle for RU. And Sovano with a Guardian shot literally paved the way for an open ramp push. But our Schofield is still here to contest that side of the map. A fast rotate coming through as well. Over from the boys at the defensive side as they put out that early paranoia. And some presence over at the heaven spot means that Chronicles would have a bit of a rut time to try to force themselves to fight for this A-site control.
Eh, nagpupush pa itong si Yiswit naman. May makikitaan itong si Aryu. Despite of the efforts in terms of trades, hindi daw yun uubra kay Par Schofield and Gabby Diz. And instead, despite of the plan, Skylar Bomb, the showstopper, connecting that into Stitch. Kabilang banda, si Louie ay natitira, humihinga pa. Par Schofield against him. Armageddon
Patay.
already being used here. Just gonna be moving away from that one. Not quite sure why he did it all for the stick in terms of Cruz pushing forward. But we would manage to make it work out in favor of them. The clutch is wonderful. And that is another round for Chronicles.
Louis, the unsung hero from not only the split map, but he on this series has been putting up a light show. 3 kills in this round. Viper Spit also to prioritize the plant.
One enemy remaining.
Not only was this the saving grace for them, they needed this round. They desperately needed this one. But Louis being the right guy for the job. Getting the second round of 4 Chronicles so far. Looking good on their attacking half. Even though it is a little bit worse for wear, they still have some bounce back potential. Now they have to contest against Gabby Diz with the Viper's Pit. Doubled up with Par Schofield. Try to get some more of that control back into the arms of Shopee. As the split up has been some sort of a weapon that Chronicles have in their arsenal so far. Stealth Drone reveals the Viper still placing himself inside of the Viper's Pit. As with this A-site push, Chronicles are preparing for a push out in toward the defensive side as Dizzy too fast starts up with a Bladestorm up drops into the loving arms of Breach. Gardner Vaughn becomes that demon. A double for him. Character development with a triple as well. And in a 1v3 scenario, Dignified. Alone on an island, no friends whatsoever on the server. Has to clutch up against the isolated frags, but with this 46 HP, Dignified is not long for this in the clutch scenario. A 6-round win for Shopify, and they wanted this with a quick retake against a slow Chronicles.
Man, this is quite of a stretch here for Chronicles, no? If earlier we can see sobrang tightly knit nila as a team, right now, there are some moments wherein they haven't been able to upward trades or they try to execute ng mag-isa. Or unfortunately, they haven't been able to trade off each other here, and we have now a 6-2. I mean, they've got lots of ultimates right now, and maybe or probably another buy for this one. But if this doesn't work out for them, they've got no choice but to opt for an eco round. And I guess we'll be having a bit of a pause here. Still quite unclear if it is a attack pause or a timeout. There you go. It is a timeout that's been pulled out by Chronicles, and hopefully this is what they need in order to push forward.
Sino yung nagsa-stretching sa gilid? Si Digny ba yun? I think he
Possibly.
stood up, tries to warm up his muscles. He knew that he had to warm up back into this game, and medyo agree ako doon. He hasn't been showing his usual self. And hopefully this is enough for Chronicles to reset back into their mental. As we're coming back into the game momentarily. 6-2 scoreline in the favor of Shopee right now. Force buy for Louis and for Sovano to try to be the heroes of this game right here. We'll find out if this is going to be enough. Leaving Louis on an island to see if he can find himself a straggler. No, it's actually going to be Nico coming down. CP on through. I believe Stacy also heard this. So with that concuss, he has to run back to safety. Can TP on away. Can get chased up momentarily, but Dizzy also here supplying that much more of a defense. But the TP on down to Vanna, cut in towards Daisy. So Vanna waiting for the perfect time, but it is going to be a triple. Dizzy a little bit too fast with that.
No charges left.
Sprays on through onto KRN, and Chronicles lost in the sauce with this one into the 3v2, and they thought they had the advantage. Guess what happened to them?
Yung mga tipo ng oras na papabuntong hininga ka na lamang na ba't nga ba kasi hindi namin chinek yung isang sulok na yon? Hindi ba pagbibigyan ng ace atong si DZ2 Fast? Pero still a 1v2. I wonder if Twitch will be able to make this work kahit papano. Nasa kanya pa man din ang spike, pero still with just a sheriff and 2 eyes or 4 eyes on him.
Anyone have any
It is going to be another round for Shopee Mulyi.
An explosion back in towards the side itself. Dizzy, the bait and switch is real. The investment into giving up the life of the Omen pays off with a 4K coming through in towards the arms of Dizzy, and that's enough money to save up the operator into this round right now. And this time that one shot is gonna mean the difference.
Who's next?
The numbers advantage early on from the CT side, as now it's Chronicles' time with the dimensional drift spotted by nobody inside of the B side by now. Cleared up each angle, and they know that nobody's gonna come up to them to say no. You can't get the side dig. The fight starts off strong on towards Daisy coming up from the Heaven Peak. And Louis gonna get chimed in as that's one from him. Special delivery a little too late. As well as Par Schofield. Peeks on in towards Dizzy. That was a perfect timing from the up shot. And finally it counts for him. 4 versus 2. And Shopee gonna have to do their best work with this retake, but because Dizzy Too Fast is already alone in the other side of the map, this is a possible save round. And a third for the side of Chronicles.
Nabangasan pa nga si DZ Too Fast after that encounter kay Louie, no? And he has been able to take a couple with him, just quite crazy. They've got no choice na mag-save na nga lang sila. I mean, they still have 4 more rounds na kailangan habulin dito for Chronicles, and at the same time, masastabilize ng bahagya ang kanilang ekonomiya dito. And we even have the Armageddon and the Rolling Thunder ready for them to use from the shadows for RU as well. Pero last effort possible if kung sakali lang naman, no, na ma-secure ni Shopee itong round na ito, they might have a long way ahead of them, specifically using that operator in the hands of Dizzy Too Fast din. So, hopefully they can make the most out of that. Yun nga lang nga, sinimul na Rolling Thunder here at the A-side area. Seems like there's lots of denouncers of vision. Mark Schofield just spraying down at the A-side entrance while Sovano tries to salvage this current situation. Getting a couple, a 2v3, yet to get connect those shots here. Dignified, 30 HP, and will be shot by Dizzy Too Fast with the Guardian in his hands.
Round before the switch.
And I believe he also saves up the op into the next coming round, so that defense was impenetrable. Over to the Shopee side, by Schofield. The one man needed to do it all just gets up himself a 3K in hand, almost gonna be able to single-handedly win them the round, but it almost seems like that is the case this time. You know, Savano does his damnness to try to save it momentarily for Chronicles. The fact that they were threatened by the presence of the op as well as the position from Skylar Vaughn really has been the story for what is to come for Shopee this time around. The operator still in the hands of the Jet, Gabby Diz. Bit of an awkward position for him as the Molly's going to try to momentarily save a few seconds off of the hands of Chronicles as Gabby Diz threatened. And the smoke is telling Gabby that he has to be prepared of what is to come. A duel waiting in the other side of the smoke. Savannah gonna try to be that opening entry for the side as well, but because of the Viper smoke also supporting the cause on the defense, Chronicles are taking a bit more time than they should to decide on that mid-side aggress. But they pulled the switch on it, then seemingly wrote onto the A side as well.
Ang tanong ngayon, mapagbibigyan nga ba itong si Chronicles ng gandang entry onto A site, because as of the moment time nakabantay itong si Skylar Von with that outlaw once again. That should never be underestimated kasi mamaya gawin niya na namang operator yan, pero there's lots of damage being received by him and as well as abilities, which nice them and gives them space for Chronicles as they put the spike down, pero madedelay pa further with Armageddon being used here by Schofield, Dignified, and Sovano to the rescue. Bladestorm hindi to ko-connectan some of the members of Chronicles, and yet they secure the objective with just 5 kills remaining and not anymore. An 8-4 with Shopee still on the lead though.
KRN trying to trail up as much as they can. And with a slow tempoed push, they really counter that outlaw setup that Scott Levana put up for themselves because of the guided salvo combination with the snake bite. He cannot push any further. Can't think about being aggressive at that point in time. That was also the only A defense that they had. So in that retake scenario, really, once they established their post-plant positions, KRN were able to have stronger setup on the aim in extremity when they were thinking about the ramp push entirely. 8-4 this time. KRN breathing with a sign of hope that they can close this out 2-0 to qualify for phase number 2 as Shopee on the attacking side this time around. Possibly they're more comfortable in this considering their setup on the duelist role. Louis gonna do what Gabby has been doing from that first half entirely, trying to shave off a couple of seconds with that smoke down. Supply with another thanks to the double smoke setup that both of these teams do have in their arsenal.
And at the same time, despite of the disparity in terms of their weapons, they will still try to make this work out. But never mind, Gabby with a ghost here. Already getting a couple from Chronicles, no? And Dignified will try to even out the numbers. But still, yet being shut down by Gavides in the process as they try to secure the objective here para sa Shopee. And would they be able to hold the fort down? 2 controllers remaining here sa Chronicles. And they are yet to make their move. Yiswit naman receiving a bit of damage from RU, the right-click shots. Pero ngayon, they might actually close up upon them here at the elbow area. Never mind! Louie will be quite lost on where to look considering na ang daing ang naririnig. Ang daing niya rin nakikita. Another round muli for Shopee.
Shopee closing in on what could be a possible third game in our grand finals. And so Vano, a valiant attempt, especially for Dignified, double kill with the right clicks in hand. But if it wasn't for how well they adapted to the situation, then Shopee could have actually lost this round entirely. Especially since hindi lang naman si Dignified yun nandito doon sa loob ng site. It was a quick rotate coming through for Chronicles, but it also was bane of their existence, the cause of their demise, into a 9-4 scoreline. Full buy coming through across the board on the attack. This is the best case scenario that you're looking for if you are Shopee, because now you can try to contest them now, but Gabby Diz is gonna get on addition. But it is just 1 kill. Only the 1 kill. And the sacrifice is real. The Phantom upgrade will be everything for Sovano, but Louis will get himself a free frag as well. I believe that's a Spectre for him. It's a Bulldog into the hands and possibly one of the players on KRN. Free upgrades.
Yeah, anticipate kaya though na meron sa tower area. Wait lang. Yiswit naman. Immediate trade here, but unfortunately Dritch, all it takes is 1 bullet from the sheriff na hawak niya. Skylar Bomb still has the Spectre. Although he is up against 3 remaining members here galing sa Chronicles, and I'm pretty sure that they still... Oh, never mind. They have an idea where he is! And some clean shots here from Sylvano, trying to still be in the game with a 9-5.
See, that's the thing about not having a Sentinel on the squad, even on the attack. An attack like that would have been disabled with just one tripwire, or maybe anything to watch the flank. But Gabby Dis decided to fully commit in towards the spray down. Free Phantom for the squad. Louis also a lucky shorty shot. Perfect timing. Oh, smoke bang through the wall as well, but honestly, these are things that you never expect from a normal team, but Chronicles really are just built different, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. I mean, both of these teams are literally showing up with their own individual playstyles. But once again, sometimes individuality is not enough. There should be cooperation. There should be teamwork, pretty similar to what we are seeing right now. The combinations in terms of utilities and as well as the aggression here from Chronicles has been doing so well for them. And pretty much a quick round. Despite the fact na nasa depensa sila, abay sila pa talaga ang nag-push.
I mean, you already called it, right? Sometimes the individuals need to come together. And that's exactly what happened when they pushed on towards that main and ramp side, overwhelming the opposition with only the amount of time that they have wasted. Well, actually, they didn't even waste any time whatsoever. They're the ones who invaded their privacy. So, papush sila dun sa may main extremity, and it's a timeout call, a tactical one for the side of Shopee this time around. And now I think it's a good discussion if we're gonna expect the third game so far. Kasi looking at the scoreline, it's a 6-9 again. And kung makakarating pa ba tayo sa game number 3, with the pace of the game that is going so far, do you think we're seeing that possibility, Mochi?
Yeah, that is indeed a possibility. Although for Chronicles, they have to also, like, if it makes sense, try to polish up with the lapses na meron sila so far, because when we compare their performance kanina nung kalaban nila ang Vanta Black, they've been performing so well. Wala akong ma-point out na butas or problema, because they are always having the buddy system present. But right now, there are some instances wherein they try to do certain things on their own, which unfortunately sometimes it doesn't work out just like that. But once again, no follow-up from Chronicles for now. But we are going to be some movements here from Sylvano, specifically on that operator, just in case that someone would try to pass through the males area. Being supported by RU, and hopefully evening out the numbers from the attacking side.
Parang kanina lang nasa mid-bench siya, no? Then rotated around CT spawn, gets himself onto B heaven, and when just one click of a button, he's already on screens. This operator is everywhere, man. Omnipresent is Sylvano. But he kind of dodged the perfect timing to clear out this B heaven angle. I do hope that Louis does clear out the flank coming through, since he is
Ooh,
going to be at the
there's
perfect
an
spot
idea
to kill up at least one of them, but he does kill off our Schofield. Not only an idea, the reality that they've been faced up upon, dignified, a little too late to the call, but this will be the split coming through, the retake scenario for Chronicles, as they now have a 4 versus 4. Because they have the op coming down, it's going to be a bit slower than expected. So Vano expected to hit on towards Stacey this time around. Louis doubles up, and Chronicles, this could possibly be the retake that they are destined to win.
And right now, Shopee's being spread too thin in order to try and acknowledge the rest of the team sa Chronicles, and in turn, they were ripped apart 9-7. And they're trying to even out yung scoreline natin unti-unti. And they even have the Armageddon for them as well. I really appreciate the positioning din doon ni Louie because that really gave them the idea that they will indeed be committing here on the B side to stop them in their tracks. And maaaring nakapag-plant nga sila ng spike back. Once again, mabilis nila yung mababawi iyon.
Narinig mo ba yung dumaan ng motor dito sa amin, Mochi?
Home sim. Lakas
Just checking my audio. Narinig mo nga. Mukhang narinig mo nga. So Vano.
Uy.
As we smell the possibility of this round. Let's get the shot coming through. Now TP's on towards the A site. As Louis, solo anchor, has to deal with this sort in particular problem, but does spot that one. Stacey down, Dreach with a double kill as well. Spike within their grasp, and this is not going to be looking good for Schofield. Usually the clutch master that we expect out of him, but he's not a duelist anymore. He's a lone survivor with just a stinger in hand against 5 people who are locking in on that one angle on B main. Watch on out from Schofield. Sees the problem that he only has a Sheriff and a stinger to boot in this point in time, as it's going to be Dreach to pick it up yet again. And because of that kill, gives them access to the Rolling Thunder into the next coming round. The Chronicles, they are finding a 4-round streak into this next one. And once they win this next round, it will be a 9-9, which really is the same story from the Pearl game, no?
One enemy remaining.
Medyo delikado ata ang Shopee dito ngayon. And most especially, I believe we have the Rolling Thunder Armageddon and as well as the Dimensional Drift here for Chronicles. Yes, we do. And until that operator is not being taken from Sovano, I feel like there will immediately going to be some pickups from here and there. And I feel like there is going to be some moments na kahit naggusto ni Shopee mag-hold ng specific area, hindi nila yun magagawa because they're quite wary of Sovano's presence. But we are gonna be seeing them spread dito sa ating mapa for the time being. Dalawang drone natin ay magkikita. But not too much information is gonna be leaked from both sides. But they are gonna be well aware of each other's presence.
Sana, so Vano, presence made. Now they know that the operator is on the mid side, but do they? Because it is a Yoru after all.
Yep.
Can TP wherever he wants to be. He's already on top of that heaven spot. As Chronicles are going to have to find their info, see where Shopee is going to be coming from, but because of the lack thereof, it prompts them to play the slow tempo and to dodge away from any sort of given info. This time around, 30 seconds, execute possibly towards the loving arms of RU now, and because they transferred the spike ownership, it prompts the rotate coming through. Rolling Thunder activated from the spot possession. RU with a one-tapping double from him, a triple from RU, the leader, leading by example. KRN has denied entry from Shopee. They know that no entry is granted from the attacking side. Prompts the push to stop it in its tracks, halting to get themselves the 9th round win. It is now an equalization of the round wins so far for both sides of the corner. 9-9. And RU, together with Dreach, a perfect Rolling Thunder to stop them before they even set foot in towards the A site.
Really made the most out of the time na sobrang limitado kay Shopee. Libreng-libre si RU once na inilapag ang Rolling Thunder ni Dretch. And guess what? May operator pa rin tayo dito kay Sovano. Di pa rin nawawala. But the Blazestorm already activated here into Dizzy 2 Pass. They already have a good idea that they might be making their way dito on our A-Sat. But they better be careful because Gabi Diz might actually creep his way dito sa vents area natin. Hindi nila anticipate. But wait! Seems like the showstopper is not entirely gonna be it here for Skylar Von. And instead, medyo pupunta sila sa chokehold at the A-tower area natin. Not quite sure if merong nakaantabay din kay Sovano in case na merong mag-pick dyan. Louie just waiting for anyone to drop down. Taking taking out Skylar Bond. Traded by Dizzy Too Fast, but still dignified. Ang lalim na nila dito. To our extremities. But still, hindi rin yan sa space. Dapat alam nila paano ipagtatanggol yan. Because you can see the Chronicles is just ruthless against them. David is lang na iwan and eventually not anymore. Another round here for Chronicles. Finally getting the edge of 1 point against Shopee.
It took them a while, but finally they regained control of this game.
6 rounds.
6-round winning streak. Imagine mo yan, Chronicles. They were down in the dumps. Remember, this
Remaining.
should have been a half para dito sa side ng Shopee. Pero, ngayon nasa side na tayo kung saan baka matalo pa nga dito ang Shopee if they are giving too many rounds away. But remember, that was just an eco round for them. Maybe it's possible for them to reconvene with the guns. Louis probably gonna get spotted out by the drone, but a perfect paranoia pushes it out. It's Aryu with a 4K! An explosion from the leader! And giving himself an ace. He knows that he can take this away from them. On the 11th round for Chronicles. And back into the ego round we go for Shopee. That is a heartbreaker given up by the leader himself.
Ang lalala ninyo, Chronicles! And it is crazy! It's insane to put out that call. Now, you know what? Nagda-drone sila. They would most likely not anticipate us pushing. And guess what? An ace here for Aryu. And another time out for Shopee. Si Gabi Dis medyo napapa-facepalm na sa mga nangyayari sa kanila. But still, they will try to make this work out. Kahit sino ba naman, mapapa-time out sa ganun, pre. Ang crazy.
Mapapatayo ka na lang. Mapapatayo ka na lang. Basta ikaw ang nasa kabilang side ng ace na ganon, tapos na-eco ka pa into the next round.
Yeah.
Filter na yun, man. That is something that they need to watch out for. That's why this timeout is here. Provided that they need some time to breathe into this next coming round. Now they need a miracle to stop the momentum, the waterfall that is Chronicles Esports. A step up from Aryu, showing that he has the will to push up when he needs to. 9-11 so far, Mochi. This is now, unfortunately, the time to call for Shopee to step up to the plate, but Chronicles really are dictating the pace so far with a triple push-up into the mid-side against Louis, who, again, has to show that he is worthy to be able to hold this up like the guardian that he is. But now that the presence has been made, Shopee has to slow down quite a bit.
Of course. Pero sa oras ng mabatong wall na to, medyo magiging delikado si Gabi Diz. Just preparing himself in this area. And some, or pure saturation here at the fence area, nagparinig pa. Ibang member natin dito from Shopee, I feel like they already got the idea that someone might be there. Dignified taking out Skylar Bond. Subuang i-trade ito ni Dizzy Too Fast at magagawa niya naman yon. But now everyone's already marching their way and making their way here onto A side. Mukhang i-anticipate pa nila itong si Par Schofield na manggagaling dito sa fence area. Quite a stretch, but would be able to take out Louis in the process. Salvano, the shot of the operator, but this is too fast, will also be able to step up into the occasion. 3 more people remaining here on the Shopee, but still, Shorty not really connecting here from Salvano, which is quite unfortunate, but still, it boils down to a 1v1. Viper Gabidid will be able to make this work out, and it seems like Shopee is still alive.
What a performance coming through, a desperation coming over the side of Shopee, but they really needed something, so that fence push was everything for them. They knew that since Digny had to pull up his util, it gave him enough time to dash on in, neutralize the threat from the Raptors position. And an open window for a Viper's pit plant coming through over to the side of the map. Gabby Diz the savior of the squad after some util dumps coming through from Dreech himself. I believe this is a technical pause coming through as well. I believe on the side of KRN, so this is going to be some time to patch on through on what will happen. Tingnan natin kung ang nangyayari. Narinig ko may tech pause pa nga dito. Hindi from Chronicles, but actually from Shopee. Thank you for the correction dito from our lovely production. Ang pinakagwapo naming si Sir Choi.
Yon! Shoutout. Ay, ba't daw lagi nating bunot si Sir Choi? What if si Miss Ali naman? Hi, Miss Ali. Iniisa-isa yung prod. Pero, I guess, ganun lang din naman kabilis matatapos ang tech pause natin. And meanwhile, na isang ronda lang, makukuha na dapat ni Chronicles ang ating match point. Masyado atang malapit ang ating scoreline ngayon. At gusto pa atang makalamang ni Shopee, pero hindi inaya ni Sobano. Pero wait lang DC already pretty close here. The screens area natin, as well as from the shadows being utilized here by Stacey. As now the spike's been planted here at A site, maririte kaya ng Chronicles ito.
Go ahead.
Aftershock, but a response with the Armageddon. Unfortunate for Sylvano though, that's a little too late on the call. But an aftershock kill just to take care of Gabby Diz, but that's also a response coming through. Armageddon just to push him outside of the corner, double kill. And Par Schofield, the last one to fall. 1v3, spike defuse coming down. And with that, it's not gonna be enough. The guided salvos do not give you the time of day. And Aryu with the last kill, operator in the hands of the old gun. Into the 12-10. Remember, we started this 9-4, Mochi. It is match point for Chronicles. And honestly speaking, are you not entertained, ladies and gentlemen?
Ang lala, pre. This is so Pearl. No, yung first match nila, this is so Pearl. Pero sabi dito ni Carlo Martin, wag ka papatalo. Stacey, please, you're my best view. Gusto ko yun. Gusto ko yung banat na yun. Pero,
Ayos.
tuwa ko dun. Pero teka kasi mixed buys tayo ngayon dito para sa Shopee. Kahit na best view mo to, paring Carlo, parang medyo mahihirapan si Shopee dito ng bahagya since medyo may kakulangan in terms of loadouts sila rito. And as well as the momentum is being garnered up by Chronicles. And meanwhile, Louis is on a really interesting buy here. He has the Outlaw. Just holding Mills just in case na meron mag-push siya. And DC too fast will also be taken by Sovano. The Reaper of this site. All at once, he is present. Kahit saan mo balaking pumunta. Laging nariyan si Sovano holding that operator. But once again, mapapatahimik sila bigla. The hesitation is coming in. The pressure is consuming them. The smoke is already being thrown here dito sa B-side. But the last ball and effort that they would do is to push forward sa B-tower na may hawak pa dyan si Louis! Oh, the trade here! So far, Schofield kumakalag pumantin ang Shopee dito. Pero still, the 2v3, low pass si Stacey. Medyo delikado dito si Shopee. Wala silang choice kundi commit yung plant nila dito. Pero hindi nila hahayaan na mangyari ito. Not like this, but still absolute cinema from Chronicles Esports. Taking this from up 9-4 and now a win for this series.
On 9-4 into Phase 2 para sa KOPH. Welcome para sa Chronicles Esports, a debut on their org. But honestly, just a Tuesday para sa roster na ito. Congratulations para sa Chronicles Esports. They really have shown that their guns are more than enough and how well they synergize as a team. has honestly only been the only piece of the puzzle for them. Talagang refined ang util, ang ganda ng rotation, and when it came to the mental, it is rock solid. 9-4, a comeback in that second map has really proven how well of a team this is. Chronicles Esports, they took down Oasis, mind you. They took down so many behemoths coming up into this bracket. And when it came down to this best of 3, they have delivered on all fronts against possibly their greatest opponent.
Bro, medyo napa-speechless din ako dun, pre. Kitang-kita din naman dito, ang ganda ng simula ni Shopee, no? Undeniable. Most especially during the defense, but now the sides has been swapped. Medyo nagbabago ang tempo, ang ihip ng hangin, parang sumasaliwa sa gusto nila, and they haven't been able to push through their expedition, but still, nice try dito kay Shopee. Most importantly that we're seeing these types of highlights from Dizzy 2 Fast, no? And as well as Far Schofield, the rest of the squad, lahat naman sila merong in-offer onto the table. May hinain ng mga putahe, but still, mas masarap yung mga hinain na putahe dito ng Chronicles, no? Sabi nga nila, let them cook, and boy, indeed they do.
My ult's ready.
You know, may kasabihan sa English na there are too many cooks in the kitchen, diba? Pero it's not in this case talaga kasi lahat sila nakapag-contribute ng maayos. At
Legit, yeah.
kung iisipin mo, yung communication nila has to be the strongest weapon right now, considering the individual star power is already a given. Even their oldest player Aryu becoming somewhat of a stand-up performance dito, diba? So, talaga nga namang a beautiful start into the season para dito sa Chronicles Esports, as we need to give a bit of a shoutout na naman para sa Shopee. They have put up a good fight. 18 kills para kay Dizzy. Far Schofield not too far behind. We had doubts into what he can offer on a role that we have not seen him for a while now. Pero syempre nakapag-deliver din naman sila dito. Pero para sa KRN, it's almost like they all distributed their kills. Pinag-usapan nila kung sino ang papatay, at yun na nga pa ata yung nangyari. So Vano being a standout was no surprise whatsoever, but in the whole scheme of things, Chronicles really displayed the power of friendship sa buong matchup na ito.
Man, ang lala ng Grand Finals natin. Kahit sabihin mo na 2-0 yun, sobrang lapit ng laban. Isipin mo, no? Kahit simula nung Pearl hanggang ngayon, nabaligtad. Pero check muna natin kung sino ang MVP natin ngayon for Chronicles Esports, because I feel like obvious na naman yan. It is Silvano on that Euro pick na nasa psycho with a 2.7 in KDA ratio and 242 ACS. And imagine, no? Sino ba namang hindi mapaparanoid having a Yoru on defense na may hawak na operator?
Tapos kung saan pang sumusuot, di ba?
Legit.
Now, it is very unpredictable to find out where this guy's gonna end up in, but for sure we know that he will reach greater heights in Phase 2 of the Kings of PH as they have locked in their spot together with the Orgless squad. Ang core ay ang former Zol roster, but now I think it's time for us to say our goodbyes, because this weekend has been a banger, but for the next one, I'm sure it is even bigger. Kasi mga kaibigan, sa pagtingin natin ng bracket ay makikita kung ano ang naging storya ng lahat ng mga nasa Grand Finals natin. And for sure, we will appreciate the run even more. Chronicles, they breezed through Oasis. They even killed off Vanta Black to show that they mean a lot dito sa pagiging champion ng ating leg. It's unfortunate kasi ang daming mga sobrang talented na rosters na nakita natin. We have Haru Esports who are on a stepping stone together with XT and the rest of the squad to show that they mean business in the local scene. And Shopee also this close into converting that second map, but against Chronicles that really had a bit of a barn burner of that whole series. Yung talagang sobrang deserving ng mga viewers natin to. I'm sure na nakapag-enjoy tayong lahat. Sana naman nakapag-enjoy kayo. Sorry, overthinker ako kaya kailangan ko ng validation.
Kailangan pala ng reassurance. So, pero not gonna let you guys gather our players alone all of our series for today is indeed a jaw dropper. And it is really crazy, no, that they graced through such remarkable names. Sinabi mo nga, Oasis Gaming ang kanilang nakalaban kanina, pero kitang-kita naman. They stood strong and defeated Shopee, and nice try din kay Shopee, no. I believe kahapon pumalag din sila. Pumalag-malali sila ngayon. And unfortunately, hindi sila umabot na maka-step into our players. Pero malay mo, next week uli. Kasi I believe open naman ang kanilang registration din, no, for our leg 3 on Saturday. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, abangan ninyo yan sa mga gustong sumubok na sumali and try to take your chance para sa ating crown. Well, register na kayo dito sa Kings of PH.
Yep, and I think that's a good call for us to tell everybody on the team stuff. Pwede pa rin naman kayo no, makapag-register. Punta lang kayo sa Predator Gaming para makita ang ating susunod na poster. Pwede kayo makapag-backtrack para malaman kung nasan yung QR code to register yourself into the leg 3. Pwede ikaw yung Shopee, pwede ikaw yung Vanta Black. Maybe Oasis Gaming wants to have another knock at this into the Predator League circuit right now. But of course, mga kaibigan, the tournament is not over yet. The fun has just begun. Our first week is done, pero may 3 legs pa tayo. Well, 2 legs actually. Medyo naging excited na ako dito. As we're gonna be closing out this weekend with a bang. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mochi. It has been one hell of a show dito sa Saturday and Sunday editions ng Predator Kings of PH, but we are all expecting to see you next week para sa susunod nating qualifiers. Good night and see you in the server.
Lumaparan sila dito, nagpa-blank laban sa Game Lab Alpha, and Game Lab is really inside of B. Nag-aabang mga kala dito, sila Owen Duty wins naman dito for another
Mistakenly kicks. Saintfong. He gets shot by the Phantom and he finally gets the 1 point.
Nakikita niya dito, sila Exotic, sila Dan, and the next, win just the win! Win this